Sure, we are recording. Recording is always a good thing to do. Oh, I didn't put on that I was streaming. Hold on. There are two other things on Discord to let people know I'm streaming. I don't think it ever really works or anything, but you know, it's always better to do an attempt than not to do an attempt. The goofy thing is, none of them are the Dwarf Fortress threads. I never know if I'm supposed to post in Kitfox. Like, do other people do that? I feel like that's weird. I don't know.
Another month of thanking CJ_the_insane_ gifter for my sub.
Yes. Almost there, 'cause I do everything so wrong. Post! Oh, I've got water on my phone. It's freaking out. There we go. There we go. And I'm assuming the bot did my channel. All right. I hate humidity. Everything feels wrong. Entertain us. All right, where did we entirely leave off? I don't remember. I know we had a lot of people die. We have a mood. There is a mood going on. I left myself a note, chat. Looks like he's grabbing something, so it's got to be good. You missed. Yes, someone's missing today. I think it was Tachulu. Tachulu sent me a thing saying that he was going to miss, and dear God, could I please try to make sure he actually lives? So he's probably dead today. All right, the mood completed. So I don't need there's a mood going on as a note anymore. Put the channel in Discord, game recommend. Oh my God, I'm an idiot. Why did I write this on this paper? Putting it on this paper only ensured I wouldn't see it till I did Dwarf Fortress. It should have been on the other game's notes, so I would have seen it twice in the middle of the week.
Don't tell the elves, but all the fish are gone.
Oh yeah, the Void Butcher. Yes, we weren't even attacked. It was just idiots. We have booze, we have plants, we have drinks. We've kind of got people sorted to different areas. I've got the people down here sorted 3, 3, 2, 3. That's 11. 3, 3, 2, 3. There you go. It sorts out. We have the undergrounders. We lost a bunch of above grounders though. That's kind of the thing that blows. Hasty James Rush. I forget how to pronounce his name. Enlisted has created Besorarak, a wavy rambutan wood blowgun. She claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Fath worked relieved. I'd fucking relieve you from duty too. You made a stupid blowgun. Besorarak, tip the shaft, a wavy rambutan wood blowgun. Worth 6,000 dwarf bucks. This is a wavy rambutan wood blowgun. All craftsdwarfship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of rambutan wood. The object menaces with spikes of rambutan wood. On the item is an image of oval-cut gems in orange wood. On the item is an image of Rushan Hollowstokes, the human, and Submerged Leaps the Ripe Roots, the Marsh Titan, and Llama Wool. Submerged Leaps the Ripe Roots is striking down Rushan Hollowstokes. The orc relates to the killing of the human necromancer, Rushan Hollowstokes, by the Marsh Titan, Submerged Leaps, the Ripe Roots, in the Great Mire in the year 395. I don't even know what the ammo is for that. Why would you make that? Ain't nobody got time for that fucking weapon. All right, so we have an issue. Up above, we've been messed. I think I wrote down what's missing too. -1. So it's supposed to be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 people up above. And I think right now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 off of that. So there's only 6 people up here. But this doesn't mention anyone anyways. Oh, what did I just do? I hit enter and it updated the 5. I don't know what I did. How did that update to 5? It shouldn't have updated to 5. Is it because of the workshops being restricted? No one's giving me the alerts, so I'm guessing whatever that number is, I don't have to worry about that right now. Point is, though, we now need 2 green thumbs. We need 1 green thumb. We need to make sure our numbers are good. No matter how you look at it, our numbers are now going to be off. And I don't think we have the dwarves to make up the numbers. That's the one issue with splitting it the way I'm doing it. If you lose any dwarf, you've actually lost major numbers because they're supposed to be in different areas. So if you don't have the numbers to make up for it, you're kind of fucked. You took off all the dwarf woodcraft commands? I don't know what that means. Profession. All right, we needed 2 green thumbs. We only have 1. I'm confirming my numbers. 2 lumberjacks. They still live. 2 kitchen staff. We lost 1 of them. We had 3 woodworkers. We lost 2, supposedly. We did. Oh, that's gonna blow for up top. Okay. And we lost a master wood dwarf. That one I'm not too worried about. That's just a craft dwarf from an apprentice crafters guild. So I'm not actually worried too much about the master wood dwarf. But we definitely need the farmers, and we need the kitchen staff for brewing. If nothing else, we have to fix those 2 numbers. So kitchen staff, because also, yeah, we're down to like 7 haulers. Some of these people need to start getting handled. Fisher's probably going to be an above ground. Where's my pencil? Fisher will need to be an above ground job, and probably 1 below ground, assuming you can fish in the caverns. All right, give me a second. I don't know where my pencil is. Pencil. I have found my pencils. In chat, like, join the... Oh, the Dwarf Fortress commands aren't on. Okay, I forgot to put them on. Boo-doo-doo, let me... No, I don't need cookie protection. Maybe, I don't know what that means. Leave me alone. I'm trying to go to Twitch to fix my channel. I was running late, now everything's wrong. The humanity. Viewer rewards, channel points, manage rewards, military. Who have I killed? Name something. Push. Now own room. What are my skills? What are my relations? Read my description. We can start doing statues now. No full suite. Possibly tomb. And vacation time. We'll get those bad boys up there. Echo Sight's quick on the draw. Jesus. All right. We got those up. It might be a little bit, like I might go the first 1 or 2 without doing push-ups because I just got out of the shot. I'm not wanting to push right now. Let me dry first. I'm already humid and uncomfortable. I need my apartment to dehumidify. For being late and unprepared. Sorry. So sorry. I don't call them fishers, right? Do I? All right, let's add Fisher to above. And I would be fine with him being above. I need a way to, like, sort these by something else. Like, if I could put them in military squads without them being military squads, I could sort them by squad, probably. Like, assign them as barracks that they sleep in. That's one way to do it, but then they don't count as having their own rooms. That'd probably make them moody. All right. Let's get a fisher up top, Coca-Cola. Let us see where he exists. Current owner, nobody. Well, that sounds like that belongs to Coca-Cola now. Don't worry, Coca-Cola the second. We've got you. We've got something for you. We have been waiting for you this day. This has got to be your fake bed. That is your fake bed. Not only am we're just going to remove this building. I got to just start removing these damn beds that are in wrong locations. This will force me to figure out where the hell things go. So I'm going to say one fisher up top. Still need a replacement green thumb. We don't have many haulers to divvy about doing this, which absolutely sucks. We do have one who's got some skill in farming. So guess who's a green thumb? Congratulations, whoever this is. Takud Zimkalim. Takud Zimkalim. You get a bed up here now. Takud Zimkalim. I hope you like your new bed. Takud Zimkalim. There you are. That right there is the thing I was worried about, is if a green thumb or anyone upstairs had someone from a different area for a spouse. I don't think it's that much of an issue right now. I'm just going to ignore that. So this probably means I shouldn't get rid of Takud's other bed, because the other bed would be for the other dwarf. All right. I'd rather Takud get divorced and marry someone in their new, you know, socioeconomic bracket. I guess that's where we're going with this type of base. All right, we got two green thumbs now. We need a kitchen staff. We got no one good for that. All right, rolls. Who's decent at it? This man is. Somehow Magna Dracomon keeps being not good for like anything. Kitchen staff up top. Kitchen staff will probably end up getting moved to be below ground top. They don't really need to be outdoors. I didn't pay attention to who that was. Shit. Thought I gave Coca-Cola a bed down here. Apparently it was up top and I'm just an idiot. All right. Well, he didn't have a name, so it's got to be Toon. Toon Addiscatten. Toon Addiscatten. Sure, that makes sense. I'm not questioning that. Get rid of that bed. All right, we brought kitchen staff up. We brought green thumb up. Again, I'm not worried about master wood. Woodworkers, though, we probably do need to fill back in 2 of those. And then after this, we just got to start resorting out who goes where. Could really be anyone. It's still not Magno Dracomon as in the top slot. I guess he just really doesn't like doing things. Woodworkers Guild. Letast and Udil. Letast and Udil. Which one of these is not used? Letast and Udil. Udil. Make sure there's not a bed over here. And Letast. Udil. And wrong button. Letast to clean up from what we did last time. All right. If nothing else, we've reassigned people back to the right bedrooms. I don't have their burrows working as of yet because, well, we had an issue with that. I'm going to lower Master Wood to 1. You probably only ever need 1 anyways. I don't know why I was rocking 2. There's probably should be 1 more guy upstairs, and that would be the fish cleaner. Wouldn't be the fisher, it'd be the fish cleaner, which I don't think we have anymore. I think he got killed, and I wasn't tracking that. So who would be good at fish cleaning? Looks like it could be anyone. Go by rolls. Fish cleaning. It's still not Magna Dracomon. I don't know why Magna Dracomon is just not the type of person to get it done, but he isn't. You shat Burnamash. You shat burn mash, okay? You shat burn mash. This is the one inside. Get rid of his old bed. And then we're gonna do a save right now, just so we don't, in case something happens, we don't have to redo that micro work again. Hey, Mr. Man, how goes it? Are you having a fantastic, or have you had a fantastic week? Yesterday I was doing a game with Terramokes, which, by the way, they now have a thing in your channels to recognize the people who do your emotes and shit like that. So if he pops in today, he'll have a special little symbol and everything. I was doing a thing with Terramokes yesterday, working on playing with Grounded and the updates they've done to it. And their base building system has some weird quirks. And I was an idiot and I destroyed all of his work. So Grounded, if you don't know, I think everyone knows, but if you don't know, Grounded is like a 4-player co-op game by Microsoft about Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. You're fighting spiders and shit. So he had built this little grass base for us. I was primarily exploring and tanking, and he was like builder, DPS range sort of a person. And we're sitting there, and he couldn't do something. So look at all the walls. I realized the walls say what they're supporting. Like, what are they holding up? I would think. So I'm gonna draw this from a top-down view. You have 4 walls, right, to a building, and right here is the door, and the door says it's supporting 38, and all the walls say they're supporting 0. So he's getting ready to go, you know. He's got to go home and shit. He's about to go. I go, okay. And he made some comment. I forget what it was. And I go, well, I think what it is this door. Like, it wasn't letting him do something. So I was like, well, I think it's because the floor above us is like, it's like glitched out or something. And it says that everything is on this door. He goes, oh, that's not good. I go, you want me to remove the door and see if the game updates and transfers the load correctly across all the walls, so you can like build the full roof or whatever the hell it was he was doing up there. He was like, yeah, sure, whatever. You know, like if the second floor collapses, it's not that big of a deal because we're trying to switch over to like better materials. I'm getting stone and clay and shit like that. I go, okay. I get rid of the wall. Now you might say to yourself, side view here, that if this is the first floor, right? And this is the second floor. Here, I'll do this so we can see what I'm talking about. If I am deleting this and it says it's supporting 38, what on this do you think disappears immediately if I get rid of this door? Now, I know what you guys are saying. You guys are saying what probably is going through everyone's head. Don't delete the door. The game will not fucking update, and it is in fact supporting the entirety of the second floor. You're gonna get rid of the second floor. Don't do that. And some of you are smart and knew the right answer, and the answer is yes. The second floor stayed there, and the front wall and the back wall just completely destroyed for no reason, leaving the second floor kind of just half floating in the air by itself. Mind you, like I said, he's trying to leave. And there's wolf spiders, like there's T-Rexes and shit that just walk past their base every night. Like losing the second floor is an issue. Losing like the base, very bad time. Suddenly it's, well, I guess I'm not leaving now. We'd better fix this. But the game wouldn't let us build the walls because it kept saying that they would need to take on too much pressure. So I look at the walls again, and the walls all say 0 still, except for this wall right here. This wall now says it's supporting 38. So I have an idea. If I destroy this wall It'll blow out this wall, if this little piece, it'll destroy this whole wall and this whole wall, meaning that we have a floating indestructible base because of some weird fucking physics. So without really asking, I go, I have an idea, don't worry. I delete this. And what does that do? Yes, you're right, chat. That now destroys the entire second floor, disassembling everything and throwing all of the rubble all throughout the main floor with physics everywhere, meaning you can't walk because you keep getting knocked around because there's like limitless amounts of grass that are now stuck here. Night is falling. There are wolf spiders out there. No one can even reach the fucking chest because you can't walk through this mess I just made, and these walls are still there. So that is what happens when I try to do buildings with other people. Now that we know this. But yeah, Echo Sides basically had it, almost all the first floor walls. And they didn't even like disassemble. I literally went one and the house just went poof, and the front and back walls just disappeared. Like just gone. So that is where the base is in that game I'm doing with him right now. He quickly put up a bunch of weed walls, stem walls, whatever the fuck they're called. You have to cut down weeds to get them. They're like dry and made of almost wood instead of like green grass blades or whatever. So he built up like these weed walls to like keep the base safe. And then even after he left, I had to spend like an hour or so just building pallets to stack like an endless amount of like grass blades. Just the remains of our base. Never play Valheim with RNG. I do a decent Valheim. What I do in Valheim is I steer the boat and I play the tank. That's really it. I garden. I do the farming, the ranching. I don't build. I do the farming, the ranching, the boat steering, and then I just sit there with the shield and I tank the fuck out of everything. I don't know if there's some shtick that I do, because when I played Elden Ring, what I did is I collected all the shit that was always on the map and I tanked everything. When I play Ark, I really just went heavy in shields and crap and tanked everything. I wonder if there's a thing I like doing. I don't know. But yeah, no, I got this. Boom. All of a sudden I realized I'm staring outside into like the wilderness as two walls have just disappeared in front of my face. Oh no, it was awful. That was at like midnight. Like I said, he had to go. I ruined that man's evening. I'm such a dick. Is it extravagant? Did some housekeeping, celebrated some of my feeding watermelons to the local ducks, and now I'm working on some nacho cheese sauce. Yo, it's like slightly warm here, and I don't like it. Hold on, let me confirm the temperature, chat. I really don't like to look at my phone during streams a lot, but let me confirm. It is fucking 80 degrees here. No. Like I said, if it wasn't for the heat, I'd probably just live in fucking Texas. I hate heat. I need this shit to be like fucking 60. It is way too fucking warm. Oh, dude, Echo Sides. When did you join my stream again? Was it during was it during the Pathfinder game? I'm forgetting the name of it right now. Not Kingmaker. What's the fucking video game after Kingmaker? I just played it. Something of the Gods or something. I forget what it was. Yeah, Pathfinder. You got me to the end of Pathfinder. I had a character in that was just darkness. I made a custom character who was reminiscent of a tank from the first game, and everyone who played the game a lot kept coming in and being like, you should get rid of that character. And yet I had her tank to the very end. Wrath of the Righteous. Thank you, Keyhound. Thank you. Everyone looks down on tanks, but tanking is a very important role that, if done correctly, makes a lot of games easier. A lot of games easier. Of course, the problem is I usually suck at any skill-based tanking. So any game that has like a parry system, I never do that. Like Valheim, I don't do the parry shields. I just get the big shield, and I let myself get hit a lot to build my shield skill, just so I can block that much more shit. Like, just sit there and hold the shield. Just grab its aggro. I think right now that's all I do. I have... Do I have the Black Ant shield in the grounded game? I think I have like the tier 2 shield, and I wear an Acorn armor set, which isn't the greatest armor set, but it does pull aggro. Like, you have increased enmity generation. That's the trick. That's the trick. You just got to be a good tank, and everyone else's job is easier. Okay, so we've set up people to be upstairs. We set up people to be downstairs. We have not, in fact, set up a good general area, which is kind of what these are. I don't want anyone in that middle floor upstairs. I kind of want to remove that area. Let me confirm no one's in these beds. Actually, no, that's a dumb statement. Why would I confirm no one's in these beds? If they're already here, that's good. I'm needing to move people here. Is green screen still on? Thank you so much for the host, Skullknot. I don't know what I did to Pikachu. What the hell just happened to Pikachu? Give me a sec. Let me see if I can fix that. Oh my god, there's 2 different chroma keys on. Let me get you a good Pikachu. There we go. Thank you so much for hosting, Skullknot. What were you doing? Hates pairing, plays lots of platinum games. Okay, but here's the thing. In that game, I only liked playing one style in them, right? When I did Bayonetta, I only like the Katana Rising Revengeance style of defense in that game. Remember, I was, whenever I did the other weapons, I wasn't good at that game. Do I have a shout out for you, Skullknot? Or do I have a mod right now? Skullknot. I don't think I have a button for you. I gotta make more buttons. My button page is filled. I'll just shout you out. I started late, Skullknot, so everything is like an extreme amount of multitasking, so nothing is getting done right. How was your day? Elden Ring. I was just talking about Elden Ring. I was talking about how I play a tank in almost everything I do. In some variation or other, what you can describe me as tank. Guess what? I was playing War Thunder. You know what I do in War Thunder? Play a tank? Fuck no, because everyone's playing a tank. That's really DPS. What I play is AA. I sit in the back and I destroy everyone's fucking planes out of the sky just to punish them. If you've not played War Thunder, you can play as boats, tanks, or planes. World War II on out and shit like that. And if you're doing a tank battle, if you get enough points or whatever, you can push a button to, like, as like a kill streak reward, control a plane and bomb people and shit like that and fight other people playing their planes. So like a jackass, I just play an anti-aircraft gun and I just destroy everyone's kill streaks. And I end up in like the top 3 in scoreboard every time. You know what I do in War Thunder? I stopped playing War Thunder. I almost agree with you. I would rather do War of Tanks, whatever the fuck it's called, because they have artillery. I would rather do artillery, but they don't have like, you can't do it. Like, they don't have World of Tanks on Steam. They have World of Tanks Blitz, which doesn't allow artillery. And there's like less players, so it's not useful. Genuinely, if I had the choice, I would do World of Tanks over War Thunder just because I want to be artillery, but they don't have it. Remy, do you have 2 different beds? I saw you earlier, didn't I, Remy? Anywho, who did you just fight? I'm sorry, I got distracted. Skullknot, assuming you're still here and I haven't chased you off. Yeah, kitchen staff, he is up top. Who are you on right now in Elden Ring? Are you winning? Are you winning, son? I remember people got so salty over artillery. I don't know what QFT is. Quift? Quite fucking true. I don't recognize the acronym QFT. I am not hip with the kids, apparently. I don't understand this acronym. Why do people get salty over artillery? Artillery is an amazing part of battle. Like, the idea that there is a game that does not have artillery and it's about fighting in fields and tanks and shit is baffling, since that is in fact what artillery does. King of the battle. Like that's the name for artillery. They're the king of battle. You got to have artillery. Doesn't make sense. Quoted for truth. Gotcha. Number 1 for Mr. Man, because he died like a chump. Yeah, didn't you die to the Ghost Whipper? You died to the Ghost Whipper. A lot of people died to the Ghost Whipper. Mr. Man, TM the second. Oh, now everyone's nervous. Now everyone's like, did I die to the Ghost Whipper? Drite, did you have a person before? 2, 3, 4. I got you, Drite. As soon as I figure out how to spell your name. 2905. I'm going to go with the first right now since I don't remember if you had one or not. Mr. Man TM. You are in the Stoneworkers Guild, the Stoneworkers Union, I'm sorry. And Drite, you are a hauler, which normally that's just my generic, you don't really have anything specialty class, but right now it's an actually very unique and required skill to be having. I am in desperate need of more haulers. Prep me for push without it. If you want to, you can switch to the military. I'm already right now making that a completely different thing. I got you, Mr. Man. I will say though, Mr. Man, that this does mean that your other job is not going to go through, or your other request. So I'm going to have to refund your other one. Mr. Man TM, switching you to enlisted. Because your other request was to have vacation time, and no, you don't get vacation time in the military. Welcome to needs of the army. Yeah, no. Talking from experience, you don't get vacation time. Who the fuck told you that? Your recruiter? Thank your fucking recruiter. He lied to your ass. We need more bins. I'm sorry. I'm gonna get a little bit fucking real life on you here. Especially after what happened with the Void Whipper person. No, we definitely need our military training. We can't risk the necks again. We cannot risk the necks again. We're going to build these out of cashews. And just to confirm, the training system says 2. I think usually I want there to be about half. Am I going stupid? There we go. So far, we're at about half, yeah. Real life says I get vacation time. No, the fuck it doesn't. We are in a deployed state on this map. You are in a deployed state. You get vacation time if and when we can prove that the unit cannot lose enough mission capability with your absence. Also, technically speaking, you get constant vacation time. Hey, St. Thomas More, how goes it? Yeah, no, we didn't kill the Void Butcher. Void Butcher just fucking left. Void Butcher was like, deuces. No, technically speaking, you have nothing but vacation time because all it is that 2 people have to be active at once, which basically means IRL. You're probably doing a 24-24. We don't have enough people for a 24-8-0. Now I know Dwarf Fortress doesn't do it that way, but you have 2 people. And then you have 2 people. These 2 people have 24 hours on duty one day. Then they get the next day completely off. And these 2 people have 24 hours on duty. Then they get that next day off. And then these 2. And then these 2. And it just goes back and forth until someone freaking snaps. So you kind of have every other day is vacation. You have a 50% vacation all the time. Isn't that great? But you know what's going to happen during your days off? They're going to ask you to come back in anyways because they got to do PT tests. And also that paper that you gave them 4 of 2 years ago, they lost them all. You got to do the paper again and prove that it's really you doing the paper. You have that one form we gave you 5 years ago, right? Oh, you should have held on to that. That means 20 more papers. You're going to have to wait here in the office for about 3 hours while we print out those papers and have you fill them out for us. Thank you. Don't worry that all those papers have your social security number on them is a massive fucking like privacy violation. The Void Butcher came back. Why is the Void Butcher back? Oh my God, these temples are killing me. Do we just fight them now? Why are there so many Void Butchers? What? How is that your job? What are you? I'm a human poet. All right, what are you? I'm a human beast. Oh no, human beast hunter. That makes more sense. I just assume, I don't know why. I just assumed to be the first 2 words. I was like, what are you? I'm a human beast. No, God, no, you don't get pizza parties. Why the fuck do you think you get pizza parties? Call it. Say I tried to set up the DF Plex session with my friend, but it didn't work out, so now I'm here to hang out. The fuck is DF Plex? Dwarf Fortress? Is that for multiplayer Dwarf Fortress? I've not heard of DF Plex. Am I out of the loop? Am I in the uncaring world? DF Plex. What is that? Co-op Dwarf Mart. Oh, yeah. Does that work well? Hold on. Don't want to cough into the mic. We just sacrifice Hellfire and move on. Why would we sacrifice Hellfire? What did he do to you? What I'm worried about more than anything else, though, is... Can I just go to them and be like, go away, please? Preferences. No. Why are all these humans coming in as void monsters? Like, everyone's a void butcher. You can't set up give-take rules? The hell's a give-take rule? You mean like on the stockpiles? You can't say this stockpile gives to that stockpile? No, like, well. You serve one, you serve them all. For the stockpiles, yes. Okay. I suppose that would kind of work if like a proper decentralized fort. You just set up massive things. You're like, I'm over here, you're over there. Like, just someone digs under, you just wall them off and be like, this is my base down here. I give you what I decide to give you. And if you don't like it, I can change the deal. There's a game that did it a bit ago that actually did it pretty well, all things considered. I'm forgetting the name of the game. It didn't go far, though. Like, the developers did a really good multiplayer, like, netcode system for a Dwarf Fortress-like game. It had some okay graphics. It was 3-dimensional. And then I think they just pissed off. Like, I don't know what happened to them. They just disappeared off the face of the earth. Oh, that's not creepy. Fuck it. All we have is 800. Oh no, we have this one. Is there an artifact in here? Why are you 6,000? No, okay. Who are we dealing with? Humans. All right, so they got silver shit. One of these days, I'll learn how to spell silver. The answer is you don't have a damn thing. You don't have anything for us? This kind of blows. Do you have any animals I might like? You have a sloth bear. Sloth bear ain't bad. We can grab a sloth bear. Maybe we can train him or something. Send him in for combat. Maybe he'll stop the void bastards killing us. Yeah, okay. I tried. So anyways, as I was saying, we got to move some of these people down. Formal Blizzard, we'll move him downstairs. I got to clear out that back hallway. It's just dumb that that's there. All right, remove Formal Blizzard's old bed. Then, new idea. Get rid of Datan. Right, hold on. Do this. Free. Get rid of. Now, would he just show up as free? What? What? No. There we go. He would. Now, I realize some of these are just children, but whatever. Mr. Man's getting moved. So I gotta clear out that hallway. That entire area is dumb. Where the hell is Mr. Man in this? Am I dumb? Or does Mr. Man somehow still have another bed? Oh, Mr. Man has multiple beds. Mr. Man was down here to begin with. Mr. Man should never have had that other bed. I see. I feel a fool. Free the bed. Well, because like I said, I can think of how that game did it, Normie, which was that you were two different civilizations. You just happened to be on the same map. You could work together and shit if you wanted, and it seemed to work well. But in the game directly like Dwarf Fortress, I feel like you would slowly build into each other's way, wouldn't you? Normie has another bed too. I feel like Normie is below ground. Normie doesn't have another bed. Game, why did you tell me Normie had a bed? You're making me look incorrect. I moved this mic just slightly. Maybe I could actually see my own cable without having to like squeeze around it. Yeah, now Normie has it. All right. I don't know why he was saying otherwise. Ral Kithrudar. Something. See, it says he has another bed too. But he doesn't. He does not, in fact, have another bed. All right, we'll let people move what they're moving to clear out whatever the hell's going on. Then we'll just work from there. How's the fortress going? The fortress is going well. We are probably going to die again. We have all of four dwarves in the military getting ready to go. We're needing to get more migrants in so we can refill our numbers from like the 15 that died during the last Bardic invasion. And I'm trying to set up everyone into their individual jobs. One of the primary things right now is this weird area in the dirt that I was using. I kind of need to clear this out. This like catch-all area I made is kind of getting in my own damn way. So I'm slowly purging people out of this area into kind of right now the top, the bottom, and this middle-ish area. Because we have a thing down there, but we don't have one over here, which we really do need to get set up. It looks like the military are training, I think. No, they're worshiping. Because I also made this a temple. I remember this now. They're worshiping the physical form. So we're living. Supposedly, we don't really have too much stuff around us, but the humans are all... What are the humans again? The humans are all void butchers, which means if they get angry, you die. Like, there's been a lot of dead people for not being at war. Am I still not at war? I am the Saturnine Empire. Why do I feel like you're nothing but evil? It's like saying it's a Sanguine Empire. All right, I made bins. Where did those bins go? The point of the bins was to start collapsing things a little bit. Because I really don't like making bins. I thought I knew where they were going. Not the craft store. Speaking of Sanguine, I don't know if I discussed this before. That Vampire the Masquerade Battle Royale game, something's wrong with that game. I think it's good, maybe, don't get me wrong. Like, if you enjoy it, I'm not saying anything against it. But I played once, I was like, this is a confusing clusterfuck that makes no sense. And I uninstalled it. The problem is, as weird as this sounds coming from me, because usually I have the opposite complaint, I think they tried to follow the lore a little too correctly. So there's a mechanic in the game that makes it a clusterfuck and will wipe out like over half the people at the beginning of the fight. Just gone. So the one thing they screwed up, lore-wise, it's supposed to be, it's a battle royale game. Everyone knows what that means. You pop into a map, you grab weapons, you go out, you pew-pew the people, area gets smaller. Whoever's the last guy to pew-pew the bad guys, chicken dinner. They're all the same. Vampire, you would think that the enclosing wall would be the sun, right? Like, that's why the area's getting smaller, is like some vampiric prince's shield is running out and like the sunlight is encroaching. Would have made sense. They made it be red mist. Kind of missed the ball there on my part. That's not a break it thing. The thing that confused me is they followed the masquerade rules, essentially. Besides getting guns and armor and shit, pew, 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 it's like a class-based shooter. So all the different vampires, based upon like what family line they're from, what dynasty they're from, they have different powers. So some of them can turn invisible. Some of them can heal others. If you're playing by yourself, that's almost completely pointless. Some of them can turn themselves invincible. Some of these are clearly stronger than others. But they also have the thing called the masquerade, which is that none of the vampire families want the humans to know they exist. So if you do anything supernatural in front of the humans, you've broken the masquerade. Now you want to do things around the humans because the humans have like your vampire powers. If you feed on a human, you get like regeneration or speed increase. You get celerity and shit like that. You get stronger by feeding on the humans. But if like a human sees you feed on a human, he goes, oh no, vampire. And now you've broken the masquerade, which means for 1 solid minute, everyone in the map gets a wall hack on you. They just see you through shit. There's just a red outline. There's a little ping on their radar. They know where you are. So in a game about being the last man standing, because they follow the masquerade rules, you get revealed. Now this compounds very badly. If someone comes for you, and like that first person that broke the masquerade didn't kill the human that saw them, and then you go fight that dude, 2 things are happening. A, you use a special vampire power, you break the masquerade. You now get a wall hack. Congratulations, jackass. Or B, what's more than likely, everyone under the non-existent sun is converging on your location. So the guy who broke the masquerade initially doesn't even die. Someone shoots at him, And someone sees the guy shooting at him, so they shoot that guy. Because he goes, I can get the masquerade guy later. I've got a full minute of wall hacks on that idiot. So he shoots at the second guy. And the fourth guy shows up, he shoots at the third guy. It causes a giant fucking gunfight where everyone dies in like 5 seconds. But what makes it convoluted is, if someone's down and injured, you can pick them up and feed and suck their blood out and be like, yes, I heal myself. I've Diablerized this vampire. This breaks the masquerade. So if you don't get unlucky and have 5 people converge on one dipshit, then what happens is one guy gets there, he assassinates someone, and goes with all the fucking blood, and then the very same human goes, that guy's also a vampire. So it repings, reset the timer to another minute. There's still a red outline over here. So you could have like fucking 15 people die. And it's like, well, the masquerade timer is only 1 minute, but it can last upwards of 15 minutes because it's a new guy that just keeps resetting it off in the same fucking area. And I got like my one and only game. I got in like the fucking top half, top third of the thing. I didn't do anything. Just everyone committed suicide in one alleyway in Prague. I was like, what the fuck is going? Everyone just converged on one alleyway and just killed each other in some weird, horrendous bloodbath. And I was like, I am so confused and done with this. It was weird. I'm not saying it's bad. Like the game, the mechanics other than that seem kind of good. If you want to play it, go ahead. I would not have a low opinion of people doing it, but that was far too much shit going on for me to keep track of. I was like, this is convoluted. No. Like by the time you get like the first 2/3 of everyone just kills themselves in like 2 seconds because some dude fed on a chick. Like literally what it means is if someone's inexperienced, they kill half the server. Like someone's like under normal these types of games, a guy does screwy, it's only him or his team that goes down. In this game, one new player fucks up, half the server's getting wiped in like some feeding frenzy. It's weird. Which means either A, everyone will get better at the game, in which case this entire mechanic is self-defeating because no one will do it. Or B, you're always gonna have over half the people die really fucking fast to just a clusterfuck of bullets and shit, because normally it's like you have a group of 3 here, a group of 2 there, a group of 1 there, like everyone's in different groups. This is just everyone's charging into a dark alleyway, guns firing at everyone to be the one to kill the masquerade breaker. It's so weird. I couldn't do it. I could not keep up with like, he's shooting at him, should I shoot him or me? There's a guy who came up behind me. Like I said, the weirdest thing was I think the original Masquerade Breaker lived the longest. I was just like, I don't know what's going on over there. So yeah, like, and it's free to play, you know, like I said, I'm not saying it's a bad game or that I would have a low opinion of anyone who did play it, but I did the one game and I was like, nope, this is not a type of game I can do. I was like, this is so fucking good. If you look at anyone playing it, by the end of the match, it looks like a regular battle royale game because all the idiots have killed themselves. But it's just like this, like if, in a way, someone can reveal where you are. Like if I'm greatest player Mick Awesome Pants and a dude in the alleyway next to me breaks the masquerade, someone's going for him. They don't know I'm between them and the target, but they're drawn to him. Like they know where an easy kill is. So if you're near the guy who screws up, you get screwed. That was the thing that got me on that. I'm like, I could never. Because I would be, you guys know me when shit like that happens, I would be cursing at him. Be like, you fucking dumb shit. How did you get me killed? I fucking hate you. That would be my luck, is I would keep losing because someone near me, not even on my team, just someone near me unrelated to me was fucking up. That would be my luck. Didn't Bloodlines not do well? How many doors do you have so far? Potato. I'm at 41, but I've had more. I technically have a hard and soft limit right now, somewhere around 60, but I'm not even thinking I'm hitting it because, again, we're not at war, but we keep having people dying. The issue is these humans, as they claim they are void butchers, which means they're not humans. They were humans. They're undead that have been brought back. So basically, they're humans again, but with the ability to turn invisible at will. Which is why I have 4 entire dwarves trying to train themselves up in the military spirit. Camping all the attackers. Like, in a way, you could work it in your favor. Like, if you think you have the skill, you should break the masquerade and watch the people kill themselves trying to get to you. Because like I said, I think the person who lived the longest in that clusterfuck was the guy who broke the masquerade, which is kind of against the idea of breaking the masquerade. But I think you could do it to lure people in. And you could just get whatever gear they had. But like I said, there's one of the vampire groups has an ability around that. Like I said, there's a dude who has an ability to go force field, blurb, and he shoots like a force field at you and no bullets can go through it. It's kind of obnoxious. There's another one who could be like, I'm invisible, you can't see me because I'm God. Pew! And then there's someone who's like, humans can't see me. Or like, I can't break the masquerade. I have entranced all the humans. So like some of these abilities are really good for teams. Like really good for teams. Like there's one that's a medic. You can't medic yourself though. So like some of these are really good if you have a friend. Some of these, no. So I suppose it comes down to who you're playing with and or what sense it makes. Drite, you're up there. You should not be up there. Let's move Drite down here. And see if he's got too many rooms. He shouldn't. Did I just get rid of this? No, I didn't. All right, get rid of that bed. Hellfire. And who did something stupid today? Not today, this week. There was like 2 or 3 major news in video games, and I can't remember what they were. I cannot remember what the topic of the week is. It wasn't enough to severely piss me off. I remember that much, whatever it was that was going on. Oh, it kind of did, ish. I don't have faith. That's what the issue is. Silent Hills. I don't know if any of you are tracking this. If anyone's tracking gaming news. Because and I'm bringing this one up specifically because when it gets released, I will probably play it, good or bad. I love Silent Hill. The company that did Layers of Fear, who are pretty decent at slightly spooky walkathons, apparently that company has purchased from Capcom or whatever the right to make a Silent Hill game. The DMCA claim? Whatever it is. I'm not sure. Maybe. I don't remember all the details. From what has come out, like, let me put it this way. If someone... I don't have faith in that company to do Silent Hill correctly. And the words that they've tried to use to, you know, convince people that they are going to do it correctly did not, like... It's like the worst things to have said to convince someone you're going to do something correctly. So I'm like, I don't have anything necessarily against them. I haven't heard anything make me annoyed or anything. But I'm just like, that does not fill me with faith. I don't think that fills anyone with faith. All right. We're going to go 1, chat. We're going to go 1. My apartment has just now gotten to the point where it doesn't feel extremely humid. It's still slightly warm, though. Next time I will do the push. I know, Mr. Main and Echo Side, your lives are ruined by this. I'm not refunding them. I will do them. If you weren't here at the beginning, my apartment is sweating, or was sweating uncomfortable because I'm an idiot. The Silent Hill leak and the internet calling it real because Konami took it down via DMCA. Well, the thing is, there's been 3 updates about it. Like, there was one thing that might have been the original, but there's been like a couple things happening with the leak. Like, it didn't stop. The leak kept flowing. One of the parts of it was, okay, so here's the thing. The company, they're not a bad company. Like I said, they did Layers of Fear, which, ignoring its programming oddities, it set a tone. It did set a slightly spooky tone. Okay, cool. But then they also did Blair Witch, which wasn't good. It wasn't good. And that was also another kind of game where you just kind of walk around a lot. Like, I know it's Silent Hill, so it's like you walk around a lot in Silent Hill, but no, you need to have ongoing plots with characters. You have to like go back and forth. You have to have kind of there has to be like some pressing need the entire time. They don't ever really do that ever. And then like part of the discussion of it, they're like, oh, well, we're going to like freshen the game up a bit. You mean leave it like they're remaking like one of the like there's like 2 projects they're doing, and one of them is them remaking Silent Hill 2. Like if you're going to like dip your toes into Silent Hill, don't start with 2. That's going to be the one with the highest expectations. And they're like, oh, we're going to do this. Okay. And don't worry, everyone. We decided that we know how to fix it. Oof. Oof. That's not good. Like even if I had utmost faith in you, you shouldn't in a game like that be like, I know how to fix it. That's not going to win anyone to your side. I'm worried twofold. Like, I'm not worried they're going to screw up the game. I mean, I am. That is one of my worries. But I'm worried twofold. Worry 1, they do it wrong. Like I said, that game has too much expectation behind it. That is like something you build up to, right? You don't just dive headlong into Silent Hill 2 and expect everyone to be happy. Everyone's already not going to be happy. You're going to do something wrong. Unless it's like a Resident Evil 2 remake and like basically beat for beat, it's Resident Evil 2. Like unless you're doing something exactly like that, it's not going to end well. It usually doesn't. So you probably shouldn't start with that. You got to build up goodwill first. One is that it doesn't go well, which means that's gonna be like, oh, people can't do the remake. Oh, well, and then it gets swept under the rug. Or 2, this is actually the kind of thing I am worried about. The game is pretty good. Because the company doing it, again, without having built up goodwill to begin with, a lot of people I'm thinking are going to be like, I'm not going to get the game. I'm not going to pre-order it. I'm not going to do any of this stuff. I would rather wait to see it do good, which is, by all accounts, the sensible thing. That's like how you should be treating games. But they don't do that anymore, which means all the metrics are designed around the pre-order. I'm worried the game will be fucking good, and then like the companies and shit are gonna be like, no, the game did bad because of lack of pre-orders. Despite all the effort we actually did take, we made like, by everyone's thing, like the highest quality game we could have done, and it did shit. Because you know what they're gonna say, the analysts? They're gonna say, I guess Silent Hill doesn't sell anymore. Oh, well, and they'll drop it. That's what I'm worried about. Like, I'm worried they're either not going to do it well, in which case Silent Hill and the company's name gets smirched, you know, mud on their face, shit like that. Or even worse, the game is fantastic, but because the company doesn't have backing behind their name, no one pre-orders it or anything. And then it's like, well, we tried and you guys didn't like it, so I guess we won't do this ever again. Kind of like when they did Command & Conquer. I will always go back to Command & Conquer as like the you stupid child move of video game developers. If you don't know, Command & Conquer, real-time strategy game. You know, they have a couple different lines. You have Tiberian Sun line, you have the Red Alert line, you have the Generals line. They might have had another one, but I don't think they did. Same company, I think, way back when also did Dune. It was off the same engine at the very least, Dune 2000, whatever the hell it was called. At one point, they decided to release a Command & Conquer game for the phone. They pulled a Diablo. Like, is this some out-of-season April Fool's joke? They did a they released a phone game, and then everyone's like, we're not playing a phone RTS. The hell are you talking about? So obviously the game did shittily, and then the game company went, oh, no one plays Command & Conquer anymore, so they just stopped making Command & Conquer games. They're like, well, they didn't want to buy it, so we won't make any more. Buy. This is pointless. It's a waste of money. What? So now we don't have Command & Conquer games. Like, who came up with this stupid idea to begin with? You fucking child. Everyone could have told you that wasn't going to work. You can't, as a game company, make a product that you know no one will like and then after no one likes it, throw a fucking childish temper tantrum, go, well, I'm not making games for this anymore. No more. We're done. Go away. Don't ever ask for video games again. We'd rather be fucking not making any profit. We'd rather all be homeless than to make you happy. Okay, I guess. Cool. Have a good day. Fucking pisses me off. And they did the same. You know what else? Someone else did the exact same thing. Magna Dracomon says that they still have a bed. I don't like that. Dawn of War did the same thing. Dawn of War 1 and all of its expansions, good. They still didn't get to all the races in the game, by the way. They could have done at least one more expansion. But they decided, screw it, we want to reinvent the wheel. They did Dawn of War 2. It's a good game. I don't think it's as good as 1. Why? Because the whole point of 1 is giant, massive frontal wars. And Dawn of War 2, while it's really good tactically and you can do like the squad stories, is a good game. It doesn't encapsulate the idea of Warhammer 40K. You need just stupid shit going on everywhere. You need bigger battles. And you really couldn't do that in 2. You couldn't do like 8-player fucking fighting each other free-for-alls with huge armies and Bane blades and shit. So it kind of like was it wasn't a step in the wrong direction, but it was bringing the company in a way that was against what it was already doing. So it's like, I don't know why you're doing this. And then they released 3, which was a MOBA. They released a 2-player MOBA game where you control like the birds or the castles at the end, and you summon the regular units that charge at your enemy and shit. Like they made a MOBA game. And the MOBA game did shit because everyone who looked at it went, this is a MOBA game. This doesn't make any sense. This has nothing to do with Dawn of War. And they're like, oh, this game did shit. Oh, well, and they stopped making Dawn of War games. They stopped doing, they keep doing all the Warhammer 40K games and all this. Let's do boats. Let's do this. And like over half of them fucking fail. And you're like, well, what about Dawn of War? And they went, don't worry about Dawn of War. That one already failed. And it's like, that's because you did it. Shit. What did you think was gonna happen? And oh my God, it just drives me crazy when the game company shoots itself in the foot and then looks at the consumers and goes, why did you do this? No one did this. You did this. No one even knows why you did this. Why is my music stopped? So I'm worried that we're gonna get something like that with Silent Hill. Good or bad. Like if the game is good, or if the game is bad, it is possible that that type of situation will happen purely because not many people have faith in the company that's making it, supposedly. So if that happens and the game doesn't do well, either because the game is shit or because no one had faith and didn't pre-order the game, depending upon how Capcom's going to do the metrics or whoever the fuck it is doing it, and you know they're going to do just the worst metrics to measure this by, then they're going to go, oh, well, the game did shit and just not make any more again. Because they have a point to prove. Like, as stupid as it sounds, I don't know how to word this correctly. Publicly, they need... Sorry, it's not Capcom. Konami. I think I keep saying the wrong one. Oh, it is Capcom. Who the fuck does Silent Hill right now? It's Konami, yes? I've gotten too many names in my head. I think I'm confusing like 3 different companies. Hold on. You guys know I'm not good with names. Just bear with me. Yeah, it is Konami. I'm not crazy. Konami. I meant Konami, not Capcom. Did Capcom do Resident Evil? Too many fucking K names. Anyways, remember the whole Fallout Konami had with Hideo Kojima was over the back end of Metal Gear Solid 5, and it was over him doing Silent Hills. Those were the 2 major projects that they fucking canceled. They got rid of the ending of Metal Gear Solid 5, and they did Metal Gear Solid Survive, which did shit. But the other thing was off of Silent Hill. And during that breakup, we'll say, they pulled out massively from the gaming market. They just like, nope, we're done with the gaming market. This shit doesn't work. So over the 2 like major IPs that we'll say like that spousal divorce was about, one of which they already screwed up, and now they're like, yeah, we knew it, that sucked, couldn't do anything with that. I kind of think Konami, I think they want Silent Hill to fail. Because if it does fail, then they can go, see, we knew it, there's no point in doing games anymore. We predicted that these weren't going to do well way back when, so we made the right decision. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not a thing a sane person would do, but I think it's a thing Konami would do. I think like I'm worried that's kind of half what they're setting up, because it like why if you're going to be doing it, why is that the company you sell it to? Like no one has faith in that company. Like I just find the whole situation weird. So I'm wondering if it's like it's a plant, so to speak, if they're doing it on purpose to just be like, oh, well, we knew this was going to be shit. Oh, well, bye. How did that child have extra bed? I'm confused. The dog ending canning. You're a soldier, you can take it. Fear for your life. Up, up, down, down, left, right, B, A. Start. So, yeah, Silent Hill is coming out. And I'm saddened by the news. Like, I don't see how this ends well. Somehow this is not going to end well. Squeenix was doing the same thing. Didn't they have like 3 or 4 games come out? And after they all came out, Squeenix was like, well, that game did shit. And everyone was like, what are you talking about? This is like one of the best games that you've released in like a year. It was your highest numbers. And they're like, yeah, it may have only made, I'm making up numbers here, but it may have only made 1.2 billion, but we expected it to do 1.36 billion. Why the fuck were you expecting it that high? None of your games previous to this were that high. This was your single best game. Yeah, but it wasn't as good as we predicted. Like Squeenix was doing that. And now Squeenix is like divested itself of all this Western companies to be like, oh, they're not making money, or they weren't doing what we wanted them to do. And it's like, they were making money though. Like they weren't doing negative. They weren't doing fucking extraordinary, and they weren't living up to some crazy dude's expectations, but they were doing good. Like it ain't much, but it's honest work. Like that's what the companies were doing. Like the fuck were you expecting? And they're like, nope, sorry, we sold them to that other company. We sold them to Eidos, basically, I think. Did they sell them to Eidos Montreal, or did they sell Eidos Montreal? I think they sold it to Eidos. It's under a new name now. It's not called Eidos anymore. It's called something else. But they sold Squaresoft. If I'm understanding the companies and the holdings right, way back when you had Square was the Japanese company, and then the Western counterpart that released their games and did some of their programming themselves was in America. It wasn't called like Square America or America Square like it kind of used to be, but not really. I think that one was called Squaresoft. That's what Squaresoft was as we knew it over here. I think they sold Squaresoft. Like the companies with all the groupings and the divisions and the groupings and the divisions. I'm not entirely sure, but I think because they divested all of the Western shit, I think they sold Squaresoft. So now you have Squeenix, which is basically, you had Square, they improved when we started getting them over here as Squaresoft, then they became Squeenix, and the shit started going down, and then they got rid of the soft. Fucking weird to me. All right, we have a mood going on. But can Rabid Rosalinas get it? The answer to that can only be found on Rabid Rosalina's OnlyFans. That's right. For a low monthly subscription of your dignity and wherever the fuck people pay for OnlyFans, you too can see if Rabid Rosalina can get it. Potato Godzilla, I got you, buddy. I got you. Number 1. He was number 1. The guy started the project in the back, so we're good. Potato Godzilla 99 first. Oof. We could fit your... Okay, I'll leave it alone for now. If you die, I'll have to shrink your name, though. Did you know Konami bad? Well, no, but that's my point. But, like, a lot of companies are doing that. Like, I have no clue what's going on over in Japan. Like, I think the only company that hasn't completely lost their damn minds over there is Nintendo. And Nintendo hates their streamers. Like, every company over there is like, we hate our games, except Nintendo is like, we hate people playing our games. I have no clue what has like caused such a massive change over there. It's actually slightly terrifying because it's like that doesn't bode well for the health of the gaming industry as a whole. Because now everything has been bought up by Microsoft and Sony. Are those the two people buying up all the game companies now, Microsoft and Sony? Like, that's never good. Microsoft is not necessarily the greatest when it comes to doing games. They do okay, but they like everything just kind of stagnates passively under Microsoft. Like Microsoft doesn't drive anything into the ground, but also if something was like skyrocketing to the sky like Icarus, Microsoft definitely comes by and goes, hey, we're going to snip those wings a little bit. Just fly about level for the next 20 years. Udil Alakagan, the Woodworkers Guild, has created Oz Kakikisir Muruskar, a rambutan wood crossbow. He claims it as a family heirloom. Morskar, Carried Nourish, the Uncommon Dimensions, a rambutan wood crossbow, worth 3,600 dwarf bucks. This is a rambutan wood crossbow. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of rambutan wood. The object menaces with spikes of alpaca wool. Nintendo's like, you don't play our games as you want. We tell you how to play them and you'll enjoy it. Yeah. Like, I guess it technically kind of works as long as like the core product, the games is working. It seems to work for the company. It's just kind of weird. Like Microsoft kind of let Crackdown go to shit. Crackdown 3 failed to live up to anything it promised. If you took the Crackdown engine and did Vampire the Masquerade, that would be cool. If anyone remembers Crackdown, if like all the different parts of the criminal syndicate were just different vampire, I forgot the term, I said dynasties underneath like the local vampire prince or whatever, that shit would be amazing. Like, so you're turning off powers and like servants and shit for different groups. That would work. That would work really well. But no, they couldn't even figure out how to do Crackdown after like a decade. They didn't need anything exceptional. All they could figure out after a decade was, maybe we should hire Terry Crews to do our commercials. What? What are you talking about? That's all you came up with in all this time. Where are my bins? Does this thing not allow bins anymore? Is that what's going on here? That's not 160. I have made 20 bins for this stockpile, and no bins have come. Where are the bins going? But when it comes to new projects, like I said, Microsoft does like pretty decent. Grounded's pretty good. That's Microsoft, right? I think the company that's doing Grounded is owned by Microsoft. So it's like they don't do bad. It's just, it's not great. Grounded has some like, Grounded's getting good and it started good, but Grounded's definitely done a few weird growing pains in the middle where like it took them a while to fix certain things that they messed up. And it's like, what are you doing? Microsoft, they've definitely let stagnate. Not Microsoft, Minecraft, they've definitely let fucking stagnate. They've done nothing with Minecraft. I know that anyone who's a fan of Bedrock Edition is going to be like, how dare you? Look at this butterfly thing I've got and tell me they've done nothing. They release like one creature a year, one biome every 10 years. Fucking the modders for that shit back when they were releasing like a creature a day. I don't know who's working on the Minecraft right now, but they don't get anything done. They are way too slow on this program. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping that Microsoft can basically be like, we're going to do like big RPGs. But like, how do I work correctly? Xbox. Xbox is kind of, I'm going to use Xbox as my point. That Microsoft does well if they leave people alone, but they don't work well with themselves. I don't think they do it much anymore, but if you recall, it used to be that you'd have the console wars. And the Great War of 2005, where two massive consoles would fight each other for global dominance. On one hand, the Xbox. On the other hand, the PlayStation. Everyone else scrabbled in their wake. Nintendo getting leftovers from every plate around the world. PC users living on the moon and laughing because they were greater than everyone else. No, I'm joking. No, I had to throw it in though. Xbox would at one point get exclusivity things from Sony. Like, this is a game that we both had. Now we're not going to let people who like that game play it if they're doing PlayStation and not our console, to try to win people over to their console. Or they get new games and say that you can only get this on Xbox. You got to come over here if you want these sorts of games. I'm talking right now. Is this the right one? Test.
The forgotten beast no calm has come. A gigantic quadruped composed of ash. It has a twisting, jointed trunk, and it squirms and fidgets. That's it? That's all you got?
But then, starting 2008 or so, they started doing their, like, E3 conferences. I think this area is completely sealed off anyways. We might want to kill him, though. He's just made of ash. They started doing like, oh, guess what we got exclusivity on? And they started doing exclusivity deals on sequels to games that were originally on PC, on Windows. So at some point, Microsoft stopped. Like, imagine PlayStation and Microsoft as different armies shooting at each other, right? And on the Microsoft side, you have different units. You know, you have like the infantry, which is like Xbox, and you got like the armored units, the tanks and shit, which is PC. So at some point, for some reason, Microsoft stopped shooting at PlayStation in the console war, and turned their attention on PC and started stealing games from PC. So why? Like, in the end, the money still went to Microsoft, but, like, they would brag about it. They'd be like, haha, we got exclusivity on this and that. And it's like, that's... Why? This should also be on PC. No. We got exclusively only on Xbox. But why? Like, it didn't make sense. So, like, Xbox, like, they do well when they leave shit alone. But they fuck shit up sometimes too. Like they win all their tactical fights, but they don't win their strategic fights, I don't think. I think, oh, it's already dead. It died to a regular creature. What a bitch.
Ah, yes, the forgotten beast no calm. The troll gored the forgotten beast in his right front foot with the troll's right horde, and the foot sailed off in an arc. The forgotten beast in anger retaliated against the troll. So the troll just gored him in the head. He died.
There you go. Forgotten beast done. I was honestly going to go down there and see if we could fight it, because I knew Ash was weak. I didn't think it was so weak as to die in one blow to a troll. Okay, problem solved. Nintendo's basically going to be redoing Pokemon forever now because of how Legends was so good. Okay, I do not follow Pokemon news. I don't know what those words mean. What was Pokemon Forever? And Legends was what? Their new Sword and Shield shit? Like, I know Sword and Shield's like, what, 2 generations back? But that's what I mean. Was Legends like their new generation of Pokemon games? Or is that like a side project like Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee? X-Backs. Yeah, and they bought Activision Blizzard, but like in the meantime, like, I don't know what's going on with that. Blizzard fucked. I need more words than that. Blizzard took Overwatch and just fucked it. Just into the ground. And then they're like, hey, please like us again. Redeeming thing that they were going to do was Overwatch 2. And it was going to be like this co-op thing. Hopefully it comes back and maybe they actually get some type of co-op or something out of it. But from what I've heard of it, they forgot how to make a game. Like Blizzard routinely, I think the last 3 games Blizzard has made, they've found a way to make a previous game and make it worse with like no redeeming features. I don't know how they've done that. Blizzard can't do computer games. It's so crazy. It's so crazy that they can no longer do computer games. Like I can't figure that out. Because what are all these animals doing outside? Because they had Overwatch. And ignoring how Overwatch immediately just turned on every single one of their fans and said, fuck you, we're going to do our own thing. I will never let that one down. Anyone who brings up, let's do competitive in TF2, I'm just going to point you to Overwatch as why that is a dumb fucking idea. Anyways, so they realized, I guess, that they fucked up. So they're like, we're going to do Overwatch 2. Okay. We're going to make it co-op versus robots because that's what we had going on with, that's like the only game mode we have that people like anymore is that co-op thing during Halloween. I could see it, make it a little more complicated. You know, if it's co-op, maybe they'll stop trying to do competitive bullshit and they'll go back to it being a good, fun game. Okay, following. So what are we going to do first when we let people try it out? We're going to let them play competitive bullshit. And what do we do to it? We reduced the amount of players from 6 to 5. So we made it more exactly like every other competitive bullshit game. What is the point? If I wanted to play a 5-man Overwatch with reduced abilities to make it more fair, I would just do CSGO. I would just get a fucking op, walk to the hallway, and just fucking maybe shoot at someone and die because I suck at that game. Let's be clear. Like, how do you go from having a game that's like, we're going to take on TF2, and you make a sequel to it, and you're like, this is shitty CSGO? What the fuck is even going on? Like, they're reducing the powers, and they're reducing the amount of people on each team. What is the point? How is that, like, your idea for an improvement? You made it more competitive. It did shit. So now you're like, I know. Let's fix this. Are you going to make it less competitive again? No. We're going to try to do it more competitive and more generic. Fantastic. How do you have a fantasy setting and fuck it so bad? I'm going to tell you guys the truth. If they had released it, maybe they'll turn it around. Maybe the co-op is actually good. I don't think it is. If they do it, I might play it a bit. Because I play occasionally, rarely, Heroes of the Storm and shit. I love the goofy games. But they keep fucking it. I don't know why. All right. Let me tuck my shirt in my jammies. What do I got? I definitely got at least 10. Okay. Halt. Let me turn my AC on more. The heat is leaking through my window and making it hot in this room. Ow. Hold on. Complete. Sad with it. Yeah, messed their games up. I meant competitive games. Problem with Overwatch 2 is that it's Overwatch 1. It's literally the same game. No! That's my problem, is it's not. Like, I know that's the thing everyone's saying right now. It's like, oh, it's just the same game. It's Overwatch 1.1. No, it's Overwatch 0.8. They reduced features from the game. They didn't add any. Not only did they not add anything new, which is what everyone's joking complaint about it is, they removed features from the game. How does that fix anything? What the fuck? Yeah. If Blizzard's around, I feel like everyone at Blizzard is going to get fired at this rate. All right, where was I? It is so very warm in my fucking room. I hate warm. I need cold. I need cool, refreshing breeze. The sun is evil. The Ice Meister, or whatever the hell his name is. I'm Mr. Ice Meister. Eister? The fuck is his name? I'm Mr. 40 Below. Hold on, I'm trying to remember the old Christmas song. What's his name? $40 Below? Miser.
I'm Mr. White Christmas.
There you go. Miser, Ice Miser. I need my ice. Why would you be that alarmed? That's a text, Columbo. We're here to help. If you have questions, we're gonna answer them. I got so many commands. I got like three. I've got like 3 commands. But they didn't even follow the Steam model. Steam didn't do that. The goofy thing is, the problem is Steam never stopped making games. They still make games. The problem is they only ever made games that did specific things, i.e., here's a new technology or a new idea for something. We'll make a game for that. A new game engine. Like now we can start doing physics. Now we can do VR. Like they did Alex. The problem is that's why I say, well, they never get to 3. Well, they usually have one game right before, like it's a new engine or a new idea in fucking computer gaming. Then the idea comes out, becomes slightly popular. They do the sequel to capitalize on that. You know, we did the first one and now you've gotten your toes wet. Now we're going to do it really good. Then after that, they're like, we don't need to do a third. Like we did our pre and post like singularity of every new idea. It's like they still make games, but unless someone comes up with a new idea for anything, they just don't. It's kind of the issue is like games have started stagnating in terms of technology and shit. Look at what any of the programmers had to do in like Sega Genesis. I'm serious. Look at how people worked around limitations back then to make shit happen. And like, I know this sounds weird. I'm not even trying to be like back in the old days, because that shit's even before me. But there's only so much shit the Sega, the PlayStation, the Super Nintendo could do. So the programmers came up with crazy ways and like semi-revolutionized certain parts of math to make these games work. They figured out binary fucking wizardry to get the most out of a very small amount of memory and instruction sets and shit. But nowadays, because the programmers don't think they don't have that responsibility anymore, they just program whatever the fuck ever. And then if it doesn't work, they go, well, the graphics driver company will release an updated graphics driver that'll fix my fuck ups in my program. I'm like, if we got programmers back to like having to make sure their games worked, we'd probably start seeing a lot more innovations in gaming again. But now they just like, well, this is the gaming engine I have. Why push it? Let me just go up on I'm forgetting the website that you can get code from. Let's just go up on there and just copy and paste over some code. This is how physics works. Physics engine. Like that happened with the game company recently. World Earth 2, whatever the fuck it was called. There was a dude, hold on. There's a company that spent the past 2 years making a virtual reality world for the new metaverse and all this other good nonsense. And they're like, look at this shit that we've done over the past couple of years. Isn't it great? Give us money. And then some dude was like, your games, that's not that great. Like that's literally nothing. So they issued him a challenge. Oh, you think you're so good? Do what we did in like a week. And the dude did. He was like, I got all this off of like the Unity store and shit like that. Like, these are just simple codes that we've had. What are you talking about? And then they were like, well, that doesn't count because extra requirement XYZ, we needed it done to like this exacting detail. And he's like, you could argue whether or not he did it or they did it. I'm not even going to come down on that argument. It doesn't really fucking matter. But my point is, even if he missed it, let's say he missed the exacting details by 5%, 1 week versus like half a decade. It's just a matter of people learning what the, like how these engines and shit work are. So I'm not even saying like the people in that company are lazy or anything. I'm saying they don't know what programming is on these fucking things. Like, they don't learn. Like, if you got PlayStation, fucking Sonic's butt. It's a Crash Bandicoot. That's what it was called, by the way, if you didn't know in programming. Crash Bandicoot hacks your original PlayStation 1 to work. Crash Bandicoot cannot work on a PlayStation. They had to, every disc had to hack the PlayStation to free up more shit to work. Developers now don't even understand most of the engines they're working with because they keep coming out with new ones. Like, Unreal 5 just came out, right? The first, like, there's gonna be a ton of games coming out on Unreal 5, and whoever's making those games will have no fucking clue how they work. They'll just be like, well, I read the documentation, X plus Y equals this. There was a dude who did 3D graphics on, it was a 3D Sonic game. And at the beginning, it has like an FMV thing of like Sonic running down. Like, the dude figured out a way to make there be transparency on a console that didn't have transparency. Like, it's not even like he like bothered to study what the thing was doing. Like, oh, this is the pamphlet Sega gave me. He knew what was going on in the program. So we're getting so far removed from what the program's actually doing now. Like, I tried looking up before. Admittedly, I failed at this. I'm not saying like, oh, I'm so much better than they are. I tried once. I'll say I got curious in this. When I was going through programming as to why certain codes were faster than other codes in Python. And it was during that time that I made what script I have now for the dwarfing and shit. And what ended up happening was, it was like, well, that's just the way it's coded. But like, I went across so many fucking forums and everyone was like, well, that's just kind of the way it was coded. And it took like 23 or like 26 or something, like low to mid 20s of like tabs I had open before one of them was like, here's the actual code in Python behind the scenes that is doing that other code. And the guy was like, you can do this code to overwrite one of the core Python libraries to do this, and it will improve this other, like he had a slightly different version of the code. And he was like, this will work in situation A, B, and C. He goes, but unfortunately, there's so much more situations that other code is preferred as like a general catch-all. He goes, but in the specific case of this rewrite of the actual code to how Python works will yield a faster program. But like, almost everyone was saying just this generic, oh, that's just the way it works. And only one dude like I could find could tell me what the fuck to do to make it faster, whatever was going on. I ended up not doing it, by the way. Like I said, I'm not saying I'm some great programmer or anything, some aficionado. I was just like, oh, that's interesting. You know, like, okay, so you can do it. Like, I got a confirmation that you can change how Python works. But like, I don't know if it's a good or a bad thing. I don't even know what to like attribute that to, because it's like a worldwide programming phenomenon, and that's just like Python, let alone how the programming libraries, the gaming libraries work. We're just getting to a point where like they don't get anything done. I've started making a joke with my friends. There's a game I started playing recently called Necesse, Necesse, and it's like a Stardew Valley mixed with Terraria mixed with like another survival game, and it has co-op. graphics are shit, complete shit in it. But the fact that the game's multiplayer shit just works off the bat, and it works perfectly with no lag or nothing, and everything just works. Games nowadays either have good graphics or they have good netcode. Like all major games, they don't ever seem to have both. It's the weirdest shit. Apparently, you can even get like a mod for Dwarf Fortress to work in multiplayer. Like there are programmers. There's a programmer who released a mod you can do for Subnautica that turns it into a multiplayer game. But like, if you talk to the Subnautica devs, they're like, no, that you can't do that. We weren't gonna do that because it'd be too damn hard or something like that. Like that's a lot of these game companies, like when they release the game, like, oh, we're not gonna do multiplayer because that would take too much time and investment and it can't be done or whatever. This is an original game engine, can't be done. And then someone releases a mod that just makes it multiplayer. I don't know why there's this weird disconnect between networking coders and like the people who know how to make games that involve graphics, but somehow in there is like a major disconnect, which implies to me that the people who know how to do network codes still are the ones that actually know how a program works, and the people who make games that have lots of really good graphics, they're just using like game engines, if that makes sense. It's blowing my mind. So yeah, so me and my friends just have a rule now that either a game is multiplayer or it has good graphics. Just stop trying to find a multiplayer game with good graphics. There's always something wrong with multiplayer nowadays. Even Elden Ring could not do multiplayer correctly. Someone is making a mod right now to just put multiplayer in Elden Ring. And there's no reason for the multiplayer to be as goofy as it is in Elden Ring. The multiplayer code, for some reason, favors invaders and hates co-op. Like, unless someone can get into the game and like boil down exactly why, that confuses me. I do not know why the multiplayer in Elden Ring hates co-op but favors invaders. There's a larger disconnect between work being done and chairmen who consume profits for no apparent reason. That honestly might be it. Don't get me wrong. Like I said, I'm not putting this, I'm saying the programmers, and I really shouldn't be. I should be saying what used to be like between the programmer and the product. So it could be the company. It's not necessarily the programmers specifically. But it does seem weird to me that like we're getting this like a lot of these games, if you look at a lot of recent games, I'll say recent being like the last 3 or 4 years, if they have an issue with network code or anything like that, a lot of times they'll be like, oh, well, we didn't want to run servers. We didn't want to figure out how to create something that could host it. Or our game is only hosted on your computer, so we couldn't. Like, they seem to have forgotten what LAN is. Like LAN has dis-a-fucking-peered. Bring LAN back. Even like Necess and shit. Like, that shit works through Steam. And they're like, oh, well, we figured out that like we know how to use the Steam friend system so we can connect, and that's kind of okay. But it's like, that shouldn't be necessary. Where the fuck is LAN? That's of all the networking code, that's got to be the simplest, right? Like, you don't even have to worry too much about ping. You talk to the router talks to the other guy. Just do a LAN game. For some reason, Blizzard got rid of LAN from Warcraft 3. When they remade Warcraft 3, they destroyed LAN. Why? Why did you remove LAN? They're like, oh no, it has to use our servers. Thus meaning that later on, at some point in the future, you will not have servers and this game will not work. So, flat out, completely serious, this means the original version of Warcraft 3 will last longer than the remade version of Warcraft 3. Because at some point in the future, those servers will be down. And if you somehow have the files for the original Warcraft 3, that one will work. But the remade version can't. Like, you don't need people pinging a server. It's goofy. Oh yeah, if you're talking about that's news to me, look up like one guy does like Earth 2 in 1 week or some shit like that. Like I said, you can look at both him and their discussion, and you can have whatever opinion on it, like whether or not he did do it. Because there are some points where he even points out, he's like, well, they said this and I didn't know what they were talking about, so I did this. which definitionally was the same thing, and it's kind of on the company to have not specified what the fuck they were even talking about. But you could say technically if he didn't do what they meant, then he didn't. Like I said, you can come down on either one there. I think he fulfilled his intent as far as I'm aware. He basically did their entire thing in 1 week by himself. And they're like a full company getting tons of money. But I think it's also because like as soon as he saw what they were saying, he was like, oh, I know what that is from like Unity and shit like that. It's just a crazy nonsense. No, actually, it's not a FromSoft thing. The issue is I mean, it is a FromSoft thing, but it isn't. There is a FromSoft is hiding loading screens. Like that came out in a video. The first video that was discussing it was talking about a major line in forgetting the red area. It starts with a C. It's not Cadia. The toxic red area to the southeast starts with a C. I can't remember the name of it. There's a massive vertical line going through it because the area is actually in like 2 or 3 plates. Where if there's a line and an invitee goes through, they immediately get disconnected. Where are my fucking bins? I have ordered so many bins. I'm getting confused about what's happening with my bins. They're disappearing. Where are they disappearing to? Is someone stealing my bins? But anyways, there is a line running through the red area. And there are other lines. Like I said, this is just the first video where someone started pointing that shit out. If the host goes through everyone first, everyone's good. But if any of the other players goes through, they immediately get disconnected. And the line was like from west to east, but I think the other line was identified east to west. Basically, the entire, and this kind of makes sense, don't get me wrong. The entire world map is constructed in plates. They don't have the entire world loaded at the same time or some shit. So if one of the other players crosses through it, then they just disconnect them. It force disconnects them. But it never tells you why that's happening, whatever, because they wanted to hide the loading screens, essentially. If the host is going through, they're triggering the loading. So once they've gone through it, then everything's just getting loaded in. So the other players are able to go through. Basically, anywhere where there's like lots of disconnects happening, that's because there's actually a loading line in that part of the world. And they just hid all of this. This line, though, doesn't apply to invaders. Because I guess since they're not fighting the bad guys or they don't have interactions, they get like their own weird little subloaded thing so that they can just have an overlay and fight the people. Like it's a weird, like I saw a video that was discussing it. It's fucking weird. But like the guy making the mod is basically just like, if any player goes there, it loads. So you didn't need to have those disconnects. I'm not talking about those gray walls. If anyone's confused, I'm not talking about the gray walls that say, oh, you can't cross this in multiplayer. I'm talking about when you're on the world map walking by, if any of the summons of the co-op people walk forward, they just get disconnected and you think that you're having a network issue. It's not a network issue. It's an invisible loading screen that if the host hasn't triggered it, the co-op gets kicked out. But this does not apply to invaders but they have like that to be in a certain range of the dude. They have a radius. Other people have a hard line. Like the line in the red area, the first video that started this, stretched all the way from the north all the way to the south. So like it's being loaded in that area, at least was being loaded in vertical strips. So fucking crazy. And it's just weird where it's like, well, why didn't you just, if you had the radius idea for the invaders or whatever the fuck that loading system is, why didn't you just do that for everyone? I honestly don't understand the invading system at all in Elden Ring. In the nicest way possible. I think if you are an invader regular, someone who invades, not someone who's like, you know, I will do nice, polite one-on-ones. I'm talking about the people who invade people to just go kill them and be goofy. My opinion is you like wasting your own time. Not even that you're an asshole or anything like that, and why would you ruin other people's times? The way the game is set up, you can't be doing well. Like, you have to be wasting your own time. Because if anyone doesn't know, Here's how the invasion system for the most part works in Elden Ring. I'm the player. Bibbity boppity boo, doing the game, having a good time. Oh wait, there's a guy. He hurt me. I died. I'm tired of dying. I'm gonna ask for help. Now that I've asked for help, I will get someone to help. They have like special little helper stakes and shit like that. I will get someone to help. But I can get 2 people to help. Unless I'm summoning a friend, just one friend, I'm probably going to be trying to get the full help I can get. So I'm going to try to get 2 people to help. But once I've asked someone to help, the window is open for someone to invade me. Meaning if you want to invade someone's game, you have to go to where they're having problems. So you're only ever really invading people who are having a hard time anyways. But when you've invaded, you're going to be meeting not the host, but 1 to 2 other people who are there and ready to help other people, meaning they were there waiting to help people with that fight and they know that region. So anyone who is invading, for the most part, knows that you're going to be fighting 2 to 3 people who are at your level or higher and are like willing to just curb stomp your ass to go deal with a boss. If you win as the invader, the guy dies, gets his souls back, and then just asks for help again. So he just gets 2 more people. So, and then you might just invade him again, who's now angry at you, so he's just gonna focus you. And at some point you die, and then he does what he was doing anyways. Like, in my head, if you're an invader, you've like wasted some of his time, but you've wasted all of your time. Like, he's going to win eventually. Like, you haven't stopped him in any way. You're not a boss. And if you, the invasion system in that game blows my mind. Like, in the earlier versions, you had like the light could kind of tell you what was going on. You needed a special item because you could pretend you were helpful, but really you're going to backstab them. So there was like a faction system. Like, that kind of made sense. I could understand that. In this game, there's 2 factions for PvP. There is I'm a dick, and there is I'm an asshole. and I'm being serious. This is how the game words it, basically. The I'm a dick people are the people that completed the quest to work for Moog. And they are now cursed, so they get Jedi Red Sith eyes the whole game. Forever and ever. They're just now cursed now to be fucking evil. So everyone knows you're fucking evil. Hence the I'm a dick. And what happens if you use those items is it tells them you're coming. So you're there to ruin their time, but you brag about it. So you're just a dick. There is also people who wait till later to go into PvP, and they get a different evil finger called the recusant finger. And they're the assholes because they don't, like, the dick people, they're raiding from like the beginning of the game. You shortcut to the end of the game if you do that. In exchange for a massive shortcut in the game, you can raid from the very beginning. And you're probably about even with that. The recusant people are way late game. Like, you're up in a fucking mansion or some shit. You're way the fuck later. And you get a finger that's like, you don't tell people you're invading. And you don't have the evil eyes. So you also get to hide your shame if you're playing with like your friends. You get to be the evil player that fucks with other people, but then you get to pretend you're not. Like there is a I'm unabashedly evil player, and then there is a I'm evil, but I don't want my friends to call me out for it evil player. There are actually 2 different evils in the game for invading people. Why? And like I said, either one of these you do, the recusant one, at least you might have a fair chance if you can sneak up and assassinate the dude, maybe. But like, the chance of that's slim to nil anyways. If they go into the boss, you get disconnected. By the way, if someone summons people and you come in to invade them and they're doing one of the summons right in front of a boss door and they go into the boss, it disconnects you. You don't even get to fight them. You only get to fight people who are waiting for more people to fight a boss. It makes no sense to me. I do not understand the versus mode in Elden Ring, like, at all. So whatever they did to separate, he didn't start, did he? fuck, whatever they did to separate out invaders and co-op makes little sense to me, because there's no point in doing invasions unless your only point is just to be an asshole. Like, and again, if you're just someone who like does one-on-ones, because there are people that can put their symbol down to purposely like, I want someone to fight me. That makes sense to me. You do that shit all day. But like, the weird way that you can only invade people means you know you're only punishing people who asked for help. Like, you can't just invade someone walking down the road. That would make sense to me. You can only invade someone if they ask the world for help. Please help me. Like an evil fucking Batman. Help, help, help. Sounds like my time. Runs down, shoots the fucking victim in the face, steals their purse, and flies off. Meanwhile, like, the police who was nearby is like, what the fuck just happened? I don't know, I get, but like, from a programming thing, it's weird. When it didn't need to be that way, because a modder is just making it work correctly anyways. Hold on. 3 woods, 2 blocks. What are you saying you need? Wood, block, more block? Stone? Does he need another block? I had nothing but blocks. What are you stuck on? Block, stone. Do I not have untouched stone? Hold on. There you go. Workshop limits. That's the one thing that gets me is I have to like toggle workshop limits to do this. A decentralized ID does not work well. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But like, their netcode quality, St. Thomas, isn't that bad. Like, I think they thought it was going to be that bad. Like, I'm not even joking. The majority of the disconnects, if you watch like a bunch of the videos that were discussing it, people were like starting to identify where like these walls were. There's a lot of disconnects that are just because they put in a loading screen. It's not a loading screen, but a virtual loading screen. Essentially, what they ended up doing is a lot of the field bosses have like a wall or an area near them. and that's like, okay, when you get close, its AI starts working, things like that. But for some reason, a lot of the areas, the Marika resummon stake, or like the I died, I get to come back to life stake, is like close to or on the other side of that wall. So if you summon your friends, right, and you all die, or you die and the whole thing goes, you respawn at the Marika stake, right? And you're like, hey, friends of mine, I want to resummon you. Just meet me at the Marika stake. You resummon your friends, they go forward, they get disconnected. Because if you die a bunch of times, at some point the host is going to be like, look, I'll just stay back. Because every time I die by myself, we all lose. And the problem is that actual strategy is what causes the disconnects. Like, they set up the game in a way to like that it doesn't force you, but like at some point everyone's going to at least once do that strategy, right? But that strategy is what causes the disconnects, which, not even going at the pun, but it's the only word I can think of, is a major disconnect between the netcode and like the game. Like the game design and the netcode, they both work, but they don't work together, which is weird. I just don't get any Elden Ring. Well, the whole point of Elden Ring is that there is a 4-armed blue chick, and if you get the good ending, you get to rail her for eternity. Anyone in chat, feel free to disagree with me. That is the point to Elden Ring. There's like 12 endings in the game, and every ending is like, oh, well, maybe you're a god king for now, who fucking knows? and you don't even like get like a really good cinematic or anything. Like you get like a decent one, and that's about it. Or there's one if you do the only quest line in the game that they programmed all the way through, because every other quest was not finished. They had to release so many updates to like actually finish their damn story. The only one they programmed into the game is that there's a little doll who's like, oh, I'm a little child's doll. Oops, never mind, tee-hee. I'm this chick possessing a child's doll. I'm really a full-grown, four-armed blue chick. And I say, fuck the world. I want to be Queen of Darkness, and I want you to be my consort. Let's go. Let's do it, I guess. Fuck it. See, it's like the only quest in the game that's done start to finish. Every other quest makes no fucking... That quest barely makes sense for like who you have to talk to and when. It is. It's the only bitch you can get. Yeah, on the moon. Yeah, to be clear, she's a moon bitch. She's like, I'm going to be the ruler of the moon. Somehow this ties into free will or something? I don't know. She's a real big believer of free will. So she wants you to freely will that you get to bang her for eternity. There's an act, like, I'm not just making this up like, oh, everyone says she looks like hot or whatever. No, she calls you her consort, and there's like this whole marriage aspect of the quest. Like, you've got to find her fucking wedding ring and propose to her. And then be like, my queen, I will do whatever it takes to put you on the throne. It has this whole marriage thing. It's not like, oh, you're just her knight in shining armor. No, 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 no. And there's like two versions of her end. And one of them, she's like my Elden Lord or whatever, or like my servant. And like one of them's like, my dear, like you actually get spoken to with respect by her if you do her ending correctly. There's two different versions. One's like, let's go. And one's like, you and me, let's go, basically. It's not exactly like that. Everyone reads into it a bit, but there's two versions of her thing. And one's filled with like, you've done everything and more. You deserve a reward. Like, okay, sure, I guess. And it's like the only quest in the game that makes like goes all the way through. The only other quest that's similar to that, where there is a beginning, a middle, and end, and it goes all the way through, is there is some dude called Dung Eater who is like, I've got super AIDS, and I go around the world raping the world's children, and Bilby Miner dies. I think he died of old age. And like, he's like, I infect all the children of the world because I hate people, and I want the future to be bad. And then if you do his quest, you can have like a, you rape the rapist with AIDS cutscene. But like it's like off screen, you just hear him screaming about getting messed up. And then if you do his ending, you can choose to create the new world, but the world is tainted because you're the one choosing how everything works, and you are now the AIDS tainted rapist man. Like those are the only two like quests. Everyone else is like, you stole their power, so you get to create a new world that's kind of themed the way they wanted it to be. Okay. Yeah. So that's it. Like everyone, like every ending can be broken down into like four. Every ending can be broken down into one of four things. The generic, all right, you kind of maintain the status quo, but with a new twist based upon someone you killed. You get to rail the four-armed blue goddess lady on the moon for eternity. You get to be super AIDS rapist Jesus and infect the world's children. And then there's one where you're like, I want to be possessed by Satan and burn everything to the ground because I love this one chick. I will become Satan so she doesn't have to die. And then at the end, you die because Satan burns you. And then he takes your corpse to go destroy the world. That's it. Those are your four endings. Generic, rail the four-armed blue witch lady for eternity. Rape kids with AIDS ending, or let yourself die so that some other chick can live, but she told you if you didn't that she would hate you. There's 12 endings, but they like 8 of them are all generic nonsense. Reg Abraskib, the Stone Hauler, has created Gassiskortam, a rambutan wood blowgun. Why are we making blowguns? She claims it as a family heirloom. Another damn blowgun, really? Worth 39,600 dwarf bucks. This is a rambutan wood blowgun. All craft workmanship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of rambutan wood and cushioned dacite cabicons. The object menaces with spikes of rambutan wood and green zircon. On the item is an image of creatures of kib and rambutan wood. On the item is an image of Rushan Hollowstokes the human and Submerged Leaps the ripe roots the marsh titan in dacite. Submerged Leaps the ripe roots as striking down Rushan Hollowstokes. The arc relates to the killing of the human necromancer Rushan Hollowstokes by the marsh titan Submerged Leaps the ripe roots in the Great Mire in the year 395. On the item is the image of a hemp plant in obsidian. I wonder why. On the item is an image of Rushan Hollowstokes the human and Submerged Leaps the ripe roots the marsh titan in giant cave spider silk. Submerged Leaps the ripe roots is striking down Rushan Hollowstokes. The arc relates to the killing of the human necromancer Rushan Hollowstokes by the marsh titan of Submerged Leaps the ripe roots in the Great Mire in the year 395. That's like 4 artifacts that have had the same fucking description on it. When the only good ending is generic nonsense. I mean, it kind of just is. Because like the idea is there's like the Elden Ring, or it's like, oh look, it's 3 rings put together. So you kill people and you get their ring, and you have the 3 rings. That means you can do the Elden Ring symbol, and you can go to the end and you kill the guy who's like, I lied to you the whole time, tee-hee. And then you kill him and you're like, I will restore the world with one of the rings. And the ring will complete the Elden Ring, so the world will exist again. And the ring I choose is what the law is. That's how we're gonna taint the world. Something. I don't know. So like I said, the only real ending in the game with the longest plot line is the blue chick with 4 arms. I'm not even entirely sure why she has 4 arms. She's like, I hate the 2 fingers. Because, by the way, the god things are fingers. And like the place you always go to, there are 2 fingers. And there's a lady who's like, I understand the fingers. And then like the evil Satan that wants to kill you is like, I'm the 3 fingers. Eee. And somehow, yeah. Like the thing is, from what I understand, there are people who have like lore dumped and analyzed this, and there's kind of more to the story, but it's not really in the game. Like there's so many quests that just kind of end, and there's just no explanation of how anything connects to each other. So if you read into it, you can like be like, oh, okay, A plus B. And if this one lady who was hinting at C is actually true about being C, then that means you get the answer. And like, it kind of works, but FromSoft hasn't released any of those stories yet, so no one knows. That's a FromSoft thing. It means they didn't finish the damn story. It's not even a FromSoft thing. That's a George R.R. Martin thing. I feel like he also was like, I'll release stories some point. All right. I have gotten a little bit slightly distracted. I need to move some things around. For some reason, no matter how many bins I build, this area is not getting binned. So question, where are my bins? Where have all the bins gone? Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna order just one more bin to be made. We'll do more later, but I'm gonna stare at the damn bins. I want to see the bin get built so I can see where the hell the bin's going. Because I've now ordered up like 40 bins just trying to fix one problem, and this bin never gets fixed. No, not yet. I have not checked under the couch. But who is stealing my bins? Someone says they're doing it, but I don't see anyone coming.
Changed my mind.
Okay, he's doing it. All right, this bin has already been tasked. Wait to see who's coming to do it. See if this person, whoever it is, will tell us where he's carrying my bins. You. Follow. Where's this bin going? He's still storing. Oh, now you're going to use it, make me look crazy. All right, the new question. Why? Oh, that's a real question. Why aren't you putting the bars in the bins? New question. We have been getting them. Maybe they have been getting filled. Then how do I still have so many blocks hanging around? New idea. Where's the mason? Mason. Oh, we just have that many fucking blocks. Holy shit. Okay, more bins. More bins. I see. More bins for the bin god. I've been ordering 100 blocks worth of bins at a time, but that has not been enough. That means I gotta build something. If we got that many stone blocks lying around, then we can build some shit. Pretty much all MMOs. But Elden Ring's not an MMO. Elden Ring's a single player game with like some co-op capabilities. That's it. But yeah, no, it needs to get cleared through. Like in my head, and this is, this is just amateur opinion, essentially. It would have made more sense to bring the endings or whatever from like 12, whatever they have now, down to like 5. And make all those endings have stories that make sense. I'm still not even entirely sure what Melania is for. Like, she's not even part of, like, the story. Like, she's part of the story, but she's not. Like, as far as I'm aware, you do not have to fight Melania, Blade, and Michaela. But she's there. For people to tank. Like, smart people. Saw a video recently on the game, actually, that was talking about, like, oh, everyone misunderstood parrying. And it like went into details about how great parrying actually is and how you're supposed to really do it, not the way people have been doing it. I'm waiting for someone to do that on just blocking. To just be like, wow, shield stops damage. You no die. Fantastic. Everyone's like, you gotta get more vigor. You don't need more health. Learn to block. All right. The game. This floor is needing to be purged. I'm going to refill it later, probably. This floor needs to be purged. We've gotten rid of the beds. That is done. What are you up here? You're a craft store shop. We don't need you. Remove the craft store shop. I might actually just flat out end up taking out this whole floor and making me basic shit like hospital or some shit. The problem is I don't think I want it this high. Shield block damage. No die. Please like and subscribe. Push bell. Yeah. St. Thomas got dwarf number 1. And I'm about to sneeze. Shut up, everyone. Hold on real quick. Migration wave. We just got 6 new people. It's been 2 years since one. Holy crap. Has nickname. No nickname. You got Dwarf 1. Dwarf 1 is a cook. So you're one of the new dwarves. Okay. We're going to do multiple things at once here. Your name is too big, my dude. Hold on. I'm going to say Saint Moore for right now. There's a 16 character limit. There is no way I'm getting your full name in. I'm already at 5, 9, 10. I'm already at 12 with Saint Moore. No. Hold on. Well, I mean, yes, but no, not yet. Bear with me. These buttons, I've been needing to make these buttons. I got to make you a button, because if you're not in my chat, I'm not going to remember who the hell you are to begin with. Hold on. Shoutouts, dead. Yes, give me the list of the dead. Give me an S. And then I'm going to say chat message, title, Saint _ Thomas _ more. I got a dwarf kill command I'm writing in for you. There is no way I'm remembering your full name with all the underscores. Saint Thomas _ more. No, only Saint is capitalized. Saint Thomas More. Can I shrink the size so I can see the word? All right, well, if I don't have the underscore in the title, it's not necessary, is it? All right, and then crank the size back. I know you can't. I know you guys can't see what I'm doing. It's behind the scenes thing. It's the only way I'm going to get his name in. All right, close that. Now I've got a kill command for you. Sounds really bad. So for right now, I got to go with Saint Moore. I know you'd rather Carillion, but if this thing dies, I need to know who this actually is. So it'll probably be about a death or two before we can switch over to a nickname once I start remembering who you are. And Saint Moore, you're a cook, which is not a thing. You are a kitchen staff, meaning I think we have a kitchen staff I might need to fire, actually. You might be taking someone's job from them. Of the three, you are the weakest. All right, I'll leave that alone for now, then. You might end up being like one of the underground people. Middle-you. No, it would make more sense for Thomas More, but I need to keep that initial S because the way I have it sorted here is the leading letter. So until I remember, I need that S there. I've got a folder here that says dead. And I got a folder that says S. And then over here is St. Thomas More. So if I had it not with the S leading first, I'd be looking around in the T's and I wouldn't remember. But what are you doing? I'm going to tell you the truth. I'm not entirely sure what I'm doing. My idea is, and I'm following it through to the letter and the theme. It's just not working great. Is that I'm creating a base decentralized across a vertical spread, not a city-based thing across one horizontal line. Just not working great. What I'm trying to do right now, and I've not been doing great at it, is I'm trying to evacuate my second layer. Why? Because it's not in a good place, and it wasn't that great to begin with. So I'm trying to evacuate the second layer and maybe put this somewhere possibly accessible from the third layer. So if I can make the third layer be the only thing out here where I have the security, it'll be easier to have the security defend all the layers. Because the third layer could then actively do layer 1, 3, and 4, and then layer 2, who would just be emergency support style people, like the hospital and shit, would not have to worry. And also, if I can get them down in stone, it might work a little bit better. So I'm trying to delete an entire layer I made, because I don't like it. Boo-doo-doo-doo-doo. And also somehow get it into stone. I want this shit to be in stone. Now this one goes down to the fourth layer. At some point that tunnel's gonna go away. Maybe. Probably. They go down that tunnel to go down. I don't want them to do that. What I'm going to do is over here a system to go up. It looks like I'm starting to go into dirt, but if I immediately go back left, we should not have to worry. Because I'm thinking I bring it up. Oh, I can't bring it up 2. That is up 2. Fuck. All right, what if this is layer 2, and layer 2 protects layer 1, 3, and 4. No, 1, 2, and 4. And then layer 3 is accessed from below. You'd have to go through the military thing to even get there anyways. I'm trying to figure out how to have different entrances in every layer. The top layer is completely exposed. Layer 4 is at the caverns, or is near the caverns. So their front door is in 4. Layer 3 accesses the outside, or it might in fact be redefined as layer 2. So I can't have everyone just going outside. It kind of makes the whole thing insane. Doesn't make sense. But if I bring this halfway down, this could be the layer 3. How do they get there, though? Makes sense. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 28, 27, 14, 26, 25, 24, 23, 22, 21, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14. Just draw that there for right now. Bring you all the way down. And then remove what I've told them to do. This reminds me of an old stair system I used to do that worked really well now that I think about it. That system might have been a slightly more sensible way to do what I'm doing. But this is what we'll go with. So right now, I'm trying to figure out a way to do this vertically and keep it more decentralized. We have the top layer up top. It's not drawn as schedule. We'll do that. We have a layer that you then go into below that is separated from the top layer entirely. This layer in the back goes all the way down. It connects to a layer there. And then near the back on the other side, it goes down about halfway and does a layer like this. It's not entirely decentralized. It's also not centralized. What I absolutely cannot do is have this layer here connect to that because it becomes centralized. You know what I'm saying? Like you go through one to get to the other. So I like this area of you get decisions. I don't think I want to connect this to that or else this becomes completely centralized on this layer. So I'd rather a layer with 2 sub-layers. This is changing how I was doing it before, where I was like 1 and 2 are together, and then that and that are together, making these not entirely work. My problem is this odd layer has to be medical. Unless it's not. Unless it's not. New idea. Where are you in relation to that cave? Someone got dwarfed. Oh, just Tachula saying hi. Hello. Well, no, I'm wanting 2. That's the issue. That's what I'm remembering, is I need 2 security forces. Right now, though, I barely have 1. We don't have anyone in the military, and I don't have the dwarves to throw them into the military. Do I still have the button that mutes you? Did I have a button that muted you? Yes, I have a button that mutes you. I forgot I had that. Hello, Zachnos. How's it going? And non-major nerd. How special. Why do I have that button again? Can someone tell me why I have that button? I completely forgot I had that button. I don't even know why I have it. If it wasn't for him asking me if I had the button, I would not have remembered. Do I have a button that shoots you? I don't know. Let's push it. Oh, yeah. Layer 4. Hold on. Fuck. I don't even remember where my drawing was. I've lost my drawing. Layer 4 has a thing that goes all the way down to the cavern layer. To the top cavern layer. So that, as I've got this set up, that is my plan right now. And I do not like that plan. What I'm doing essentially is creating a 5-layer system. If you have 5, you have a middle. Not good. So I will need a double hospital system. I need to jump this to a 6. And probably have a system like that. Basically, I have a primary floor, a subfloor, and then this floor is where I'm just making rocks right now. The security up here, security is the primary floor, but down here, security and medical will probably be a secondary floor. We're not even doing anything on that floor right now, mind you. That's just where the cavern is. I'm like trying to split it up as much as possible, but getting it done while controlling the supplies right now is a pain. So like we are accessing these areas in a centralized way so I can start divesting them. Like I'm that spore monster from Cloverfield. I'm like, I gotta shit the spore babies out all over this map. And then later on, hopefully they'll turn into floors. I think you said you'd make one for help. Was I supposed to? The only thing the only way I knew I had it is I have a button here that says timeout. If I click it, I have one button. And it says Mr. Man TM. Was I supposed to do one for Hellfire? It wasn't in my notes, so I don't remember it. I have a dead, a safety. Safety is stream and record. I have a clips button. Probably have one to create a marker, I guess. Create so I can clip, you know, just shooting him for no reason. I have a games list that I never use. I always type it out manually. I have shoutouts. I have action cam. I have a button in the middle with no name. I don't know what that button is. That's a scary button. I don't know what that button's for. Never touch that button. Boo-boo-dee-dee-doo-doo. All right, so this is the new idea for the old floor 2, right? Which means it needs a hospital. Wasn't I supposed to have an aquifer on this map? This is the thing that's screwing me up more than anything else. I'm supposed to have a damn hospital, and I'm not getting one. That makes me sad. All right. I'm going to do it like this. Bed, table. I'm trying to remember how this works. Bed, table, gap, 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 table, bed. Because the middle will have the supplies. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Now, I can expand it by 2 because this means I can have a thing there, a thing there. I want to have this connected, but I also don't. I want this to be like an emergency shortcut to this for now, but I feel like that would be like, again, centralizing everything. I love centralizing. This is harder to do than I thought it would be. If that is the hospital, then area down here can be a storage. A storage for now. We're going to need one at some point anyways. I have no clue if this is a good idea or not. It at least touches. Or I should say at least doesn't touch. 4 on each side. 4 on each side. 4 on each side. All right. Why am I so far out? Holy crap. Now, these are for people doing shit, so those are too narrow a hall. That's just way too narrow a hall to make sense. So, new idea. Hospital moves up 1. Its little doors move up 1. I have an idea, chat. It's not going to make sense, but I have an idea. Make this a 4x4. Everything I just moved up, drop 2. Remove the 2 up here. Expand this all the way out. Move you up 1. So I can just fit. Ooh boy, is that close. So now we have a major hallway to get to storage rooms. Is that great? Not necessarily, but it'll have to do. This also means I can cram stuff in here. Like switches and the like if I need to. And then if you do a 10x10, and we go off your middle. Yes, that looks like absolute garbage to stick out the side like that. Yeah, we'll go with that. There you go. Not even. Not really the term of centralized, but not even, so not centralized. Fuck it. Dancing kitty. So what werebeasts are in this world? Actually, I don't know, Hellfire. It's a good question. How do I tell again? Masons. I think the Mason. I can ask him about statues, and the statue would tell me. Details. Image. New image about creatures. Where? All right. This world has were anteaters, were beavers, were cavies. Do I have to read the rest? Serious question. As soon as I said where cavey, did the 3 or 4 of you that this matters to, did I just, are you good? Because I'm fairly certain everyone who cares about were creatures, just scroll down moment. Okay. Where elk, where gecko, where hare, where hyena, where kangaroo, where lizard, where mole, where mongoose, where monitors, lots of monitors, where panthers, where rabbits, where skinks, where sloths, where tapirs, tortoises, and weasels. Yeah, that's what I'm figuring. As soon as I said where cavey, I'm fairly certain we got this. I suspect I know what is coming down the road, and where and cavey together is the grail. Okay, the turtles win though. Well, what is a were-turtle? That's just they're just ninjas. We know this. Oh, this is where some of my bins have been going too, huh? I have a lot of bars. Are you still smelting them? You're supposed to still be smelting them. Smelt all my ore. Smelt it. Smelt it good. Smelt my ore. Also, real quick, kitchen. Are you burning things you're not supposed to be burning? I have a lot of things for you to cook, apparently. Some of these you probably should. I don't think I'm ever going to do anything with pendant amaranth. Don't cook drinks. I knew it. I knew that some of those were being cooked. It always happens. I wish I could say, like, you can cook until we don't have this many and then cook that many. I'll turn on bloated tubers for now, and hopefully we don't get rid of every single one of them. This way they can cook more things. Did I make a thing to do booze? I did. Why does this keep turning off? It was originally written as a horror story. What do you mean originally? It is a horror story. Nothing of that thing makes any sense. Nothing of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles makes sense. It is a horror story. It was not a horror story. It has always been a horror story. If I told you, okay, one summer's eve day, when there was stormy in New York City, a whole bunch of fucking man-shaped turtles popped out of the sewers, said, "Cowabunga, dude, pizza time." Kidnapped random news reporter lady in a yellow jacket, stole her down in the fucking sewers, and then they all started being fed to the shredder. You'd be like, holy shit, what is this guy smoking? It's the whole thing is a horror story. Spooky. It's just a question of how you word it. There's no way you can be like, oh yeah, fucking man-shaped turtles were fucking... There's a man who just slices you up. He's called Shredder. He hires unemployed people from New Jersey to terrorize the city? I have no clue what the fuck the Shredder's plan is, but he's definitely just hiring random kids. Statue acquisition. The military thingy room. Might dwarf embracing a were-rabbit and a were-skink. Why? What? Okay. Why is this what you go with? New image, historical creature, hellfire. I'm going to choose the first one just because I think that name's funnier with what you're saying. Bandink. Bandink. Bell release doesn't make sense to me. Bandink sounds funnier. Creature. Were. What did you say? Were rabbit and a were skink. What the fuck is a skink? It just says... I don't know what the fuck a skink is. Were rabbits. Leave the poor rabbits alone. There you go. The 10 brands. I like this idea of Rico. It is a lizard. Changes colors to hide itself. Oh, okay. No, wear pants. I mean, yeah, give me another one, chat. Like I said, especially like most anything that is a kid's show is a fucking nightmare. Things that kids think are awesome is a fucking nightmare if you think about it. None of these things are ever normal. Kids do not watch normal things. They've never watched normal things. Think about it. Fucking all of our Disney movies, like legit, started as children's stories, and the original ones are just genuinely horror stories. They got like de-horrified by Disney, but they've always been horror stories. Ren and Stimpy. I don't need to add anything. That was just always a horror show. It's Ren and fucking Stimpy. Half the close-ups they do reveal that thing's horrifying. Do Teletubbies, Blue's Clues. Okay. Teletubbies. There are what, 4? There are 4 monstrous beings. Those things are 11 feet tall. I don't know if you knew that, by the way. They're like 10 or 11 feet tall. They're huge. There are 4 monstrous beings that live out in some weird, untouched fucking countryside. They have purged their local landscape of all neighbors. So that all they do all day is giggle at each other, kind of maybe touch each other's butts. And then they feed their pureed remains of their enemies into little bowls so they can just like dance around it and eat it. How is that's just a horror story? Nothing about that show makes any sense. But yeah, no, they're like 11 feet tall. I don't know if you knew that. I'm going to confirm it. Like, I didn't make that up out of my head, but I might be like coming up with a number that's crazy. How tall were the Teletubbies? They're like 8 or something, aren't they? They're bigger than people. Poe, the smallest, is 6 feet 6 inches, while Tinky Winky comes in at 10 feet tall. Those things are giants. Those are the things that Norse mythology warned us about, and we have our kids watching them just feed upon the purified remains. Do you know what that pink slop is called normally? Mechanically separated chicken. Go look it up. That's what it's called. It's a term. Google that shit, have nightmares. Mechanically separated chicken. Except Tinky Winky over there is eating mechanically separated Norse mythology. Blue's Clues. Okay, first of all, dogs shouldn't be that blue. That dude is hallucinating. There's no dog that is genuinely that blue. So this dude is needing medical help. Wasn't there a rumor that he was in the military? That dude is having some fucking war flashbacks, hallucinating a blue dog that tells him where he needs to go to find the clues to find the enemy because he can't get over the fucking remains of his dead friends. Fucking Mr. Salt and Mrs. Pepper, some shit. Like, all the people in there are just stand-ins for his like PTSD trip. He's never returned home from the fucking war. He's like staring through his fucking pictures and the fucking notes about what his missions were. You have to go down the road, take a left, because this chain of command absolutely fucking sucked and told him the barest fucking essentials of where the enemy were. And you know that man gunned down some innocent people in fucking Nam. So he's living with that shit. One day he fucking snaps and he disappears, and then his fucking cousin comes around. That's just him like in the fucking hospital at some point. They replace his neighbor with his fucking doctor. Because by the way, the guy with the PTSD isn't a dude in the green shirt. It's you, the viewer. That's why everyone's always talking to you. Courage the Cowardly Dog. Courage the Cowardly Dog is just a dog. Like, that's the exact opposite. Courage the Cowardly Dog is a horror show when, if you think about it, it's not a horror show. Like, they live in the middle of nowhere because all the dog does is live on his home. Like, he doesn't know what the fuck's outside, and everything's scary to a dog. Everything is fucking terrifying to a dog. Courage the Cowardly Dog is the exact opposite issue. Winky, no taking. Dora the Explorer. That one's been made fun of to death and back. I can't even come up, like, off the top of my head, something for that just hasn't been done. Sorry. She has been punned and joked about as like a drug dealer, a murderer, fucking blaming shit on this. Like that one's already done. That's just repeating an old joke. Is someone having a mood? What happened? No, I don't know what that alert was. We're good. Ni hao Kalen. What the fuck is Ni hao Kalen? That's like hello, right? Ni hao? Ni hao Kalen? I don't know this show. Ni hao Kailan. Is this just Asian Dora the Explorer? Because Ni hao's hello. Okay, whatever. I've never seen that show. I can't say anything about it, but I did recognize the language. All right, hold on. I must do push. Yeah, I definitely got 10. Get out of my way. 2, 3, 1, 1, 2, 2, 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 3, 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 2, 3, 6, 1, 2, 3, 7, 2, 3, 8, 1, 2, 3, 9, 1, 2, 3. Oh. Who stopped Bush? Excuse me. All right. Ed, Ed and Eddie again's already been done. It's a fan theory essentially, but Ed, Ed and Eddie doesn't make sense unless it's the afterlife. Ed, Ed and Eddie is basically just a Western version of Angel Beats, where it's a bunch of kids who died horrible ways with... Hold on. I'm pretending like I'm not slightly out of breath. Shh. Let's all pretend like I'm super physically fit. Ed, Ed, and Eddie's about a bunch of kids across different time periods who all died and ended up in a purgatory, only leaving once they finally come to terms with whatever it is in life that they couldn't get over. Because none of those people would be living together. But like I said, that's already a popular fan theory anyway, so that's nothing new. My Little Pony. My issue, okay. One, there's nothing I could say about My Little Pony being a horror story that isn't just going to piss off the fans of My Little Pony, which is kind of the actual horror about My Little Pony. The horror story of My Little Pony is not whatever happens in that show, because I'm going to tell you the truth, I have no fucking clue what happens in that show. But the horror story is, I'll say it's the minority, because it's usually like the most deranged minority of any group that causes the most news. But it's how deranged the, like, whatever group within the fans of My Little Pony is. That's the horror story. There are weird shit there. The goofy thing is, though, is not even that. And again, I'm not saying if any of you are, I'm not talking about every single one of you, but you know what I'm talking about. It's kind of like the kid for Rick and Morty who was on the floor in a McDonald's going, ah, I'm a pickle, Morty, or whatever the fuck that dude was saying. You know what I'm talking about, the dude who freaked out in McDonald's because he didn't get his Szechuan sauce. The problem is, though they seem to be successful, PBS, there was a PBS show where they were trying to explain to people how a black hole works, and their best example for how a black hole worked was to shoot My Little Pony things into it. Like, that's the thing that blew my mind. I could track it down, but they're like, oh yeah, it's the event horizon of the black hole, but Fluttershy is flying around it at the speed of light, and she doesn't see Monkey Mick, whatever the monkey thing was, falling in, but the monkey sees. I was like, why is this on PBS? The hell's going on? And then, like I said, you have some extreme ones where, from what I understand of the show, they made one of the unicorns or something because there was someone on death's bed and it was like a Make-A-Wish Foundation. So they made a character for them or something. And then the deranged fans tried to make porn out of this new character. So the creators were like, hey, you know, that's for like a little girl who's dying. So stop making the porn of that particular character, please and thank you. And so the people who were doing that made more of that. Like, you can't tell me what to do. But again, like, I don't know what goes on in that show, but there's a weird war that happens involving its fans. Those crazy ones, because it's not even like there's a group in the fandom that's crazy. The thing that scares me is they seem to have the money and or the talent to be crazy. That's what I don't understand. Like, it's not like a little fan drawing. It's like, for that last story, it's like people are paying real money to like deviant artists and shit to be like, I have to see this little girl's creation get screwed. And it's like, how do you have that much money? Like, I always joke with, Terramokes and shit, because, you know, he does art, he does my emotes and things like that. And I made a bunch of jokes with him. You know, he could stop working at any time if he'd just throw away his dignity and start drawing fucking feet pics. Like, there's some weird, crazy thing about like the dudes who are in defeat. Like, the internet makes fun of them, but there's always like artists have to draw those pictures and shit because they've got the most money somehow. Like, that's the scary thing. Like, it's the feet pick people and like this group of people in like the My Little Pony fandom. It's terrifying, like real world terrifying, how they are the way they are. And then they're just like, fuck it. Like, all the VTubers, you guys remember about a year and a half ago, every fucking VTuber across the board was randomly like, I'm going to change my chat room thing so I have a special picture of my feet up. And like, about half of them admitted it. They're like, the people like it when they see our feet, tee-hee, more money. It's like, it's weird about how there appears to be a correlation between certain things and people who can make money. I don't understand that. My life is meaningless. Thought I fixed my sky from shaking. Angel Beats. Angel Beats was fucking amazing. Angel Beats is a good horror one. No, you're thinking of Rugrats. Dude, I don't even know what the hell's... How about the Care Bears? Okay, first of all, the Care Bears make no fucking sense. So, okay. The Care Bears is about a series of judgmental assholes who live in the clouds. And if at any point in time you decide maybe you don't want to do something for someone else, these sentient bears and tiger fucking plushy things are going to come down out of the clouds and demand you do the right thing. And as long as you're not doing it, they're going to shoot stomach beams at shit, possibly destroying it. And some of the fucking shows, whatever they hit with that stupid Care Bear fucking tummy beam just disappears. Like, that's like an antimatter ray those assholes are shooting. Like, they just destroy things sometimes. But no one questions that. No one questions that there is a race of judgmental sentient plushy bears with antimatter stomach beams, and they come down to attack kids in their homes and crap if perchance they wanted to eat the last fucking cookie. What the fuck is the, like, you have bigger things to do, little dudes. Why are you bothering children wanting to eat cookies? Fucking go stop the nuclear weapons or some shit. What the hell? Go to Ukraine. We need some help in Ukraine right now. But no, you're gonna stop Timmy fucking Sweet Tooth and fucking whatever the hell that evil thing is that keeps corrupting things. I might actually be slightly confusing two things, but I think I'm confusing Care Bears and the Nutcracker. That might not have been Care Bears normally. Either way, I'm sticking with what I said. Doesn't make sense. Dog, I'm part of VTuber shit. I don't get why they do what they do. RNG feet win. Oh, so yes, post feet cam. Dude, I'm telling you, like I said, it's weird. Like, again, it's not weird that they are what they are. It's how is it they seem to have such a rather large excess of disposable money? If you find anyone from any of the sites who does drawings and shit, at some point, they're going to have to. It's like, oh, I started doing this, and then they get money. The second one is furries. I don't know what the total number of you are in chat, or how much is a joke or real. But I will say to any of you who, however you define yourself as a representative of that group, I do not understand how you guys have thousands of dollars for those suits. That shit confuses me. Not that the suit might cost that money, because I could see like that shit being expensive. But like normally for someone to pay for suits like that, it's like for a mascot or for like Barney or some shit. Like it's something that's bringing in money. Like there was a video I saw of people making fun of the Insane Clown Posse because one of the dudes in Insane Clown Posse was doing a review on YouTube about how their kid got sold a bad furry suit. And they were like, they're a snake. They robbed me. I can't see out of the face or some shit like that. And I'm just sitting there like, how is it that there is, like, because it's apparently a company that makes the damn things. And they charge, from what they were saying about the Insane Clown Posse's one, they charge like $8,000 a pop. Like it wasn't, like from what I understood, it wasn't like some special unique thing for the Insane Clown Posse. It was his kid decided to order one. And I'm like, I have no I feel fucking nervous. When I built this computer cost like $1,800 fucking $2,000, all things said and done by the end of it, with like the different parts and the upgrades and shit. And I thought this was expensive. I was like, holy shit, I'm getting a fucking thing for streaming. But in my head, I'm like, well, I'm using it to generate and render content. I need the power. We're doing, like, I cannot wrap my mind around how, like, people have that much disposable money. And it seems to be, like, tuned in to, like, certain groups. like if there is a God, right? Like let's go like theological here. If there is a God, does God reward people who are furries, into feet, and My Little Pony things with money so that they can buy more? That confuses me. That's terrifying. but I'm serious. They even joked about it in what was it? Aqua Teen Hunger Force. There is an episode where Carl gets a video about how to play the recorder, and it shoots out like wires to brain control him so that he can play recorder music for a doctor who's in a bunny suit. Like, it's like this isn't like a recent thing, because Aqua Teen Hunger Force hasn't been around forever. This isn't a recent thing. It's just always true. Like, I don't know if there's something about being in a job that gives you money that makes you go furry My Little Pony or feet. There's other things too, probably, but those are the three that are coming into my head. Ushat the Fishmonger has created Irum Gush Eve et Vostavad, an olive wood bin. Well, thank you. We needed one of those. She claims as an heirloom the name of the family ancestor, Hellfire II. So Hellfire's kid made this. Evut thought Decline Weirds the Scandalous Sounds, worth 16,800 dwarf bucks. This is an olive wood bin. All craft workmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval marble cabicons, decorated with olive wood and encircled with bands of cushioned marble cabicons, copper, and rectangular dacite cabicons. The object menaces with spikes of marble. On the item is an image of the satiny cosmos, the rambutan wood blowgun in dacite. On the item is an image of Rushan Hollowstokes, the human, in marble. Rushan Hollowstokes is laboring. The artwork relates to the hunting of the great beast of the human necromancer Rushan Hollowstokes in the Great Mire in 392. But like, that's not even the thing with our society. Like, you can't even say like it's an American thing or something like that. That shit goes back to like before Greece. Like, genuinely think about it. If you stop real quick and think of like a lot of religions, you have like, it's not the whole society. You have like a collect few religious people who are like, all right, how do we tell people what their morals are? Like, how do we tell people like what's right and wrong, how the world works? We need to come up with the rules. We need to explain how shit happens. And you have the Greeks, and they're like, okay, kind of the god of people. Dude turns into birds and fucks chicks. That's like a thing he does. Like, I don't even like I said, it's not even like a recent thing. Think of like most every weird creature from mythology, and it's always at some point take something maybe human, but probably not, and imply that someone wants to fuck it. What is a mermaid? What is a mermaid? A mermaid's a hot chick, but really you can't do anything because she's a fish. And everyone knows she's going to murder you. But the story always goes, but if you see her, man, you want to bang that fish so hard, you're willing to let her drown you. How is that part of the religion? Like that, like think about it. That's what a mermaid is. A mermaid is a thing because you're out in sea. You're not near land. They're not like, oh, they hang around the coast. No, you're out in the middle of the fucking Atlantic Ocean. There's no land forever. And you see a chick floating around, mermaid. Mermaid for days. And everyone's like, you know she's got a fish bottom and she's gonna murder you. But those tits are divine. And apparently that's all it takes. That is all it took in fucking Greece mythology to be like, I guess I'm fucking a fish today. Fuck it, I'm going out happy. Now, the counter to that is you can be like, well, we're over-exaggerating what a mermaid was. We figured it out. A mermaid is a manatee. That's what a bunch of scientists think now. They think that like that's how the story just got convoluted. They were talking about manatees. Okay, someone go look up a manatee and figure out what lonely bastard fisherman was like, I'm gonna fuck that. You tell me where these fucking religious nut jobs came from. It's always someone who's in charge of money or someone who's in charge of religion or something. Where do they get it? Is it Lady Luck? Somehow these things are correlated. I don't know if it's like a one precedes the other or if it's vice versa. But like, It's not a modern thing like furryism and all that other nonsense. It's just the newest take on it. Make of that what you will. It fucking confuses me. Greek furries. Yeah, fucking dude. You go into a tree. If you're a chick, there might be a half goat dude playing a lyre. He's gonna rail you. If you're a dude and you go into the trees are sentient and the trees will fucking blow you. Like, they were so fucking lonely. The fucking religious dudes are like, dude, I'd fuck a tree, I guess. I don't know. I don't even know. The Egyptians were not the originals. They might have been the original shit posters, but yeah. They were so specific. Everyone knows what a dryad is, right? It's the tree. There is a chick. She is born from the tree. The tree is a chick. The chick is a tree. She is the avatar of the tree. Maybe she wants to fuck you. Maybe she wants to snap your neck and use you to fertilize her roots. Who knows? Did you know that they argued over how that worked? A dryad isn't what it is. A dryad's what everyone knows. Everyone knows what a dryad is. A dryad is just what it is when the tree that wants to fuck you is an oak tree or something like that. If it's an apple tree, they're like an epimeliad or some shit. I don't remember that one. Like I'm like stretching my memory, but there's like an EPEMI something word or whatever, and it's the exact same thing, but it's apple trees. Like, so it's not even like okay, they were talking about like maybe trees being sentient. No, they had specific personality for what tree wanted to fuck you or to get fucked. Fleshlight made it. Why is that a banned term? Dude, thank you. But like I said, that's only like two things. Like everything in there. I'm talking about the things that look like women, but are something else. How many? Okay, fucking. Yeah, the Minotaur was because Poseidon got angry at a king, and he was like, yo, you know what? You didn't want to sacrifice your horse to me, so your wife, super into bulls now, and she screwed a bull. At near as I can tell, at no point did they ever say that this chick wanted to stop doing that, and she gave birth to a half bull, half man. Now you could say, well, that wasn't what she wanted to do. I'm not questioning that. My point is, at some point, someone came up with the story, or someone transcribed the story, this chick fucked a bull. What the fuck? What about the story of unicorns? Which one? Aren't they like the Scottish fucking symbol? Oh my God, don't even get me started on the Scots people. The Scots people were all like, dude, if you go out at night drunk, the hills will open up. Some untold manner of small things are gonna pop out of the hill, kidnap you, probably screw you senseless. And then you're going to give birth to some like weird half fairy child. And I think that was what they were doing to explain like mental disorders, was like, oh, the fairies kidnapped my kid. I must have been drunk one night. Yes. Scotland's symbol, I think, is the unicorn. I think it's the unicorn. It might be the something else. The ones that are attracted to virgins. Dude, they got, like I said, depending upon where you go, so many of these weird religions spread. But my point is, at some point in a lot of these damn religions, there comes a time where like the people in charge of shit just started doing fan fiction about like, why do humans exist? To fuck animals, I guess. I don't know. My point is, it's kind of scary that this always comes up. Like, because you see people on the internet like, oh, this is like it's a degeneracy. This is what happens when you have too much internet. This shit's been around since fucking before history. I don't know why, but okay. No, that's their national anthem. Popes. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to fix it? I don't know how to quote remove. Remember, that's done off of my program. That's not like the real thing. Hedonism, baby. Dude. That's really what it comes down to. But, and again, if you go with hedonism, this is kind of the same idea, right? If the idea is like, well, this is all just a symptom of hedonism. Why is my thing is it always comes down to the super rich. You have to be rich to be hedonistic. That's what it has to come down to. All right, real quick, before I forget what I am doing, because I keep losing track, I'm going to smooth out these storage areas and then start ordering storage areas from above down here. I knew I was going to be hitting in dirt. I knew that one was going to be wrong. Damn it. I didn't want it to actually hit dirt. I thought maybe it'd have dirt on the side. It'll work. It's just a storage area anyways. This is the hospitals. I'll take off those two as well. Goat fuss fucking hedonistic overlords, you know? Dude, but it seems that somehow they're tied one together. It's like the artist's dilemma nowadays, though. I don't know if any of you do any of that artwork or whatever, but I guarantee you start drawing at some point, there's going to be like one of four things that's going to get drawn. Like your fans are going to start requesting that for you or from you. I'm going to do like that in my basic training. How many I got? Yeah, okay. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 5, 1, 2, 3, 6, 1, 2, 3, 7, 1, 2, 3, 8, 2, 3, 9, 1, 2, 3. Oh. There you go. We had a couple of dudes like that in my basic training. Now, mind you, basic training is hard on you physically and mentally. So much so that for a time, most everyone in basic training, I wouldn't call it erectile dysfunction, but we're gonna have to use a term. Essentially gets erectile dysfunction. Namely, people start noticing they're not waking up with morning wood. So there's always this weird fable going around in basic training that they put saltpeter in the food because they don't want you getting hard-ons and shit. It's because for the first time in like forever, your body's like actually undergoing a lot of physical stress and shit. It's what it is. It's a known thing. So mind you, I genuinely think about this, particularly near the beginning. You have all these people in basic. You know, you're working out, you're getting screamed at, you're getting like, it's fucking nerve wracking. You know, you're having to go to sleep or whatever. And no one's even having like wet dreams or anything, right? Just entire barracks of people being like, holy crap, is this what it's like to be permanently clear-minded? What the hell? No, and somehow we still had, in my basic, we had a dude who was wanting furry porn, and we had an artist who was willing to draw furry porn. Everyone else is like, I'm doing basic with the girls, and I'm not even entirely sure I'm attracted to them right now. What is, please just don't yell at me again, drill sergeant. I'm sorry. Having like fucking flashbacks to that time they didn't do the push-ups right or whatever. And somehow in the fucking corner of this damn barracks, there are two people doing financial transactions for some fucking, I think it was werewolf porn. I think that's what it was. Because it became public. Drill sergeants found out. Like, they try to yell at them, like, make fun of them sort of thing. Like, what are you idiots? No, don't even think it's like they're picking on them. You get caught doing anything, you're getting made fun of by the drill sergeants. And it literally got to such a confusing point because, quite frankly, no one knew who the fuck to, like, the drill sergeants didn't even know who the hell they were yelling at. Do you yell at the guy who is essentially fraternizing because he's asking another soldier to make porn for them? Or do you yell at the dude who apparently has enough free time He's not like doing push-ups or anything on his free time. He has enough free time to draw furry pictures for the other dude. You can yell at both of them, but like, how exactly do you address the punishment? Like, how do you yell at them? Dude, it was such a clusterfuck when the drill sergeants caught them. It was so weird. With a huge schlong. Good. No! Dude, I'm gonna tell you the truth. The thing that actually gets me about all that too, I don't know what any of the words are. I'm gonna tell you guys the truth. Half the time, I say shit on this channel, and afterwards I'm like, God, I hope I didn't say anything fucking weird. Random shit gets claimed by different groups. I don't know what the fuck I'm saying half the time. Depending upon what proclivities you may have and what your representation is in different groups, anything I say could mean like the most perverse shit. The Forgotten Beast.
The Forgotten Beast Izar Henri Shoduk has come. A great three-eyed scorpion. It has a pair of branching antennae and it squirms and fidgets. Beware its poisonous sting.
Because what did you just say? Can't wait for the female Hrothgars to happen in Final Fantasy XIV. Now all the furries are also the bear community. The fuck is the bear community? I probably don't want to fucking know. I feel so. Actually, this is a secondary thing too. No. Let me go back on this. Talking about these communities in general, right? I'm a facts guy. I know things. You tell me something, I will not remember that you told me it, but I might remember what you told me. Like I remember the facts. I remember tidbits and shit like that. Some of these words are code words. I'm nervous at some point. I'm a fucking say a code word. And people will be like, oh, are you into that? And I'm like, I have no fucking clue what you're talking about. Please leave me alone. Because like, whatever any of your internal words are, like, oh, this artist is known for that, or this means this, or this means that. If I learn it, right? Like, let's say one of you decides to be like, well, Mr. Strategist, we've all been hiding, but 99% of your community is X, Y, and or Z. So it's about time you know what we're talking about behind your back. Even if you tell me this against my will, you just send it to me in a DM, I'm probably going to read it and be like, oh, okay, cool. I guess that means this means that, this means that. Cool, whatever. At some point later, knowing my dumbass, someone is going to say something close to it, but wrong. And I will have to be forced, because that's how I work, to go, no. I once learned that A plus B, in fact, equals C, and you should use the word D for that. Do you know what happens? I'm like, oh, you're into it. I don't know what the hell I'm saying. It is possible to know shit and not know it. But like, it's almost like the knowledge is the spreading of the culture. Like, you can't know terms without it looking like you're in it. But then if you don't know the term and you accidentally say it because it should be a common term, then it sounds like you're in it. You're in it even if you're not in it. So I'm always nervous what the fuck I'm saying up here for any of this shit, because I never know what is apparently possibly a code word for, oh, he's definitely in this group or that group. Especially because the thing that I'm most nervous of is that I don't know of it. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? So I'm pre-blaming chat for you being called a furry. No. If I was to pre-blame anything for me looking like shit, I would blame D&D. The more shit you learn in D&D, straight up, look at 3.5, look at Pathfinder. The more you DM, if anyone is ever a self-described DM, not you have DM'd, you are a DM. You're a forever DM. You're the group's parental figure, whatever the fuck, that like different euphemisms you want to call it. You are the de facto storyteller in a Dungeons and Dragons or other RPG group. If you've done it long enough to call yourself, I am the DM. I am the game master. I guarantee you, you have been forced to know enough things about monsters because they're so closely tied to something in real life that if you correct someone in D&D and they don't know you're talking about D&D, you sound like you're a part of a different, you sound like you're part of something. I have seen so much fucking weird shit in D&D. Like, guys, fucking anyone paying people for shit. You want like a good basis for anything? Just look in D&D books. Half of fucking D&D, like behind the scenes, is just what happens if a human fucks something. I swear to God, look at the monster manual. And the majority of half the races in D&D, Pathfinder, whatever, is just, you know what? What if humans were furries? Or what if humans were fucking necrophiliacs? Or what if humans were this? Or what if humans were that? Like, if anyone is a DM, unfortunately, they are at least partly knowledgeable about what someone might be interested in for that group. Because at least as far as I'm aware, particularly for D&D and Pathfinder right now, no one has explained where humans come from. Which sounds weird by itself. Like, oh, okay, whatever. Elves, they were created by the elven gods. Dwarves, they were created by the dwarven gods. Everyone was created by the different gods. And at some fucking point, humans show up. Okay, they evolved. Maybe they're the only ones that have evolution. I think 3.5 was the closest to this, where they described the gods coming together and creating the humans. There's like 2 or 3 different versions of humans. The original ones were evil. But beyond that, everything else at some variant has a half. There's always a half. And it's basically just, what if a human fucks something? Like, basically, if a game has bards, somewhere in that monster manual, you have to come to terms with the fact of, like, a human fucking weird shit. You just have to. If there is a bard in the game, that means the bards have screwed something. That's, like, the only way it can go. Fucking half-fiends, humans fucking devils. Fucking Azamars, human fucking angels. Fucking, you got the furries, but for dragons and shit. There's your half dragon. There's a human who fucked a dragon. Fucking half the aerial creatures that they put in nowadays. Human fucking a bird. They had werewolves, but then they're like, what if humans fuck werewolves a lot? Now you start having the race of shifters. Okay, well, what if you had polymorphic creatures like goos and crap like that? Well, you have the doppelgangers that can look like anyone. Well, I guess humans are fucking that. So now you have a race called the changelings. What if there's elves? You know, pointy-eared, kind of exotic, not completely into weird shit or whatever. Humans fuck them, half elves. Oh, what if you like those big muscular types? What if you're like one of those, not a fetish, or be like the big fit ladies? Oh, well, they got half orcs. Like, anything for any of the D&D games or anything like that, particularly the more monsters they have, at some point, whether you want to or not, you have to end up picking up knowledge of the idea of people fuck that. Yeah. Like 3.5 has that. You have people who are descended from elementals and humans and shit. So they have like, someone wanted to just fuck fire. What if there's a magical pool of water and some dude just jerked off into it? Well, there's your fucking water genasi. That's what it is, 3.5. I think that was actually based off an elf, to be fair. Halflings is just what if dwarves and elves fucked. Because halflings used to be hobbits. So it really just came down to like, oh, what if like the tall Asian stereotype kind of like had sex with the short German stereotype? There you go, halfling. That's what it is. So no, it would not be chat if I was to blame anything for anyone having a preconceived notion as to what I am or do. I would be blaming D&D. Because again, same thing. If I try to argue with anyone how such breeding activities would work because D&D, for some fucking reason, released 3 fucking books as to how interspecies breeding works. If I get into any argument based upon those rules, I just sound like a crazy man who sat there and researched how interspecies breeding works. Why the fuck should I know that there's like a 0.4% chance that if a human fucked a dragon that they could get pregnant? Because D&D released the book of, they released 3 books. There's like the book of exotic something. If I looked them up, I could find them. They released 3 different books about how sex works in D&D. One of them literally has a pregnancy rate. One of them had rules on STDs. And one of them went so far as to come up with how it would be physically possible. One of them actually introduced a magic item with the description being that the guy who invented the magic item in lore was trying to figure out how to screw tiny fairies. That's literally a thing in the game. They released a book on this for some reason. I'm trying to get a cover on this to stop people climbing up. I'm not sure I need that. I'm getting distracted. Why is the music? Oh, because of the beast. Far too much time researching monster girls. You're saying that as a joke, but you're not wrong. You're not wrong. DM Guide to Karma Sultry. One of them is like the name is something close to that. You're like I said, I could look it up, but you're not wrong. You should go bury them deeper. So, but like, because the thing is, like, everyone has like, okay, you have like public D&D games and shit like that, right? Okay, well, knowing or doing any of that shit's kind of weird. But if you are playing with the same group of friends for long enough time, at some point you're going to have essentially a generational game. You're going to have a game where the people they are playing are the kids of people that they have played before. If you play with the same enough group, at some point you're going to have something like this happen. Because they're going to want to set their characters in a world that they've already created. They want to know the general politics. It makes it easier than learning every time. So they're going to want to play as their own kids. Things like that. So at some point, once you've done like a game like that and you're doing like people's generations, even if you had a hard rule like before, we're not doing that, someone's going to talk about things seducing people. And we're not even discussing what happens if someone just plays a bard. Because every time the bard's rolling to seduce. That's just what happens. All right, hold on real quick. Furniture stockpile. Anything crazy? I don't think so. I'm going to move the furniture stockpile downstairs now. So like I said, it's not even like if someone DMs. It's at some point if you've DM'd enough to be like, I'm the DM. These are just rules you've had to you've done it. These are rules that you've lived with now. This is knowledge you have that will never go away. And then 3.5 double down on it with truly perverse shit. There's a book called The Book of Vile Darkness, which is supposed to be like, this is the book of people doing evil shit. Okay, cool. The problem is the author, Monty Cook, by the way, he does other games as well. I was genuinely surprised he was allowed to do anything after this. Fuck, why are you tickling? Why is it? Something always tickles my nose. Anyways. In the Book of Vile Darkness, they go creepy, especially with their artifacts. There's an artifact in the Book of Vile Darkness called the Rod of Tongues. The Rod of Tongues is used to change someone's shape against their will. Hold on. E, not F, P. To change someone's shape against their will, i.e. transmute them to look like someone else. And it's a rod made of tongues. Go figure. Now, how do they describe this rod? Like, what is the lore behind it? The lore behind the Rod of Tongues, look it up yourself, is that there was an evil baron who was like, Jesus Christ, my 2 daughters, super bangable. Gotta have my way with him. But he had the foreknowledge to be like, I'm not in Crusader Kings, though, so this will probably get me in trouble. I know. I will make this rod to transform other people into other people against their will. And then I will just start buying like female slaves and shit like that and transform them to look like my daughters and then fuck them because that makes it all worthwhile. This is an item in D&D. This is an item that Wizards of the Coast has released in a book. This is a thing. This exists. You cannot do a game that is that long as a DM and not at some point just be like, oh, okay, never would have thought that that was ever a possibility in the history of mankind, but someone came up with it. So now I know about it. And now that I know it, I've told you. So now all the rest of you have a fantastic tidbit of there is an item in D&D that a guy invented because he wanted to screw his daughters. Here's the quiz. Go explain that item to anyone without context and not sound like you're into like weird incest porn or some shit. It's not going to happen. Which is my point. There are certain things that you cannot know without context, or if someone is not there to know the context of it, that you can ever discuss and not accidentally be like, that dude's a pervert. Dude, he was doing the stream? I'm fairly certain he's into incest. But no, that's just one of the fucking items. I don't even think that was the worst item in the book. Like, I had to check the rest. One of the feats you get, in order to go down a feat chain to become more undead and get undead bonuses, is you have to screw a corpse. It's called like corpse touched or whatever. And it doesn't say it directly, but it like tries to heavily imply it without saying it. Like in the description, it almost basically goes nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Like the first thing you have to do is just screw a corpse. And that's how you can take like 5 feats to become more undead. Cook was a really weird person. Oh no, I slept with a lich, and now I got Vecna Scraps. One of those 3 sex books I was talking about actually has a thing for that. Like there is an STD you can catch from liches. The mummy rot is already defined as an STD, technically. By the way, if you fuck a mummy, you get mummy rot, and you just start, rotting and dying. It's one of the hard to say what is the lowest. Try describing happy tree friends to someone without sounding like you were insane. That's the one where there is a PTSD scroll that kills everyone every other episode, right? 3.5 was even more metal than I thought. Dude, 3.5 just kept going. It's one of the reasons why I thought it was weird that they're like, we're going to do 4th and then like 5th. It was like, okay. But they're like, well, the story's going to continue. Like, from what I understand, the story of 4th edition literally takes place after the story of 3.5. And I don't know, but I assume the story of 5th edition takes place after the story of 4th edition. So I think they tried to like wipe the slate clean of that type of shit, but it's technically still in your lore. Like, even if a current player can't get the rules on it, anyone who's played through knows technically in lore, Baron Crazy Pants of the Northwest rapes slaves that look like his daughters. You could kill him if you want, but then everyone's still just going to know that that land used to have the Baron that raped slaves that look like his daughters. Like, you can't make it not exist anymore, weirdos. But even with that, just going with 3.5 and like the Forgotten Realms, there's a wizard called Elminster. I think he's still kicking. He's like some super great wizard. And from what I understand, his great claim to fame, besides being a super powerful wizard, is that he fucks like a bard. There you go. Like there are 7 sisters who are super important. They're all like, we're the great magical wizard witch sisters who will rule the lands or some stupid crap. I can't fucking remember their plot line. I didn't use it at all. And like one of his claims to fame is he's like screwed all of them. Like, for a game for kids, there was a lot of adult shit throughout all the books. And that's just dropped randomly. It's just like you're just reading one of the things like, oh yeah, Elminster, the only one to bag all 7 sisters. Oh, okay. Yeah, he sexed the goddess of magic. Yeah, like that's a shtick. Like, you cannot DM any of those games. You can't. If you try to follow the lore, you are going to be confronted with things the internet has not yet told you. It's just going to happen. Yeah, that's just what he does. That's what he does. He just bangs things. But like I said, if you If you go from that into the monster manuals, 3.5, ignoring any of the splat books and secondary things, had 5 monster manuals, 5 or 6 books of just monsters. And they had to have lore for like all of them. By the end, most of the lore for these creatures boiled down to it's a construct that a wizard made, it's an undead that a wizard made, or it's a weird creature that a wizard made have sex with them. That's like almost every monster by the end fell into one of those 3 categories. Was just wizards are crazy and they either want to make it, kill it, or screw it. That's like almost every monster by the end of that, by the end of their run, was one of those 3 things. What was the start of this conversation? What got us going down this list? Oh yeah, the beginning of it. D&D, at least for its initial roots, and it draws from a lot of them, draws from Greek shit. Greek shit is, if you think about it, mostly fucking furry shit, or whatever the terms are for the different versions. So much sex happens in Greek things. Everyone just overlooks it. But like, if you think about it, this is just like what the religious leaders are essentially fanficking is happening. So that means all the way from Greek time to all the way to now time. If something is possibly considered alternative sexual proclivities, I'll just say that as nice as I can, somehow the people who have access to power, religion, or money will find a way to do it or have things made about it. And that is one of the things that I find scary about My Little Pony, furries, and what was the third one from the beginning? Oh, and feet pick people. It's just, it always seems to be, or they're Monty Cook, who just, I guess, does everything. somehow they have the money and or the capabilities to make books and or get products. I have no clue how they have that much money. So in D&D lore, there's, yeah, that's called a shifter. There's a half werewolf. So what you're telling me is feet cam increases stream profit by at least 30%. I don't have mathematical breakdowns for whether or not a feet cam would or wouldn't. I don't have any math on any of that. I will, however, say that whatever it does do has to increase revenue by so much that all the VTubers did it. Like, think about it. That's being controlled by a major company. Like, that's not just like, okay, there's 20 independent people who have all randomly decided at the same time, you know what? My dignity's not like that high. Let's have my virtual avatar do feet pics. Fuck it. There's a company that is in charge of them that I guess at some point said, we got a guy in the back. He did the math on it. And you know what? Looks like we're all going to start doing feet. Like, it was a major trend, because what happened is, I forget who did it. You can usually track these trends. Like, someone has something, and it does so well, it spreads through the rest of them like wildfire. Because at some point, there was the hot tub stream. It's just basically just looking at a naked chick. Mostly naked chick. Feet. There's a chick. One of the VTubers is like, she's a moth. She's like a horror moth or whatever. She was doing it at one point. Like, you get these fucking clips on YouTube. Just fucking watch these things. You can see these crazy fucking trends. You'll see one of them do it, and within like a month, they'll all be doing it. And my point is, figure out whatever the trend is, and somehow people are paying money for that trend, or else they wouldn't be doing that trend. So that's the type of shit that people just, that's what they like. Yeah, Amaranth and Hot Tub Stream. Same, like I said, same type of idea. Yeah, there's always something different about them. you know, like there's always someone who triggers them, I should say. There's always something that makes whatever that trend is different from whatever's already going. But apparently it brings in the fucking money. Or else like these companies wouldn't be doing it. There'd be like no point. Like think about how much money you randomly have to sink. Let's say you're the company that has access to 20 VTubers. I don't know what actual numbers any individual company has, but between like the 3 groups, I think all the major ones are part of. I think there's 3 groups. There's got to at least be 20. Between these 3 companies to however much money they had to sink within a short time, like these is basically rush jobs, because otherwise how did everyone get it so fast? You'd have to pay about 20 or so different artists a rush job on 20 different 3D avatars to get feet involved. That's some money that just got sunk. Like, that's not like Fiverr. That's not like some creepy person on Fiverr, like, I'll give you $200 if I can see a toenail. No, this is a company reaching out to, like, big, like, money-draining people that do these 3D avatars and shit to be like, yeah, I know this process normally takes, like, 6 months. I need this done in 2 weeks. That's a lot of money they had to pay for those people to rush that. And multiply whatever that number is by, like, that many VTubers. Like that's a country's worth of economy that changed in 2 weeks because companies thought they could get that much money off of feet pics. How the fuck do people have that much disposable money? And like I said, that's just one trend. Anytime you see any of this shit where one VTuber does something and then like about a month later they're all doing it, just think about the math I just said and the amount of money that just got sunk in on rush orders on that many VTubers to do whatever that trend is. Like they're genuinely sinking more economy into some of these trends like than certain countries make in a year. And one of those trends was feet. Some of them like all these girls are like doing like weird animal semi-furry shit. How is there that much disposable income? Zach Thosa Metalworkers Guild has created Osram Ethbesh, a rambutan wood blowgun. She claims it as a family heirloom. Osram Ethbesh, the fortune of cackling, a rambutan wood blowgun. Worth 24,000 dwarf bucks. This is a rambutan wood blowgun. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is studded with copper, decorated with llama wool, and encircled with bands of rambutan wood, rectangular dacite cabicons, and silver. This object menaces with spikes of capybara leather and dacite. On the item is an image of round, brilliant cut gems and dacite. Hot chick life be easy, just flat out. Well, I mean, that's one of it. Like, you have to provide the core, but if you can get that much of it, like I said, okay, random number here. Let's say 2,000, right? Hot life chick be easy. Hot life chick be easy. Hot chick life be something made sense there. All right, let's say she's bringing in $2,000 a month. Again, I'm making up numbers. I know these aren't right. If you sink $8,000 for a normal thing, for Rush, we'll say probably double price. $16,000 to make it up over 8 months doesn't make sense. You're too late for a trend. Like, you're already making 2,000, right? If you're sinking 16,000, you have to be assuming that within about 5 months, you're going to be able to pay that off, which means you're making that much more than you were already making over the hot chick life be easier already saying. Like, it doesn't matter if they're making 5,000, 10,000, whatever the cost of these updates are has to be over what they're making without that. You get what I'm saying about how much money this is? Like how much disposable income these companies calculated that feet pics were worth? Like someone somewhere was like, Harold, double check that math. I've already double checked it, sir. Triple check it. All right, we're running the numbers. Are you sure you carried all the zeros? We carried all the zeros. There are that many zeros at the end of this. I am certain that there are that many zeros. Holy shit, we need to get on this. Order them now. We need all the zeros. Like, this isn't a small amount of money to get those companies to respond that fast to a trend. They sunk shit in because someone somewhere calculated and they saw that many zeros. They went, by God, feet pics. Hey, Dragoman. I have returned from Gerb. We are talking about we were talking about how all children's shows are terrifying, and somehow that led to the terrifying realization that, however you want to word it, people of alternative interests somehow have massive amounts of disposable income. And why feet cams are profitable. No, I'm not just talking about feet. I'm using a particular example from, I think, a year ago, when all the VTubers, all the fucking YouTube clips about shit happening on Twitch or whatever was just, this VTuber feet reveal, this VTuber this VTuber tells a fucking joke while she's got her feet up on it. That's like, Jesus fucking Christ. Let me tell you something, guys. If you want to lose your mind, like, I don't do much with it, but if you want to lose your mind, try to track Twitch things. Try to track trends in Twitch. You will either lose your mind or just get depressed. Because you just have to be like, how the fuck? How does that have that much money? Is letting into his Twitch manager meeting about the future of the channel. Yes, exactly. Exactly. What? Nyanyears is a cat girl, right? What was her twist on it? Trends are low. Ever for some fresh bread from the store. She revealed her lower body and it was just a big spider. Oh, I don't know who Nyanyears is, and I thought Nyan was a cat. What the fuck is Nyanyears? Either way, I mean, that's kind of funny. I'll give you that. She probably still made money on it, though. I have to bring this back. I have to bring back the side conversation back to the primary one. So that came back to that, came back to... Children's TV shows are nightmares. There you go. We're back to where the conversation started. All children's TV shows are nightmarish if you think about it. Now that we've been here, as we have been here the whole time. Dwarf 4 for Dragoman. Give me a sec. I am not going to do a murder hospital for the sheer fact of the whole base is supposed to be essentially separated from each other. So if I end up getting this to work right, we shouldn't lose too much other than medical staff. So I'm not going to do my normal build idea for this. Door 4 for Dragoman. 1, 2, 3, 4. Are you on your second one, Dragoman? Or is this your third? Dragoman, you are a siege operator. No, you're not. You're a hauler. Oh, no, do we? No, we don't have a lichen. I'm just saying, normally I have my hospital set up to kill lichens. And I don't think I'm going to be doing that this time. We do now need more beds, though. What can I afford? Looks like they're all going to be made out of willow. Actually, no, screw that. Let's get rid of some of these stupid ones. No more olive. No more finger lime. No more cashew. And now we can go for willow. If we do, I want to hug it. Of course you do. Also, I never built your statue, did I? Build statue. Boop. Boop. There you go. Your statue has been built and accomplished. Boo doo doo. So how have you been, Dragaman? After that entire conversation, we're just having a regular chat. How's everyone doing today? Has everyone been having a good, fantastic day? A fantastic day of normal conversations? Normal conversations that no one could ever read into and find weird? Yes. I'm gonna eat up the gabbro. And the schist. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. Diorite. RNG, please. Oh, that reminds me. Some of you aren't here in the middle of the week. I have temporarily made a 4-part emote of the Yondir as fuck robot girl who is going to kill us all. Please do not attribute me having a robot Yandir 4-part emote to anything of the conversation I have said recently and make any connections to me or my proclivities at all. Please do not, chat. Her smile is creepy as fuck, though. That smile does not do it justice. Her smile is creepy as fuck. Totally part of the combo. Totally. Not. Totally not. Relates all too well. Yeah, sure we won't. Do-do. Do-do-do. I gotta like try to do that again so it has one with the creepy smile in it. If only she had feet. Really? Really? She would probably murder you if you try with her creepy fucking. I'm just gonna delete the boat. None of the rest of them have done that yet. I think she's genuinely crazy, which I don't understand for a blade. Boo doo boo doo boo. All right, I'm gonna make some more beds. I'm not sure where we're gonna put them though. This one already kind of got filled, didn't it? Like the, by how we're doing this, right? Hold on. How many units do we have? We have 50. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It's like cleaner. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It's 23. Meaning I have about half in one area. I have 18 in the third area. 23, 33, 41. I have 9 unaccounted for. I could try to put them right now. I don't know where I want to put them right now. I got to move them to a different area. We can't have them where everything else is. If I go here, if I make this like storage central with haulers and shit, this might work. I realize using the word central in the base is supposed to be decentralized defeats the purpose. But for right now, if I can just get them in so that they do shit, it'll be fine. Also, I gotta make doors. Why do I have Dacite doors left over? The eye eats all. Also, welcome home to the mountain home, Dragman. Yes. Welcome back, Dragaman. Welcome to where normal things happen every day and we question none of it. I need more bins. Please. Never thought I would need this many bins. I hate bins, but I need them. I need bins. Two, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Willow. Is my new dwarf in the military? Is it supposed to be? All right, I haven't seen a request yet on it. No. Astrakhan, Hellfire, Casey, and Mr. Man. I probably need to put a new thing. Actually, hold on. Let me genuinely write that down. New dwarf command. But for military. The problem is I'll need to have it checked twice. I'll need to have it check one file to see if you have a dwarf, and in another file to see if you are dwarfed or if you're in the military, which means I'll probably fuck it up. 2 whole files, way too hard. Coca Koala says, put me in the military. You're so mean, Coca. Okay. Now we shall starve. I hope you're happy. I hope you have pleased with yourself, Coca. Now we shall all die. Enlisted. Now, I'll have to move things around. I don't even think you're fishing anyways. Actually, we do have a bit of 100 fish. You were doing something. Who did we have come in those migration waves? We can probably sort them out for things. Animal trainer. Sounds like a fisher to me. Does anyone do fishing? No one did fishing. You're a fisher. Commit that through. Oh! Wait. No. If I move some of the people out from below to the other place, then those beds would be for the military like they're supposed to be, but that's for later anyways. Armorer, you in the Smelters Guild. Bowyer, fuck you, you're a hauler. Brewer. I'm gonna leave you alone for right now. Craftsman, which you claim, I don't. Apprentice. Oh, we need another deep excavator, don't we? At some point, I will need to resort these guys out again. Is there a way to make them not come in with a job? Like if I could just make everyone come in with the job of hauler and sort them out later, that would be great if I could figure out a way to do that. No, put all your fish in one coca. Probably went crazy. All right. I'm thinking. Hold on. I'll be right back. I think I'm like internally running due to fucking allergies. In the innie, can set for migrants to come in with no skill enabled. Check the innie for no skill dwarves. Well, yes and no. Hold on. All right, maybe. It's not technically my question. Let's say they come in with no skill. Do they still have the old job name? I would like them all to come in just saying peasant or something. That would be great. Turning off their jobs without changing their names is just going to confuse me, possibly. I like to put it in the Audi. All right, hold on. New ideas. Zoom 1 there. Zoom 2 should not be there. This is Zoom 3, but this should be Zoom 2. This is Zoom 3, but it should be Zoom 2. Zoom here. Call this below. Zoom 3. Call this under. Zoom 1, Zoom 2, Zoom 3, Zoom 4. And there should be a Zoom 5, but I think I put that to Zoom 8. All right. It'll work. Because this area is supposed to be getting cleared out. This is the big one I was worried about. What do you have here? You have everything here. We'll see how well that works for now. It shouldn't be doing plants, but I don't think I have plants being stored up here. I just realized that. Okay, this is what I need. This area is still not done up here. I don't have a plant storage or anything. Plants should really be by the still. But the seeds should be close to the farm. Be-doo. This will also let me finally use up some of those blocks that I've been holding on to that I just realized. Make it be about the same. Do it as a square, though. What is this? 9. Okay. How do I only have 41 obsidian blocks? That doesn't make sense. Dacite. That's what I've been making shit out of, I guess. Do this as, what, an 8? 7, 8. Z. Wait, no, I gotta get rid of this damn tree, don't I? These trees are always in my way. Every time I expand, they're more and more in my way. There you go. It's just receive. Long time no see. Hey, Art, how's it going? Hold on. A tomb for Dragoman. Of course you do. Long time no see. How do you do, Art? Can every dwarf arrive without any labor types enabled? By sending a snow, you can set the skills to make the labor list set by skill or by unit type to have it done by overall unit type. I'll have to look into that and see what that even means. Nothing about custom titles, though. Oh, yeah, I mean, if they just bring them in as a job called Dwarf, that'd be good, too. Dacite blocks. Dacite blocks. Dacite blocks. Make you a coffin, I guess. No coffin? Coffin. Make you a coffin out of marble, because you want a marble coffin. I just woke up from sleeping all day. So sleepy, but good. Dude, if you need to sleep sometimes, then you gotta sleep. I know some things like people are like, oh, if I slept in, I feel bad. But dude, sometimes life just comes at you hard. You gotta get that sleep in. Your body needs to sleep. So if you were sleepy, you fucking sleep, my dude. 3 for Art. One, 2, 3. Art, you are a shearer. No. No, you're not. Right now, you're going to be a hauler. At some point, I'm going to have to resort out all the jobs again to who goes up and down. Well, not all of them. The people who haven't really been done. What's your fort size? I think it's just a default. I think it's a 4x4. Unless you mean the amount of dwarves. Right now, it's 50. That should probably expand soon. I think right now I've hit what I set for the soft limit from last stream, and I forgot to increase it. We'll end up at around 120. The big thing is I'm needing to actually solidify in my head how the 4, 5, or 6 layers will in fact be separated and get the shit back and forth. So right now we're kind of like, it's like an engine. We got a governor on, so to speak. Been good, basically work and study, but decent. Not really on anymore at this time usually. Oh, all right. Art says he wants to be in the military. Are you on earlier or later? I don't remember where some of you guys are. Enlisted. I think we're up to 6 now, meaning I can set training to 3. Yep, I will set the training schedule to be 3 minimum. Europe, so both. Oof. Yeah, I knew there were some of you I was kind of half screwing up with this. So it's 2 a.m. where you are now. It goes to 4. Yeah, because I changed my schedule, Art. I don't stream as late anymore, but I stream more often. That might also be causing part of the problem. I stream till you're 4 in the morning now instead of 6. You just said that you slept in? You slept in and it's 2 a.m.? Oh, you slept through the day. I'm like, you slept in a few hours. Do you normally wake up at midnight? Holy crap. Yeah, no, I stream now art on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Saturdays for about 6 hours each time now. Hopefully, it doesn't mean that we'll be missing each other more. Ooh. Dude, these things never got binned. Fuck me. How many blocks can one man make? Smart person would do this. Willow bin repeat. Crank out the willow. Crank that will. Oh, also, chat, I forgot to bring up earlier, but part of my issues may be solved-ish. Things are still happening with me, the government, the state, and all that good jazz. But if some of it has gone the way I think it has, I think I might be out of some of the woods. I'm still waiting on the government to figure out how everything's going to pan out, though. For those of you who are following that at all. Also, welcome to Stream CCJ. Now, what is that supposed to be? I'm assuming it's a vocalization of an acronym. I just don't know what CCJ is. I know CCTV is closed circuit television. CCCP is Russia. CCP is what? Communist Party of China, where the fuck they... PRC. People's Republic of China, where the fuck they call themselves now. So many damn acronyms with C's. Tell me. Correct me, CCJ. Tell me what you mean. Tell me your life story. Tell me how to identify one such as yourself. I built a bunch of floor. I didn't want a bunch of floor. My life is now a floor. Build construction wall. DOS site blocks. On Dragoman's tomb. I think my dude built the thing. He did. All right. Well, I have a general idea of where I can start cramming tombs. We have this area down here. Might as well use it. I want to be above all the caves, though. Yep. All right. A tomb is a tomb. There's no real reason to have a decentralized area for a tomb. It's just where dead people are. That should work. Trying to think of how to do this two different ways. Give me a sec. So the next one could be close if I was one up, right? But then the next one can't. Well, I mean, it would at some point line up correctly, wouldn't it? So I could get like progressively further out. This is probably a dumb idea. Give me a sec, chat. I'm coming up with stupid things. Couldn't be that close still. The problem is the second one. No matter how I do this, this is hitting. Like it's supposed to be overlapping by 2. So how high would this need to be before it could be underneath? That'd be really fucking high, wouldn't it? By the physics of the situation. Looks kind of nice, though. And then... I think I need one more for me to be able to scale back in. This looks ridiculous. All right, so then I have a 1. That's probably too close. No, it's still one more out. Holy crap. This is the dumbest idea I think I've come up with yet. And then just bring it back in. For tombs. I mean, it's kind of nice looking. Maybe. Maybe I'm crazy. What do you guys think? Does this look like a neat thing, or is this just stupid nonsense? That one's too far out. I can't tell if that looks like a nice design. It has promise. Neat nonsense. Good. Kick ass. Nothing greater than neat nonsense. I feel like I'm just losing some space in the middle, though. Is that balanced? If I did it sideways, it would look like two wings. This is going to hurt. It's a gap of 3. And it is how far away? Too far, actually. If I did this as a room, like all the way around, and they could have been touching. Okay, new. I'm sticking with this idea. I just don't like the orientation. Hold on. I have an idea that I'm going to regret. Because my thought is... too close. If I did it here, and I did it on both sides, it can mirror like little wings. Is that a good idea? I don't fucking know. I don't know if this is stupid or not. Okay. Which means it'd be 3 before. Nope. 2, 3, 4. I don't remember how many it was. Then it would be... that's the one that has the line, so all the rest of them have to be up here. Then it would be... fuck. We get fucking carpal tunnel doing this. But I can do it double time if I do this on the way back as well, without screwing it up. That's impossible. I know I clicked it too many times. Fuck. Losing track of what I'm doing. I think I put on too many. Fuck me. Why did I put on that many? I'm way off. That's all that needed to be. That was, where was this? That was here. Oh my God, I had 3 too many. One, two, three, four, five, six, 7. One, two, three, four, five, six, 7, 8 from here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and that's the 9th. All right, new idea. Since I've got the math already out. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1. Too many. Much faster. Fuck. We're going to get to the end of this and be like, nah, this is all dumb. We're going to get to the end of this and be like, this is all dumb. How far did you go out to do this? 39. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm an idiot. All the way across, I can save some damn time. 3, then you go up, then you count it back. This makes sense. I'm like hitting muscle failure in my forearm from This is a stupid fucking design. At least to input this right here. This would be design where you'd use the DF hack thing to just program it for you. 1, 2, 3, 4. Something looks wrong. Something's wrong. No, it's good. I gotta do the top second ones, but that's what it looks like. First half doesn't match up. What do you mean it doesn't match up? It'll match. Why doesn't it match? It's fine. What's wrong with it? I call this the butterfly wings of pain. What are you saying is wrong? What am I missing? It looked like they matched to me. They're like, these ones are in line. Oh, you jackass. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the mental scarring you have given me this day. No, because the secondary thing is if you can like loop them backwards on itself. Not that I would do it now. No, you couldn't actually. You would always have to be facing it. For some reason, I thought you could invert that, but you can't. Boop, boo. We'll have to let it get dug out and see what it looks like smooth. Or maybe I should have put it out wider from each other. Look more like two wings. They should be able to get down there. Because the door is down here, isn't it? Yeah, the door's down here. So they should have no problem reaching this. But they're not. Why are they not reaching that? We're not paused. It's just here. They should be able to do that. We do have some extra people, though. I was trying to figure out how to offload some extra people. We need more bins. There's not enough bins. We need more. All right, furniture got handled. Tables and shit for the hospitals. Did the beds get made? The beds did get made. Okay. Just gonna have a big old honking hospital. We're gonna need more stone tables. About 12 of them. 10 of them. I can math. And we will make them out of diorite. Because screw diorite. It knows what it did. How many blocks are still here? Holy crap. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 23, 24, 57 pages. We're going to go with 57 pages. 570 blocks, give or take. Stocks. Enhanced view. Blocks. Oh, I lost count in there. Holy crap. There's 92, 93 pages? Or did I get the number wrong? Hold on. I said 57 pages, but I didn't actually keep track of what was in per page. Ignoring that one. Ignoring this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 37, 570, 37, 159, 729. I wasn't actually off by that much. I was only off by, how much did we say I was off by? $923. 200 subtract 6. 194 divided by 13. 10. About another 13. Damn it. I was a full like 25% off. Work is done and food is cooked. I'm not doing anything until Wednesday. Nice. Enjoy your extended weekend. Why would the hospital honk like a weregoose? No honking. Honking bad. Honking very bad. Oh, I did bad. I guess. It's just cloth. This is, all right. Fine. Fuck it. We'll waste bins on the wrong stockpiles. What is it you were able to get done early, Echo Sides? If your work is done, it's Saturday. You don't have to work till Wednesday. It would have to be something that would be due on Monday and Tuesday. You turned in all your TPS reports. Is that what it is? You turn in your TPS reports tonight not to show up to work? Because it's a big honking hospital. It is. It is, in fact, a big honking hospital. It has some promise. It's firmly my gotta build it and see how it goes territory. The world may never know. Where did I struck the Koboldite? It's not even that they gotta dig it, it's that they gotta smooth it. Some of this shit you can't even see what it really looks like till it's been smoothed. That's the real test. I work on a project basis for a Google subsidiary. I gotta... No, pay attention, Coca Koala. He works for Google and has the money. He's not running OnlyFeet. He buys OnlyFeet. All right, what do we got on push? The tomb I'm working on right now. Subsidiary. Google feet. What are you talking about? There we go. Boop. Boop. All right, let this go, see what we get. Oh no, the cat died. The humanity. I was just saying, cat, kitty, cat. Don't grow old and die. But it didn't listen to me. I tried. What more was I supposed to do? I do like how most of this is all one stone too. Is this marble? No, it's diorite. That would have been nice if this was marble. But if it's all one stone, most of the walls should come out looking neat. The ones that aren't are vein walls for gems and Koboldite. I had an idea to have the ones in the middle share a wall, but I'm not sure if that was a good idea. Like, it might have looked better if they weren't sharing a wall. I can't tell if that's a good idea or not. I almost want to do like a weird... Fractal's the wrong word, but I think fractal, like a bifractal design.
No more fishing.
There's always more fishing. How are the drinks doing? We're doing good on drinks. Kitchen. I fucked it. Remember that one thing I said I'll let him cook some and I'll remember so that he doesn't cook them all? I think he cooked them all because I can't remember what it is and I don't see it in the vegetable list. Uh-oh. But we have over 2,000 whatever the foodstuffs are. Boo-dee-bee-doo-boo. Boo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Who's fighting? Oh, they're sparring. We haven't had sparring in forever. Good job. Are you sleeping in this bed because you think it's available for sleeping in? Please tell me you don't think this is your bed. All right, not rectangle, flow. I did make some more doors, didn't I? No, I guess not. Build door planning mode. Planning mode solves all problems. Flow. Is it flow or no? Yeah, it's flow. This. The hospital. Up here, in dirty non-hospital land, you are no longer hospital. Do not worry. Meaning ZXB. 7 units without bedrooms. Well, they're going to be shit, but they're already here, so I will sign these as your temporary emergency leave me alone bedrooms. Including St. Moore. Apparently, I grabbed someone else, I guess. Geek roast. None of you are married? You kidding me right now? Nope, none of them are married. All right, technically everyone has a bed. No more sleeping in the hospital. This needs to get moved down. This is the the weapons and armor storage. Just trying to figure out where to put those. For right now, let's put them on the right. It's not like we're using this space anyways. We have so many damn archers. Screw this. We're going to take that back out. We have so many damn weapons for archers. That makes more sense. I don't like 12. Can't split that evenly. Well, if you do 6 on one, yeah, you can. You can split that evenly. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. I'll do that so people can get in as they need. So I got to move the weapons and the armor down here. And at some point, you know what we might just end up doing is just making bolts. As stupid as it sounds, I think we might have to try to just go like heavy on the ranged weapons, considering we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've got 4 crossbows, 1 bow, and 3 blow guns for our artifacts. So if we go ranged, we're hitting. Like normally, I obviously don't ever think it's that important to have ranged. It's useful to have sometimes, particularly if they're well skilled. But if we're gonna start with ignoring everything else, 4 artifact crossbows, that might, especially if you can get a trained guy to be using those. Can you imagine 4 maxed out level crossbow dwarves with artifact crossbows? That's like Robin Hood Men in Tights level of accuracy. We're gonna have dwarves pulling out the little scripts. I get to shoot again. He gets to shoot again. I feel like we need more bins. We still don't have enough bins for some reason. Olive. Lots of olive bins, please. So I don't have to deal with them anymore. Build construction wall. Supposed to be 6 wide. Dacite blocks. Wall will be up here. Supposed to be whatever wide. Dacite blocks. The one in the middle gets canceled. Build construction floor. Dacite blocks. Floor in the middle. Dacite blocks. Ramp up. On the top. That's what it's made of. That's right, dacite blocks. That'll be the little storage area for seeds. With me being in the military, anyone wants to be in the military, you're gonna like go be in the military. Like on one hand, anyone joining the military would be a pain to get them out of their current jobs, no matter what they were doing, because I'm trying to do this specifically with the numbers. Conversely, the less people we have in the military, the more likely we are all to die. So would I rather move dwarves around to handle the numbers, or them all be dead? some of these are less important than others.
I shall try to think of something else.
Why? Why do you hate me? Death! Dominating the military. Dominate from a deep excavator. It's so deep. Because right now, I don't even have people like firmly locked in where they actually are supposed to be anyways. Enlisted, commit, collapse all, profession, collapse all. 2 excavators. Well, now I want 2 deep excavators. Who sounds like they're not in the right job? You're a deep excavator now. I have hired you. And who else is not in the right job? Thought I had 2 farmers. I call them green thumbs. You're in the wrong job. Deep excavator. There you go. Problem solved. Doodle-doodle-doo. So it's probably going to end up happening when I get more dwarves and I get the, like, who's in what layer firmly entrenched. I'll probably actually get rid of the volunteer for the military thing. And I'll have selected military dwarves. And then if you claim a dwarf that happens to be in the military, then you claim a dwarf that happens to be in the military. That's what's going to end up happening. Send me to the depths. I find them Balrogs. Well, the Balrogs keep getting themselves killed anyways. I don't even think there's Balrogs down there right now. We got some fireflies. That's it. You keep having, like, super monsters that are just made of ash that die. I'm not even seeing them in the dead list, am I? There was a goblin that died? How is there a goblin here? If I can send more goblins, we'll fight them all. Let's do this. Boo doodle dee, boo boo doo. Real thing is we gotta get the damn blocks out of here. What are you doing? Why do you look sad? Storing item. What are you holding? You're holding a bin of copper bars. Why? Did he bring all the copper bars up to a bin to bring the whole bin down? It's not even how that works, you insane man. Probably what he did, though. We do have military training going on. Military training is on floor F2. So what some of this noise is right now is these people right here sparring. Once we hit a minimum number, instead of just doing individual training, they've started training with each other. We could actually crank our schedule up to 4 people minimum. Edit. 4 soldiers. Copy. There you go. Whatever gets them, if nothing else, even if we switch them over to range, building up their military skills is good for dodging, armor, shield, so on and so forth. Those are all pretty good skills to have. 8, and then back up. I'm going down, wrong way. I need to make a zoom for this. Floor 7. Hold on. 7. Zoom here. I'm calling this dead people. Dead peeps. Hold on, chat. I'm doing this backwards, aren't I? That's my issue. I'm like, this seems to be not right. Three-eyed scorpions. A terrible beast made of pudding. Bring out your red. Bring out your red. Oh, good. We have made... Oh, pots. I got confused. Those are the bins. By the way, do we have any new animals brought in with the last people? No. Okay. We are good in that. Domine, I think I got you in the military, so that is done. Dragoman, I'm still trying to get your tomb done. If I can remember where tombs are. There we go. Build a burial receptacle. Up here. And how does my tomb system work again? I can't. I've changed this thing 4 times. I don't remember what you actually get with that. I don't know what my deals are. You get half off all lasagnas on Tuesday? Community content. No. Viewer rewards. Channel points. Rewards. Tomb edit. Game chooses. Okay. And this is to Dragoman. I'm assuming to your current one, whoever he shall be. Uh-oh. Keyboard didn't come back. Hold on. Hold on. We got to do emergency switcheroonies. There we go. Make a tomb. Get it out to there. Boom. Assign to Dragoman. What? Did you not have a Dragoman the first Dragoman? Did I assume you were dead when you weren't ever dead before Dragoman? I'm not seeing a Dragoman the first. Hold on. Is there a dead Dragoman over here? Hold on. Let's check the graves of common people. Joey, Casey, Coca, Death Star, Shem, Echo, Mr. Man. Yeah, there is a Dragoman the first. How come he wasn't listed? All right, whatever. And I see the next tomb request. Hold on. Build a statue made of obsidian to historical figure Dragoman the second. Back out. Go. Go. Where's Joey Bag of Donuts? Joey Bag of Donuts died. I think you guys forgot something twisted up in your head. Let's be clear about this. Joey Bag of Donuts gives you everything you need to get someone what wasn't, damn it, gives you everything you need for someone what is living, what shouldn't be living. Joey Bag of Donuts isn't a fucking god. Joey Bag of Donuts is just part of the family of donuts that's always selling the weapons and shit. Joey Bag of Donuts died because Joey Bag of Donuts isn't Morgan. I don't know if you guys thought you was making a Morgan, but all you made was a Joey Bag of Donuts. He died because he got his neck snapped. I do think it still took like 6 tries, didn't it, to snap Joey's neck? He was like the most resilient of all the people, but he wasn't no god. Also, while I'm thinking about it, don't anyone ever fucking forget that Gotham is in Jersey. I had to bring that up in the middle of Umbrella Corps 267's stream yesterday. Someone who shall go unnamed thought I was mistaken and that Gotham didn't exist and or Gotham exists in New York. Gotham is based in Jersey. It is based upon New York, but that's not where it's located. Batman is a Jersey Shore motherfucker. Don't forget that. He's just a rich dude who beats up poor people because he's sad about his parents. And he's just too rich on the Jersey Shore for anyone to care. Give us another Joey bag of donuts. All right, I'll give you another Joey bag of donuts. What do we got, like 19? D20 minus 1 should work. We got a 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Joey Bago Donuts the second. Uh-oh. He's only a Joey Bag of Donut. We gotta take some letters out so he can fit in. All right, take out the spaces. That's TS accounted for. Take out that. That's a space. Take out the A. That's a first. Take out a U. Joey Bag of Don'ts. That'll work. That's a second. Joey Bag of Donuts. There he is. Joey Bag of Donuts. He's a green thumb. You know, he's the one, you know, he's a botanist, you know, he's gonna be making all the potatoes. I'm fucking up the accent horribly now. Don't you worry about it. He's got the potatoes. He's got the green cabbage. He's got the devil's lettuce. Okay, he's got whatever you fucking need. Don't worry about it. Okay, go away until someone's blowing up the fucking station. Then come back. We all get high together. Ain't no problems. Should always be our best smith. Yeah, probably. Luckily, this man has begun his construction, so I don't have to worry about him. Jolene Bag of Donuts. Joey's daughter must carry on the Bag of Donuts chain. I'm about to say, you come to her this day. It's a completely different accent. How can I say no? Fuck you. Now, did this one statue get built? I think it did. F8, F7, build statue. And we will see what the game has told us about Domine. Now we're gonna just already order a new statue to be built. Statue built of obsidian. An image is related to the historical figure of who made the request. Azrakhan. Azrakhan, back out of that, and then have him make a coffin. P. All right, let's see what that statue is when they build it, what it looks like. A lot of this stone actually looks pretty good. Ah, we're running into basalt. Gotta love the basalt. But the guild can wait. The problem is okay. I apologize, chat. I should have explained my reasoning process in exacting detail. It was a wood guild. The guild would have needed to be outside, and it would have needed about $2,000 worth of worth. I don't have that working right now. If it was a stone one or something, I could have just engraved. I wasn't going to build a guild outside worth 2,000 or more things right now with the weird little buildings I got up here. In the meantime, Doran Odim Rimtar, the Deep Excavator, has created Nisha Neil Kibon Unas, a coffee wood toy boat. She claims as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Eneth Bustkurl. Nisha Neil Kibon Unas, the trade glory, the odor of hooves. A coffee wood toy boat worth 54,000 Dwarf bucks. This is a coffee wood toy boat. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with coffee wood and sheep wool, and encircled with bands of citron wood and rose-cut heliodors. The object menaces with spikes of coffee wood and rhodolite. Trade glory the odor of hooves. That's nasty. No. Jose Bag of Donuts. You know, the second cousin. All right, did he make the thingy? People are still getting the blocks out of here. The clutter's going down. We're doing good. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, about 18. It could have been 57 pages. We already had bins made. It was telling us all the blocks on that square. My count was right. Off of that and that alone, I was right. I know it. You can't convince me otherwise. All right, Azrakhan, Tomb for Dragoman, complete. Azrakhan, we're working on it. Bag of Donuts was done. Admiral Wiley also wants a tomb. All right, hold on to your britches, Admiral Wiley. All right, what did we make for Dragoman? Yeah. The obsidian statue of Dragoman II. This is a superior quality obsidian statue of Dragoman II, granite last. The item is a superiorly designed image of Dragoman II, granite last, the dwarf in obsidian, by Ral Kilrudashar. Dragoman II is laboring. The artwork relates to the settling of the dwarf Dragoman II in HameEven in the early spring of 484. So the most important thing in your life is you came here. Congratulations. Still working on the statues for the second guy. He just turns on the camera and shouts at us. What? What do you mean? What do you mean I just shout at you? When did I shout at you? I didn't shout at you. You shouted at you. You did it. Don't you know? You shouted at you, and I'll prove it in court by hiring Amber Heard's attorneys. Look, I don't know. I don't care what your opinion is on who did what in that relationship or who's guilty of what. Nobody can deny that her fucking lawyers suck. RNG's abusive chat dad taking us to court. There's no proof of whatever you're saying I did. And if there is, I will sue you. I will sue you and say you can't show anyone. Oh, they're carrying it somewhere. No fucking shit. Okay. Admiral Wiley is next on the statue block. Stone. What am I making your statues out of? Obsidian? Details, image, historical figure. Admiral Wiley II. And then we need a new coffin. It should be made out of marble. Hopefully I didn't fuck up the order, but whatever. Objection, hearsay. Thank you, Dad. That's what I always wanted for my birthday. A lawsuit. Also, I love objection, hearsay. Overruled mods are enablers. How goes the Dwarf? Now it's going great, Draconomicon. I'm in a court case right now against chat. Feel free to plead your case to the judge, who will probably overrule every objection I had because none of them are good at all. And then every objection against me will be sustained because all of those objections are good. Man went from fursuits to lawsuits in the same stream. It depends on where my attention span takes me. I just remembered this stupid case. I'm gonna tell you guys the truth. Here's my thing with this case right now. Every morning I wake up, I go to YouTube, and I just see like the top 3 trending meme video compilations of the previous day's lawsuit extravaganza. Like I said, I don't actually watch the lawsuit. I don't know what the actual evidences are. So I cannot say, and I will not weigh in or have a conversation about who is right or who did what in that relationship. What I will say though is that Amber Heard's lawyers appear to be dog shit. And his lawyers appear to not be dog shit. I don't know if they're great, but they just get shit done, and the other ones are garbage. I will say this on not much else, not for anything specifics or whatever, but I will say, as usual, for my many claims of being the most interesting man alive, that there was a period of time where I was a paralegal and I did do some cases while in the military, essentially on the prosecution's team. So I'm not completely like, to claim I have any knowledge of what goes on there would be a complete lie. But just so everyone knows, my knowledge isn't just from YouTube. All right, it isn't just YouTube things. There are certain procedures and shit that make sense. And at no fucking point should you argue with the judge in a fucking sniveling manner. Do not backsass the judge. I cannot believe in any of those videos where Amber Heard's lawyers backtalk the judge. Shut the fuck up. You are only going to make it worse for your client. God, do they suck so much. I don't know what they're... Oh, we're getting extra bins now. For once. They're so bad. Judge what subject? Objection, hearsay. The chat is saying that I'm abusing them and that all I do is turn at the camera and start shouting at them. Geez, did she get those lawyers off the street with a cardboard? Dude, I guess so. At one point, one of the latest videos I saw, Johnny Depp's lawyers were objecting to some question her lawyers were asking, saying leading out of the scope. And I can explain some of these very little. So if you don't know what it is, I could try answering it. But if someone who does know wants to correct me, that is possible because I could technically be wrong. Hearsay, out of scope, leading the witness, calls for speculation. Like I said, I have a basic idea of what some of this is. And Amber Heard's lawyers, the female lawyer, was trying to get around this by using the phrase, "What if any?" Insert question here. With the idea that what if any bypasses the rules of the court. Like you can just say what if any, and then your question is suddenly a valid question you're allowed to ask. It's not. And the judge told her what if any is not a cure-all to, the rules of court. You can't bypass objections by just constantly using the preceding thing of what if any. So all you need to know about that is that the judge told her you can't just say what if any to bypass the rules. That makes sense, even if you don't know what the rules are. If a judge tells you you can't keep saying 3 words like it's a wizard spell to bypass the rules, you just probably make the base assumption whatever she's doing probably is not what she's supposed to be doing. And what if any is the worst thing to be saying right now. So she continued to say what if any. And then one of the times before the objection went all the way through, the judge did not sustain or overrule an objection. She said to the judge, the chick, and she was like, "And it is a cure-all." Are you fucking shitting me? You should not be hired after this. If nothing else, the fact that she did like a child thing of being like, yeah, it does. You're a lawyer, lady. holy fuck. If you have an issue with something the judge is doing, you take it to the bench, or you like do an actual like a facial complaint or something. You do not, as a lawyer, go yaha to a judge. I don't care if you don't respect the judge. I don't care anything. You have to respect the position. You don't go yaha to a judge. That is the stupidest shit I've ever seen. What, if any, you're guilty? The Clinton, it depends on what the meaning of it is. She failed that spell every time. I know nothing of how court works. I've never had to go, although I know a couple things like a Swiss friend. All right. So the 4 major objections to like all of Amber Heard's team's questions was objection hearsay. Again, this is complicated. A lot of shit's hearsay and a lot of shit bypasses hearsay. Literally what you can sum this up by, I heard them say, hearsay. The problem is in court, you need to have evidence. What cannot be evidence is I heard someone say. The evidence for what that person said would be to bring that person in and have them say it. You can't testify that someone else might say something. There's a proper legal definition of it, of something about a sentence said outside of court that applies to the truthfulness of what's at hand or some stupid shit, whatever. Like I said, overly simple way of summing it up. You cannot utter the words, I heard them say. That is hearsay. If whatever that person said is supposed to be evidence, you bring them in. You don't have someone say they heard someone else say it. It's insanity. Especially because you don't know if the person's lying about hearing it. You don't know if they heard them wrong. You need the original person to come in and testify that this is a thing that happened and that they did. That's what hearsay is. You cannot hear someone say. That's hearsay. Hearsay, leading the witness. This one I barely fucking understand. You can't phrase a question in such a way that you've answered the question already. You have to be like, oh, what were you doing on Tuesday? You can't utter the question can't be, so on Tuesday, when you were driving with the dude and you put the gun to his head, why'd you pull the trigger? Like, you can't do the entirety of of the person you're interviewing's question or answer for them. The whole point of asking people shit on the bench or whatever the fuck in the seat, whatever the term is to like, one of the things, like, if they can't remember it, it didn't fucking happen. Like, you can't have them reading shit. Like anything that along those lines, you cannot provide the words for them. Half the point of the opposing counsel is to prove that this person's unreliable. If they don't remember the thing correctly through 3 different ways of saying it, then you can't trust that they actually are completely remembering what happened. So you can't give them the fucking answer in the question. That's leading the witness. Like I said, the specifics of it are, I don't know that, but that's generally the idea. Out of scope. Court is weird and it goes in a certain order. I ask you a question, then the opposing counsel, they ask you a question. But like, they have to ask you questions about like the questions I asked. And then I have to ask questions to rebut their questions about like what they asked. You can't be like 4 layers in of questioning. There's different words for each step, but you can't be like 4 layers into it and then bring up a new fucking question. That was a type of question that you had all the time to do in step 1. You're in step 4 of making sure that this person says the same answer every time, for instance. So that is out of the scope. Is objection out of the scope is they're asking a completely new question. Like, this is a question that should have been asked a week ago. You cannot bring up that question now because we're going back to step 1. You can't do that. So, Mr. X, when did you stop beating your wife? Yeah, no, stuff like that. That's not how that works. Yes. If you cannot, like, if the idea is I heard him say he killed them, you got to bring him in. Like I said, that might not be completely true. There are exceptions. What I just said, now I'm thinking about it, probably is one of the exceptions. If you heard him admit to doing it, that's probably an exception to hearsay. But you can't hear a professional say I think that person's nose was bad. 'Cause I think nose was one of the Amber Heard things. You would have to bring in the doctor to testify as to the condition of her nose. You can't have Amber Heard testify that she heard the doctor tell her how bad her nose was. You get the doctor in and he'll tell us. That's the doctor's job. There was a fourth one that I kept seeing in the videos. It was hearsay, out of the scope, leading the witness. What was the fourth one? I said it earlier, now I've already forgotten it. Do. All right, 2 coffins. I think we got 1 statue here. Nope, that's a bed. Statue. We'll see who's got what statue, and that'll be where the rooms are. Somehow all the things you're talking about always seem like in a way more common sense, even if it's specifically law-related stuff. Yeah, like I said, it's a lot of it, if you just boil it down, is simple. The real things when you get like into the little micros of it, like I said, there's exceptions and shit. I don't know all the fucking details. I'm not actually like a lawyer. I was at best a paralegal. I did do the evidence in some of the cases for like sexual assault cases, but mostly all I ever did was driving infractions, which is a weird combination of things. That was what my plate was. I helped the lawyer with sexual assault cases, and I did driving violations. The military's weird. I don't know what to tell you. Fuck, there were 2 more objections. I know I said it earlier. Did anyone also say these things? Objection. Fuck. I helped the lawyer with sexual assault. Yeah. So you only had to work when someone was caught having sex in the car. No. So the funny thing is most of my car things were actually cookie plate shit. I worked on... Hold on. I'm not going into the details about them. But I worked on... Him. Technically, I worked on 3 sexual harassment / sexual assault cases. I started to work on a 4th one before I left. And then that was like one sort of thing. But that, and that was only like 6 months. That shit happened a lot. Everything else was, most of my driving violation cases was, you're not allowed to drive. Surprise. All on the phone. This is like fucking mid 2010s, fucking early to mid 2010s shit. You can't be talking on the phone while driving, which sounds common sense. 9 out of every 10 people I kept dealing with were idiots who would drive up to the post security guard thing and be like, yo, what's up? Here's my ID. Yeah, I'm Specialist Snuffy. Let me on the base. Pretty cool. So you know what all the guards did? They went, thank you for your ID, sir. You can get it from fucking the lawyers, basically. So many of them was like, they just drove up to like, it wasn't like they got caught by the cops, like while driving around. They drove up to the security, the door in the gate into the base. Like, it's not like it's a surprise security checkpoint. It's there. It's always there. I could track this thing on Google Maps and show it to you. You can't be surprised by this. And they would always be like, oh, but I was talking to my sergeant. You can't be on the phone while driving, especially in Japan. You're an American soldier in Japan. If someone has an accident with you, you are 100% at fault. Does not matter, basically. I think it's mostly like 70. But if you're on a fucking phone, holy shit, is this an international incident now? Dumbass American driving on phone runs into new child driver, the humanity, protest the Americans. Like, just don't drive with your fucking phone out. Cookie plate. Yes, cookie cutter boilerplate. Thank you. All right, first statue. Sitting statue of Azrakon. This is a well-crafted obsidian statue of Azrakon the First, Lance Conjured. The item is a well-designed image of Azrakon the First, Lance Conjured, the Dwarf and Dwarves of Obsidian by Raul Kilrudashar. Azrakon the first is surrounded by the dwarves. It relates to the election of the dwarf necromancer Azrakon Lancecondur to the position of mayor. Our mayor's the necromancer? Of the brown relic in 347. What the fuck is the brown relic? Is he our mayor or not? Okay, so this one belongs to Azrakon. This one I think already got assigned. And the other person who had a request was Admiral Whiteley. This is an exceptional obsidian statue of Admiral Wiley II, Rumored Lash. The item is an exceptionally designed image of Admiral Wiley, Rumored Lash, the dwarf, and an orange wood crown in obsidian by Ral Kilrudashar. Admiral Wiley II is raising the orange wood crown. The work relates to the masterful orange wood crown created by the dwarf Admiral Wiley II, Rumored Lash, for the primitive wheels at HameEven in the late summer of 482. Admiral Wiley II. All right, those all completed. Tomb. Hellfire has flooded me with one. The fuck is the brown relic? These questions need answers. No. They shall go unanswered, for answering them would only bring confusion. And confusion brings pain. Statue of obsidian. Specified image, historical figure, Hellfire. Hellfire II. Back out of that. Also, need you to make a coffin out of wrong button again. Details, marble. Good job. I'm alive. I am alive. Fuck. I can rattle them off, and then when I think about them, I forgot it. There was leading the witness, hearsay, out of scope, something expert testimony. You cannot testify as to what your medical conditions were. Because she was talking about her nose and shit like that. Like, they tried to, in the case where Johnny Depp's lawyers got to keep saying objection, one of her questions was essentially hearsay. What did the doctor have to say about your nose? So that got objected, hearsay. So then Amber Heard's lawyers try to reword the question with, what, if any, were the topics your doctor discussed about your nose or something? That got objected. So that became, what, if any, were like the symptoms of your broken nose or something? Like, basically, she reworded the question to exclude the doctor from it and basically be like, hey, why don't you tell us what was wrong with you medically? If it is a field that someone has to go to school to be able to correctly, like, do that job, you can't testify to it. Like, I could not test, like, even with what I'm saying here, that wasn't like an official, proper, complete education. I could not testify to lawyer shit. Not fucking happening. I could probably testify to how missiles work or something like that. But, like, that's it. So if you are like a blue collar sort of person, guess what? You're not allowed to talk about a bunch of shit in court, because the court goes, we have no fucking proof that this man knows what he's talking about. You could be the one in the whole world who knows the most, but if you don't have like a doctorate or like a certificate thing or whatever, you don't have any proper documentation in a field that requires documentation, you don't count. So yeah, they tried to get around asking what the doctor said by just asking Amber Heard what she thinks was wrong with her. And that got objected because you're not the doctor. Again, all of it could have been bypassed by going, bring the doctor in. But they're like, no, we're not going to do that. Irrelevant. Oh, yeah. Foundation. I'm not entirely sure about Foundation. From what I think I understand, Foundation is the same as Out of Scope. It's like slightly different, i.e., you can't just say something. I can't ask a question that's like 4 questions in without asking the first question. So in order to be like, where were you on Sunday? Or where were you on Saturday? What were you doing there? How long did you watch it for? Like, you have to set the foundation of what the questions are. You can't jump to like the end of, like, if at no point in a question did anyone bring up that you were watching RNG Strategist on Saturday at this time, I can't randomly ask you, what was Strategist doing? When was this? Like you have to set the stage of what you're asking the question for. You can't just ask a no context question. I think that's what foundation is. I'm like 99, that's what foundation is. You need the foundation of what the hell you're talking about. What's a doctor? And again, some of this might be wrong. If anyone is more knowledgeable, feel free to correct me. You don't have to be like this guy's faking shit. I'm acknowledging that I had a very small time to do some of this shit and like read some of the things and like see, like ask the lawyer like what she was prepping and planning and shit like that. At no point am I claiming expert on this shit. This is just something I did for a few months. That one would kind of depend. You could not testify as to whether or not any of your equipment could do that type of voltage. If you're selling DVD players, I don't think you could technically testify that DVD player X is capable of emitting a Y voltage sort of shock. But I think as a store, you might actually be able to testify as to how fucking heavy that box is and whether or not it is possible for someone to do something with that like DVD player. Like if you go with like an old school audio system, you would probably actually be able to testify like what is or is not possible. Like, oh fuck, you can't lift it or things like that. Like, no, you can't do that with that system. But you couldn't testify to about any of its innards, for instance. And again, I'm not 100 on that. But like, you don't have to, it's not like a doctor specific thing, but it would have to be something that you can say like, I know this because why? Like this is my job. If it's your job, you could testify about shit about your job. I should have said that you have to have the paper, but definitely if it's a paper requiring job, you better have that fucking paper. I was talking about what Amber was doing, which is saying what a doctor would need to be there to say. How goes the fort? It is going well, TV music. Yeah. Fuck, there was one more. There was one that kept coming up that I thought was fucking funny. Beyond the scope, hearsay. Again, I forget what the term is. Not an expert witness. Speculation. You can't ask a question about speculation. I don't know how many times Amber Heard's lawyer asked her to speculate about something. You can't ask someone, why do you think that happened? You cannot ask someone like, and why was that? What do you think they were thinking? You can't ask someone to guess. The point of a court is to get to the facts. If you don't know, you can't have someone testify as to what they think someone else was thinking. It's like super hearsay. You didn't even hear it. Why do you think Johnny Depp was angry? First of all, that begs the question, was he even angry? He didn't necessarily testify about that, and I'm just making up a question here. But like, you can't ask someone a question about why they think someone did something or why someone, like, you don't know their reasons. You're not a mind reader. So like, that's like half a speculation. You can't guess. You can't ask someone to guess. It doesn't make sense. That kept coming up too. Objection, speculation. Calls for speculation. I'm sorry. I think that's the real way. I think that's the real objection. Calls for speculation. Can't ask that they speculate. Either they have an answer or they don't. Yeah, can't be. Dude, that kept getting called up too. Calls for speculation. No foundation. What the hell are you talking about, lady? It wasn't the Amber Heard one, but it was Amber Heard's psychologist. And again, anyone coming in, you know, I'm not I'm not saying who did or did not do things. I'm just talking about what the lawyers were doing. Amber Heard's team's psychologist, I think the lady was also being dismissive to like the judge and shit, which is, again, that's never a good thing. Don't ever. I don't care if you're fucking Hawking. I don't care how smart you are. I don't care how rich you are. Do not be rude to the court. That's not good. But one of the things it was like a question of like, what would you have evaluated Amber Heard as or something? Again, I don't remember the specific question. And she had a paper and she was trying to read the paper. And that got stopped as objection hearsay as well, essentially. If you're reading, like, I think, like, even if it's something that you did, if you're reading it, at that point, you're just testifying to what you read. If you can't remember it, then it's not whatever. Like, if I wrote it down, me writing it down could be, like, kind of used for or against me, but I can't read what I fucking read because it's like, I'm not in, like, necessarily in the same mental state, if that makes sense. Like, if I write down, you hit me, but then I testify that you didn't hit me, or if I don't remember to testify how you hit me, then you can prove that what I had written down is not necessarily true. Like, this sort of thing is what happens with cops during traffic stops and shit like that. This is why they write all that shit down. They also kind of need to know what the fuck they just wrote down. If there's a disagreement between what they wrote and what they said, that's how a lot of traffic violations get thrown out of court. So the lady, the psychologist, was reading her notes, and she said that she'd done hundreds of cases, and Johnny Depp's team kept objecting to her, like she's hearsay, she's reading it. And then she was like, well, I don't want this to be a memory quiz. That's literally why you're up there. Like the clip I'd seen when I like zoomed in to Johnny's legal team, like looking flabbergasted, like, what the fuck is she talking about? That's all it is a memory test. You can't, if the idea is that you're just going up there to read the paper, guess what? The evidence is just submitted by the lawyer as what's written on the paper. There's no point in calling someone up to testify to read a paper. The evidence in this point is the paper. It's the firsthand knowledge. If you're reading it, then it's secondhand, even if you wrote it, because you're just reading the fucking paper. So that's hearsay. You can technically hearsay yourself. If they're basically here, like, if there's a better evidence, you go to the better evidence. You don't bring someone up to read a paper. It's dumb. It's the worst having an argument with someone where they have a mistaken belief of your intent. Yeah, this is true. When someone happens to text, because you can't really convey tone or gestures. Welcome to practice of RNG and strategist law. A randomly numerically generated strategy for every problem. Maybe you should attack the chain of custody for the paper to make sure it wasn't tampered with. Maybe they miswrote the notes. Actually, that's one of the first things they always do, kind of, is try to attack the chain of custody. That's why one of the first questions whenever they have anyone talk about what they wrote down in the paper is they'll address their attention to the paper and go, do you remember writing that? Or some question along the lines. That is essentially the chain of custody question. So I think you're making a joke, but no, that's like one of the first steps. Yeah, that's like one of the very first things is like, did you write this? Is this your paper? In front of the court, everyone is your witness. Did you write this? Okay, good. That like nullifies everything in the middle. Like you said you wrote that, then you had your chance to review it. Because you have a thing like, yeah, I wrote this, but this over here doesn't look right. That's how you can, like, chain of custody shit. That's what that's kind of for. Lab value of 6. Ooh, that's a difference. How do you get 16 to 67? But yeah, no, you can't have someone up there just reading the fucking paper. Why are you up there? Anyone else can read the paper too. But like I said, I only bring that one up because she said it the way she said it. I don't want this to be a memory exam. The lady said that she did hundreds of these cases. Did all the other cases just let her read that shit too? What the hell are you talking about? Rock statue. I think I made one for Hellfire, so we'll do Dominate this time. Marble obsidian statue. Image, historical figure. Dominate. And then a coffin, and the coffin is made out of marble. Back down below. Build coffin. Statue. Ta-da. One of my favorite memes from that trial was the lawyer was holding like a wood box and going, Mr. Depp, this could have held cocaine, couldn't it? Yeah, like I said, again, I don't know who did what, and I'm not weighing in on the morality of, you know, spousal abuse and shit like that, and who was drunk and alcohol, not weighing in on any of that. But those questions are fucking out of their mind. Could this done it? One of the times Amber Heard's lawyer calls something a mega pint? I think I know what he was saying, which was, were you drinking a large quantity that you regularly referenced as mega pint, i.e., like trying to establish that he was an alcoholic, a regular, and he consumed large amounts, and he had a pet name for the large amounts. But I think the question was like, were you down there drinking a mega pint? So even Johnny Depp was like, a mega pint, okay, like that's not even like an objectionable thing. It's like you kind of gave him the wiggle room. You didn't set the scene that that's what he called it, or like that was like some pet name he had for it. It's just, you sound like a crazy person calling something a mega pint. What the fuck is a mega pint? You didn't set anything with that question. It's a dumb question. Hold on. Statue of Hellfire II. This is an exceptional obsidian statue of Hellfire II, Bell released. The item is an exceptionally designed image of Hellfire II, Bell released, the dwarf in obsidian, by Draxtier I. Hellfire II, Bell released is laughing. The artwork relates to the fey mood of the dwarf Hellfire II, Bell released in HameEven in the Midsummer 481. I like how they did a thing about you having a mood, but not what you made in the mood. Just, he went crazy one day. Like, what couldn't hold cocaine? Yeah. I don't know if that one got objected or not, but like, some of their questions are like that. They're nonsense questions. They don't prove anything. Like, why are you wasting the time? Which I find weird, because from what I understand, I don't know how they do the calculations, but I've seen or heard two different things saying like each team only has so much time to do their case or something. I don't know what that's about. But if that's true, why would you waste your time with stupid questions like, could this box hold shit? Sure, I guess. Digging into details, almost everything out of context sounds crazy. There was even a joke about that. Bill Burr actually had a joke about how things sound wrong when they're taken out of context. He was having a joke. I don't know which stand-up it was. He was doing what he does, where he was essentially doing like edgy jokes. And his joke was, no does not mean no. Which is, it's a statement of like, okay, this is how you get rid of sexual assault. No means no. And his joke was, it depends on how she says it. If she's saying like, no, stop, you're bad. Ooh, like don't, no. He's like, they flirt, but they don't want to look like a slut. That's the way he words it. Don't get angry at me. He goes, but if you end up in court, you're gonna have some fucking middle-aged balding dude going, she said, no, don't do that. Stop. You're bad. That's not how she said it. That's not how she said it. So yeah, some things, particularly out of context, just sound horrible. And or whether or not the guy reading it decides to read it the way it was said. Cell the First has created a Lecdatur, a spiked cat bone ball. She claims it is a family ancestor. Made a cat bone ball? The humorous Spire, a cat bone ball, worth 52,320 dwarf bucks. This is a spiked cat bone ball. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with round dacite cabicons and pear-cut rock crystals, studded with silver, decorated with capybara leather, and encircled with bands of cushioned dacite cabicons, giant cave spider silk, and square brilliant cut jasper opals. On the item is an image of a forgotten beast in cat bone. What do you mean ball? Is this like a trap component? What is this? This trap component menaces with, oh, it's a spiked ball. A spiked cat bone ball. I wasn't seeing that before. A spiked cat bone. Okay, so we have a trap. What do artifacts do in traps? They don't make them hit any harder. They have accuracy. I guess we have a super accurate cat spike. Okay. All right, and this one is supposed to be for Domine as soon as that statue comes out. That's where you put your weed in. All right, we're coming. We're not at the end. We're coming to within near the end. Trying to think about if this is the project I was doing. I was trying to get my damn seeds up here. Hold on. What is my feed area? A 7x7, you say? All right. Take off a 3. 1, 2, 3. Do that. Put it back the other way. Hold on. I see that there's a request. This takes seeds. And accepts from anywhere. No barrels. This takes seeds. It only takes from there. Only take from there. But you have barrel. Now somewhere I think I was doing a food thing to do that already, but I don't know where it is. And from the looks of this, no, I didn't. Otherwise there wouldn't be seeds down there, would there? Get rid of all the seeds. No seeds. Bring them upstairs. Figure it out from there. Problem is we're bringing up the regular seeds. I need to make a bag. One of these areas. Oh, did I get rid of the thing that was making it? Fuck, I gotta put the wheel thing back that makes the clothing. Oh wait, no, it's right there. You. I need to make bags. Cloth. I think I have plenty of cloth. Make some cloth bags. B. Yeah, we got plenty of rope reed and pigtail. Holy crap. DV Music. Read my Dwarven description, please. DV Music the Excavator. DV Music recently thought a skilled warrior is a beautiful sight to behold. Okay. DV Music is very agile and slow to tire, but he is weak. DV Music likes gabbro, bronze, cherry opal, pond turtle shell, backpacks, water buffaloes for their water wallowing, the sound of the verse of mirth, and the sight of the luxurious dance. When possible, he prefers to consume hornbill, peach cider, and mog juice. He absolutely detests oysters. He has a boundless creative imagination, a way with words, willpower, a good spatial sense, and a good feel for social relationships. But he has poor analytical abilities and lousy intuition. He dreams of raising a family, and this dream was realized. There you go, DV Music. Dominate and Hellfire. I think you two are done with yours. I think I did them. I can't remember. Okay, yeah, yours is going in now. This one's for Hellfire. Hold on. And this one is for buttons. That's star 175. Dominate. This is Dominate's thing. I don't know why Death Stars. Hold on. All right, so Hellfire's yours first because it makes sense, I think. This is an exceptional obsidian statue of Hellfire Skyrim the Second, Bell released. This item is an exceptionally designed image of Hellfire Skyrim the Second. The Dwarf in Obsidian by Draxteer the First. Hellfire Skyrim the Second is laughing. It relates to the Fey mood of Dwarf. Hellfire the Second Bell released in HameEven in Midsummer 481. Then we have the Obsidian statue of Death Star 175. This is a well-crafted obsidian statue of Death Star 175 the First. This item is a well-designed image of Death Star 175 the First, the Dwarf, and Domine the First, the Dwarf, in obsidian by Raoul Kilrudshar. Death Star 175 the First is embracing Domine the First balance labor. The artwork relates to the romantic relationship between the Dwarf, Death Star 175 the First, and the Dwarf, Domine the First, in the late winter of 480. There you go. I did not mess up your statue. You got a statue of you and your spouse. I didn't mess up anything. If you were saying that you want your grave to not include an image of you with your spouse, that's fine. I'll throw it away. We'll try again. Oh, sex statue. Makes sense. Makes sense. You need to not jump to conclusions. Clearly, there's going to be a sex statue. All right, they're bringing the food up. I don't think I have anywhere else where we store seeds. This area was supposed to be for the weapons and armor. How big are you again? 12 by 12. All right, so I take off 6. You are weapons with no bins. And over here I do 6. And you are armor with no bins. This is now able to be removed. I've nearly cleared out of this entire floor. Actually, I think I have cleared out of this. I think there's just weird shit growing in there. Oh yeah, it's like dimple cups and shit like that. I mean, I guess it's a nice way to just get natural. I could leave it there as like a natural plant gathering location. I'm serious about that. Again, it just grows sweet pods and shit. Why not? Cave wheat. Yeah. It's like having wildflowers outside. Speculation and hearsay. You're not a website. Oh my God. I forgot about that one. I don't even know what to say about that one. I cannot believe the judge was like, you're not a website. What? That's so insane. What does that even mean? That's such a weird statement. You're not a website. You're not a website. It's so stupid. Rambutan wood chest to start storing in the hospital crap. I don't know how much it can store, but we'll try. It looks like everything else has kind of sort of been sorted relatively well. I don't know what's going on with the blocks though. Actually, we're not filled. For once, we're not filled. That's good. So most of this has worked fantastically. There's still smoothing down here. Like, it has a decent look when it's smooth. I'm still not entirely sure if I should have had it that close together, if I should have had like a horizontal bit in the middle. But like, if you look at this shape, it looks kind of nice. If I did it wider, we would have had a T there, which I don't think would have looked as nice. Boo. Boo-doo-doo-boo. Boo-doo-boo-doo-doo. All right. The last push of the stream. Don't even add in anymore. We're too close to the end. It ain't going to get done in time. Don't even try. Don't even try. One, two, three. 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 3. 1, 3. I'll tell you the truth. I think I did one of those shit. All right, don't do anything so I don't want to fuck up the saving. Boo, doo. I have 78,000 worth of Jesus. 78,000? How do you have 78,000 already? Didn't you just? Well, I mean, yeah, we had the one. Jesus, 78's a lot. That's so many push. Boo doo 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 boo. are my drinks? Doing well. Fish is down. Plants are down. I should have told them to cook that one plant. They went crazy. I need the plant to turn it off for cooking. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. How about this? Stop cooking. All right, they're not cooking. Good. We got lots of food. Bloated tubers. That's what it is. Yeah, they cooked all the bloated tubes. I can't bloat my tubes no more. What am I going to do? Bloated tubers was like the #1 plant I had. We got to gather plants and maybe find some tubes. Wish I could tell them to just gather by an individual plant. Rice, grass, grass. Oh, there we go. Bloated tubes. Gotta bloat them tubes. Hold on. DX. It's someone that looked like wild carrots, apparently. Right? Are you still a tuber? All right. Wild carrots. Wrong button. Are you a carrot? Yeah. There's a lot of people here. Do we have a merchant here? No. Who are these idiots? Or are they somehow stuck here? Oh my God, don't tell me they're somehow stuck here. Okay, hold on. I probably got to make a road for them off of this because they're idiots. I don't know how to do this. How did you get on if you can't get off? Like, why are you here? Boom. I like your streams and you stream during my work hours. Shrugs, it works out. Oh, Jesus. I mean, if he isn't doing it, I have 168,000 points. Well, see, that's what I would expect more, Zactos. You've been here for like a while, haven't you? Ecocides didn't start to the end of Wrath of the Righteous, correct? How long ago was that? Maybe I'm just losing all sense of time. Maybe time's catching up to me. These young folk are getting all these points. I used to have to walk uphill both ways for my points. 303,000. Push. It's a boy. All right. Build paved road. What am I gonna make you out of? I'll give you a clue. It's site blocks. Now you know my secret. Site blocks. The big Nino dungeon. Oh my God, that dungeon sucked. I don't know what the point of that dungeon was. That dungeon is so shit. I forgot about that dungeon. You're giving me horrible flashbacks. I'm gonna have nightmares now about weird non-kitsune cat girls needing rice. What do you mean you need rice? Oh, whatever. I'm ignoring him. It must have been something that got claimed by the bag.
Ugh, don't tell the elves, but all the fish are gone.
Why do you keep getting caught on needing to plant the seeds? Why are we having weird whoop lag spikes? Something has gone terrible. I need to sort them. Fuck, are these cats still here? Oh my God. Kill the cats. We have a bunch of them in pets. I'm not worried about killing all the cats. I don't know how they keep breeding. Is there like a cat explosion DF hack command? Because I'm literally getting overrun by cats. DF hack cat explosion. Control F. Cat. Cat explosion. Makes cats and other animals just multiply. It's not a good idea to run this. Oh, no, that's the exact opposite of what I want. No, please don't. All animals will give birth within 2 in-game hours. Why? Why is that what you wanted? Why do you have a fucking pregnancy gun? That doesn't make sense. Why the hell would anyone want a pregnancy gun? Stop the cat explosion. Jesus. There's a locate or list. That's kind of neat. Quick fort. How do you kill cats? I guess you can't. Ban cooking. Cat explosion. Yeah, all right, fuck. Killed all the cats. Aren't there animal threshold battle? Yes, but I think the issue is I think that there's too many cats, so I think he's just slow. Cats. Row 3. That's it. Alpacas. Why am I butchering an alpaca? Don't butcher. Oh, because we have 2 males. Butcher an alpaca. Llamas. Adult males, I'll say 2. I'll remove. Can I just remove from this order and try again? Yeah. Let them recalculate. This one's still kill. Dwarf tech has gone too far when they can make cat pregnancy guns. Not only pregnancy, but like they're at term. They will give birth within like a day. Just a cat walking around and be like, haha, you're in labor. Fucking a labor. Pew, 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 pew. Oh, God. It's like that stupid movie. The Cliff? There was a movie that came out a bit ago. The people who went on the cliff, like time was going fast for them. I'm not going to spoil the plot for it, but that was what was in the trailer. Time goes fast for them a lot. And then if they leave, they die. Yeah, it was a creepy movie that didn't make any sense, like at all. Because like one of them, which they passed over, is that there's a baby who goes with them to the beach. Googly goo, or a little child, whatever. So she grows up. She like leaves for a second and comes back, and now she's an adult or whatever. Okay, and then she's preggers. Then she gives birth, and the baby immediately dies because it's starved to death. So who had sex with the underage girl? Like, it's like this weird thing that doesn't make sense. Just like, oh, time goes fast. So she's pregnant now. She's at pregnancy age. Like, I don't know if the director forgot how babies are. How does baby make? But he's just like, nope. Okay, she's pregnant and she has a baby. And then the baby just immediately dies. And it's like, okay, but if that baby was just fed by amniotic fluids or whatever the fuck the term would be, the fucking in the mother. I think amniotic fluid is that more eggs? Does that happen in the womb? I don't fucking know. I'm too fried right now after Amber Heard to figure out what's in a womb. It had food. It's not like a baby comes out with 0 nutrition. 1, 2. If it goes through nutrition that fucking fast, why does no one else need to eat or die immediately? Like the implication being like, oh, the baby experienced like 10 days in the span of a second. And it's like, no one else does. No one else experiences this. Why is this baby dead? I thought it was stupid. Pew pew, you are now pregnant. That's basically what happened in that movie. Just pew pew, time fast forward, so she got pregnant. No. First of all, that means that's everyone should be dead. Everyone in that movie should be dead. Ignoring that the baby came to term, which would have been a 9-month period. Or actually, technically 10 months. Pregnancies are weird. Everyone says they're 9, but they're really 10 months. They're 40 weeks. It's 10 months, but whatever. Anyways. If a baby can get pregnant, or if anyone, who cares about who gets pregnant? If you can get pregnant and enough time passes, you give birth, i.e., biological shit still happens, then, not to sound crude, but every fucking female on that beach would be gushing blood from between their legs the entire time. Just a geyser. Because if there's 9 months that just happened, then that means every other female during that pregnancy time, whatever was equivalent to 9 months, just shed their uterine lining 9 times. You can't have that. You can't claim that some of it works at a speed without being like, and what happens to everyone else's organs? Like, the director just forgot what organs were. Like, if you want to claim that the reproductive organs are fully functional, but at an enhanced speed that their brains aren't understanding, someone explain to me how none of them died. Because I think if any of them shed 9 uterine linings, they would have bled to death. Either they're not generating the blood, because they would have had like 9 uterine linings within like 30 minutes. You can't. And I wouldn't wish that on anyone. If it, like, I don't know what percentage of you are females or have significant others who are females that laugh at my nonsense. I would not wish 9 periods, 9 menstrual cycles on within 30 minutes on anyone. Like, that is the stupidest shit. Like, you can't. It would have made sense if they're like, so much time passes and internally your body is unable to account for this, so it doesn't send any nutrients, so you can't get pregnant. Would have made way more sense. Like that would have made more sense to me. But no, you imply that a time acceleration does occur. How? just how? How? Explain. Please go ahead and explain. And then don't even give me, like, you guys think I'm just talking about the females. I want all of you right now, all of you who are males, to imagine every 30 minutes you go through 9 months of No Nut November. Just go ahead. Every 30 minutes. Every 30 minutes. I never got the push. Well, that's your fault. I don't know what to tell you. Like, you can't have internal things happening at speed. That doesn't make sense. That does not make sense. How is it my fault? You didn't put in the requests. That's how it's your fault. It's your fault because 9 periods in 30 minutes. There you go. Like, just ignoring everything else in that movie. Suddenly they're like, reproductive organs, they experience regular time or whatever the fuck that is. How? Just fucking how? Does not make sense. Because then also, that also means that your blood cells would be dying and regenerating. If you're able to be sending shit, then the blood cells are deteriorating. Even if you weren't eating shit, your blood cells are excreted through your fecal matter. So suddenly Everyone is just endlessly, just in 30 minutes, you just shit out 9 months of blood cells, of dead blood cells. Are you generating the bile to go with that? Because if you're not generating the bile to attack, to like go with anything, you don't have the green color, meaning it wouldn't be brown. It would just be red. So everyone's just shitting blood. The females are shitting blood. They're fucking having 9 periods in 30 minutes. All of this comes into question because they decided to put a fucking baby in there to be like, oh, look, it died. The director didn't think anything through this. You cannot just ignore. I'm going to pass on cellular respiration. I have no fucking clue why everyone didn't hit that island and go and die. Cellular, like your cells need to breathe. You cannot possibly have the oxygen delivered to a baby to become like nothing to full pregnant baby in birth in that time without saying that cells are carrying oxygen to a cellular rate that fast. Without, like, you cannot breathe fast enough. You cannot breathe 9 months of breathing in 30 minutes. That's not how it works. I can't sit there and go, holy shit, I'm going to be stuck at the bottom of the ocean for 2 months. Better get my breathing done now. Oh God, what happened? Fuck got me there. 9 periods in 30 minutes. Hoochie mama. Boom. This is the rare. Dude, sometimes he has like okay movies, but like that was. Is that one of his? I'm assuming it is. I mean, there is a plot twist. It's probably one of his. It doesn't make sense. It's not even like it's a, oh, that's not even a good fucking plot twist. Like, who gives a fuck about the plot twist? The movie doesn't make sense. Like, it just does not make sense on the face of it. Why? Because he wanted to make people feel sad about the poor dead baby. He wanted to put in like a, oh, look, someone actually died sort of a situation. That's it. That's why it's in there. And it makes the whole movie not make sense. The entirety of the movie suddenly not make sense. Like I said, I could understand what I think the movie's actually trying to imply. Because like, oh, well, you know, the guy leveled up mentally and it's only when you're leaving, but not really. And then, yes, like there's a way to do it-ish. I mean, it still wouldn't make sense physically, but you would have like consistent rules. All right. So that dead body I see isn't one of ours. Didn't I build a refuse pile up here? It's a refuse, but it's not a corpse. I see the issue. He technically is a corpse on a refuse. Now he should get buried. Oh, not buried, but hang on. I know what you're on about. Heavy breathers? I object. No, there was someone I think recognized what the movie was. But there is a movie where the plot twist, or not the plot twist, the plot is a bunch of random assholes for reasons, but I'm not going to go into for spoiling the actual movie, go to island. On island, there is, what is this? On island, they cannot leave island. Why? Because if they leave island, like time accelerates. Essentially, they're in a mini black hole. Like that's not what actually happens, but for wrapping your mind around the physics, they're inside a black hole. Like at all, there's no black holes involved. Don't get confused. I'm not saying there is, but for the process of what actually is happening, just assume they're in a black hole. And time is like super accelerated, but they don't perceive, like the time on their bodies is accelerated, but they don't perceive the time passing. So they get old really fast and shit like this. At one point, to show how old they get, they had like an underage girl be like, oh, I feel weird. And then her stomach just suddenly like balloon out to like mega pregante sizes. And then she just shits out a baby. And then the baby just dies due to starvation, like immediately. Like in her arms, like, eh. It just dies because of like sheer speed. But the problem is by doing that, you suddenly question, like this means that internal to your body, time is progressing at an accelerated. It's not just like an aging thing. Like the cells for that baby had to divide from, you know, the fucking zygotes and shit. You had to have the merge, you had to have the split, 2, 4, 8, 16. Like cells have to be going at an accelerated rate. What fed the cells during that time? Like, so air doesn't make sense. Your excretion system doesn't make sense. Female periods don't make sense. The sheer amount of fucking sperm your body's generating doesn't make sense. Now, I get the idea. I get what a lot of people are saying, like, your balls are going to pop, you idiot. What the hell are you talking about? But no, the amount can cause massive hormonal changes. Ignoring the chick who got pregnant without hormonal changes. You would have super anti-nut clarity or unclarity. It doesn't make sense. None of it makes sense. What feeds the dude? That's what I'm saying. Like, okay, if the baby needed the food and it died that fast, why does no one else really need the food? Like I said, they have a plot twist of what's going on. It's not a good one. I will just tell you. I'm not gonna tell you what it is, but I will tell you that I did not find the plot twist to make any fucking sense. But again, ignoring the actual plot twist, the mechanics don't make sense. Like, if you're gonna do a movie about temporal physics, I don't know, maybe read a book about how some of temporal physics works. Maybe. I don't know. I'm just spitballing here. Because I guarantee you that it's not going to work the way that he just fucking said it worked. Like, that movie would have made more sense if it was a black hole. I mean, half of what was going on was still fucking stupid. But, like, if it was like a naked singularity or some shit, I would have believed that. I'd been like, all right, this is kind of weird, but whatever. It wasn't. It's not about black holes. I want it to be about black holes. That would have made more sense to me. If what they went with is like, okay, the time is going, but like the brain isn't receiving the nerves, like the actual signals yet, ignoring how the fuck are they moving, ignoring that. Like, the nerves can go out, but they don't come back. Like, everyone started complaining more and more about feeling numb or some shit, and they weren't getting the signals from the body, so they didn't feel the pain, they didn't feel the hunger, but somehow, like, they had not necessarily died yet because the brain had not died. Like, the brain was sending signals down. So I could understand that, kind of. If you were saying there were actual, for some reason, differences in like temporal lines in parts of the body. But that's not what they went with. They did not go with a naked singularity. They didn't do that shit. They did something else. And it still didn't make fucking sense. Is it like that movie called Gravity Fails on Physics? No, the problem is gravity's not involved. That's my point. There's just like, oh yeah, there's a crazy area. Also other things that are plot twists. Doctors be wildin', yo. That's the movie. And with that bombshell, I realize we're at 10 o'clock. I started a little late, but we went a little late. So I think it all matches. I think we're close enough. For those of you, hold on, let's see who is on. Hold on, let me click this to ending real quick. Swear to God. My credits actually annoys me at this point. Every time I click it on, I don't see it like rewarding people for just watching or like for how much time they watch, whatever. Eldritch, thank you for the resub. Thank you for your financial support. Do we have anyone doing Dwarf Fortress right now? PCat TV. He was on last time I got off, but also I didn't hear him last time. Is he making noise this time?
Case closed.
I mean, he's whatever. All right, sure. If he's there, he's there. We'll raid him. We will raid the Dwarf Fortress. How the hell do you spell his name? /raid P. I've lost him already. He's gone forever. He's never coming back. PCat_TV. You don't have to do TV on Twitch to show that you're on Twitch. I'm just saying. That's fine. It's not like anything was worse than my first name. No one knew how to fucking spell it. There we go. Apparently his channel is intended for mature audiences. So yes, for those of you on the YouTube archives, thank you all so much for watching. Catch you guys next time.